insatiable power. It consumes until nothing remains.
When the heart falters, darkness will sink its fangs.
All will kneel before my ambitions.
Insatiable power. It consumes until nothing remains.
When the heart falters, darkness will sink its fangs.
All will kneel before my ambitions.
This insatiable power, it consumes until nothing remains.
When the heart falters, darkness will sink its fangs.
All will kneel before my ambitions.
Insatiable power. It consumes until nothing remains.
When the heart falters, darkness will sink its fangs.
All will kneel before my ambitions.
This insatiable power, it consumes until nothing remains.
When the heart falters, darkness will sink its fangs.
All will kneel before my ambitions.
Insatiable power. It consumes until nothing remains.
When the heart falters, darkness will sink its fangs.
All will kneel before my ambitions.
insatiable power. It consumes until nothing remains.
When the heart falters, darkness will sink its fangs.
All will kneel before my ambitions.
Yo, this is kind of nerve-wracking, bro. Yo, hello? Test, does it work? The audio is good? Okay. Okay, guys. Welcome to the AZ Titans Cup. I'll be a caster today. If y'all don't know me, I'm right. Today we're gonna be seeing the first match. If I'm not wrong, this is a semi-finals match between Nandes versus Baskan Retri. So we're in the drafting phase already. Looks like Nandes gonna start off with a Kalea first ban. A pretty standard ban, Kalea, one of the top tier roamers. And Baskan Retri is actually gonna ban out the Freya. If you don't know, Freya, a nasty, dirty rank hero. A lot of players love that hero. Looks like they're gonna they ban that bird out, you know. Looks like they don't wanna face any cheesers. Looks like the Fanny's gonna get banned out. Pretty standard jungle ban so far. Kalea is one of the top tier roamers right now. You know,
It's fine.
Fanny's gonna get banned out. Maybe there's a cheeky Fanny goat on an enemy team. Looks like, wonder what the other bans got. Wow, looks like we're gonna get 3 somewhat jungle bans here. YSS, pretty good. I mean, pretty standard ban. I mean, hopefully we're gonna get some interesting picks throughout the day. Low-key hashtag style points to any team that posts out something crazy, bro. I will indeed scream into the mic. Like this. Okay. Okay, we should be good now. So both these teams, obviously, there was an open qualification like a week ago, and there were only 4 teams that came out, so clearly all of these teams have a certain standard. We are expecting high quality gameplay right here. Lunox is gonna get banned out. Pretty interesting ban. We don't really see the Lunox in high priority when it comes to mages. I feel like mage priorities nowadays comes down to the things like the Eve, things like, you know, other stuff like that. But maybe Lunox is a high priority for Bus Kanrechi.
The clouds are ever shifting.
Looks like
But this heart remains steadfast.
closer. Back. Okay. Looks like the Sora AI is gonna get banned here. Sora AI, one of the really good picks, you know. Especially in the M7, we've seen the Sora come out. It has been a really good flex pick. Has been going to the gold recently. Also can be playing the EXP and the roam. The Chusin gonna come out. Shout out to all the one trick Chusins out there. Chusin's a pretty good mage so far. Gonna get playing the Purify. Claude is gonna come out. Claude has been arguably the best MM in this meta so far. That if y'all don't know, the change in the DHS is low-key kind of nasty. Maybe we're gonna see some carries, some Moskov out here from the side of Nandes. Some roamers that are still available. We still have the Gatot, we still have the Grok. Maybe they can pick up an EXP as well. There is that Yu Chong, there is that Lapu, there is still an Alice. Looks like we're gonna go for a Leo Mord. Bit of a switch up. Leo Mode has been changed slightly. Low-key, I'm not too sure about the change, but I think it's just more damage if I'm not wrong. They remove a bit of sustainability. Please correct me. Looks like the carry is gonna get picked up. So we are gonna get 2 attack speed MMs face each other in lane here. If I'm not wrong, this laning is low-key like a 50-50. It's gonna come down to who's just the better go laner. Low-key, I'm kind of excited to see Such laning. Looks like they are gonna pick up that Grok Chusin in the mid lane. So let's see what Bus Kanrechi is gonna pick up here to the Eve comes out. So far, I am liking the draft of both sides. I do kind of favor Bus Kanrechi a little bit here, because the Eve, in my opinion, I think the Eve is the best mage right now. You feel me? The Eve does kind of counter the Chusin as well. So we're gonna see how it goes. They are gonna have to pair the Eve up with something here to get a good mid lane control, mid lane prio. Hayabusa gonna get banned out. So far we have 4 jungle bans. Maybe Bus Kanrechi is not confident they're jungler. They're saying, yo, we need more bans. I'm not too sure about that. So far Bus Kanrechi is still gonna need an EXP. They're still gonna need a roam. So some potential bans here could be things that can dive the carry. So obviously some backline divers that would be nice to ban. Are they scared of a Lapu? Are they scared of a Yu Chong? You know, maybe even an Alice? I don't think they'll be scared of an Alice because the carry can burst that down. Some of the chat saying right now best mid right now might be Kadita. Maybe facts. I mean, you see Sans play out Kadita one time and suddenly everybody thinks that's the best mage. Not wrong, you know. If Kyrie pulls out an Argus, might be the best jungler as well. So far, they are gonna ban out the Uranus. Not too sure about that ban for the side of Nandes, because they do have the carry. Are they scared that this Uranus might be a problem in like the early game? The Baxia is gonna be the final ban for Bus Kanrechi. The Baxia would do really well on the side of Team Nandes. The Baxia does have a lot of early game control. CC's kind of nasty as well. The Chusin Baxia, nobody's gonna run away. Looks like good, decent ban from the side of Nandes here. The Matilda is gonna get banned out in the roaming. There's still a lot of other options though. I'm not sure if you want to split the bans EXP and roam. Bus Kanrechi showing off a little bit of their skins. You know, tournament lobby, you know how we do. Looks like Bus Kanrechi ain't playing no games. Kicking up the Gatot Eve mid control. That is a pretty nasty combo. That is a pretty nasty mid control. I do think that they will have better mid prio here. So hopefully Nandes can pick up a winning EXP lane here. Already gonna go to Joy here. Joy Lapu does seem
What
pretty
time
decent.
is it? It's Onic time!
So the Joy against the Lapu, what does that jungle matchup look like? I think when it comes to Turtle, I think Buscan Retry is gonna have a bit of an easier control. Nandes is gonna have to come at like angles and like dive really well here. It looks like Nandes does secure that Lapu. Lapu is one of the staple EXP laners in the game now. Ever since the spell vamp change, this has been a really good pick so far. So is Buscan Retry really gonna pick this Alice? Not too sure, because the lockdown isn't looking too nice against this Joy. You have one Gatot and that's kind of it. But maybe this Gatot's the GOAT. You know, maybe you can see some things from Tiny Tony, you know, pulling out that Arlet. Could be quite nice against the Joy. The final slash, the Dauntless Strike will be very good to stop that. But looks like they're gonna pick up the Alice, round out a really nice comp. So it's gonna come down to Buscan Retry is gonna have really nice team fight, long team fights. So looks like Nandes is gonna have to really play at angles and really come at the same time here, because I think in a prolonged team fight, Buscan Retry is probably gonna have a bit of an advantage there. Sustained damage is a bit more consistent compared to Nandes. But looks like we're gonna get into the game. First game in the tournament. Are we excited? Yes. Yo. Anyways, shout out to the players. I'm sure they're excited to play the game. So we're gonna get into it. Lem Holden on this Grok. Gonna do what all Groks do, put that big juicy wall up there right now. Looks like, let's see what both the junglers are gonna start off, bro. Both junglers gonna start on their blue here. I'm gonna be a bit quiet just in case the players can hear me. Might be listening to me, you know. So let's kind of focus more on this mid control here, because I do want to see how both teams are gonna play. So far, the Gata already getting poked out by this Chusin, the Chusin. Yves is gonna have the advantage of the poke here. Both teams definitely wanna fight for this little Maestro. Already getting a bit of a poke out. The ad is gonna come in. Tiny Tony comes in already, and Buscan Retry secures the early little. Maestro is forced out already, and as you can see, Chu already forced out to flicker here. So mid control is still in the favor of Buscan Retry. Chu might have gotten some good early pokes, but like I said, this Yves is just so annoying in lane. And it is known to be kind of a counter to the Chusin when it comes to laning. The Grok has been significantly weaker, but that does not affect any laning. So Maestro already getting spotted out by one. Is this the one? So far the wall comes out here. He has to flicker out. Maestro is not gonna get the ulti yet. Buscan Retry, and is Lem Holden gets picked off. Maestro, is he gonna be next? Suj showing off the claw already. Wow, that's a nasty claw, bro. Looks like Tole taking the bear already, and the jungle on the side of Nandes is already getting, let's just say, not very nice things are happening to the jungle here. Tole Sahur is already level 4 compared to the level 3 Joy, and red buff still not taken, but Tole decides not to. They're gonna just fight for this turtle instead. So far, only a 500 gold lead. Nothing too crazy. The Chusin already trying to touch Tole a bit. But looks like Nandes is actually going to be the first to the turtle. The Lapu is already showing off here. Tiny Tony trying to give his team a bit of advantage. And they decided to just completely give the turtle. Giving the turtle for tempo. Not too sure about that. Maestro is going to secure that with the retreat. Tiny Tony is going to go in. The taunt comes in. Shinji Kudo goes in the bravest fighter just to disengage. Looks like Nandes is going to look for something on the bot side here. Let's see if Buscan Retry is going to try to make a play on the Kadita here. On the Kadita? Holy hell, bro. Lapu. Looks like Lapu's gonna be late. Jajoy is dashing in. Pops the electrifying beats. Does not get anything. Global manipulation trying to stun. Maestro is completely picked off here. Tiny Tony the Throne of Ruin just for some extra secure, and Maestro is already not having a good game. Shinichi Kudo getting poked out by Tole Tole Sahur. Looks like this is a really good horse. Not too sure how Nandes are gonna answer here. The Grok is not getting any footing on the map. He is struggling to get that map control. And like I said, Buscan Retri just has a superior mid control here. And honestly, in this meta, I think mid control and mid prio is so important. As you can see the effects already, it feels like Nandes is slowly getting suffocated already. So it looks like both teams are gonna look for a play on the bot side here. Let's see what's gonna happen. Suj wisely spotting something, notices the speedy light burst, goes in, pops in the blazing duet, goes in for the tectonic charge, gets in airborne. Suj still managed to escape with the purify, and both teams gonna disengage. Lem Holden forced to flicker out. Tole Tole Sahur goes in with Barbiel, finds Maestro completely lacking. Oh my goodness, 0-2 for Maestro. This is not looking good already. Meanwhile, Buscan Retri looking to bust on the bot side here. Grok and Carry are already sensing something is not right here. Both EXPs are already rotating for the turtle here. 1.4k goal lead onto the side of Buscan Retri. So far, looks like they haven't seen any actual retries from Bus, so that might be through the Grok wall. Very nicely placed, completely resets the turtle. Lem Holden here. Let's just say he's holding his team together. Tiny Tony and Shinchi Kudo are not even gonna rotate to the turtle here. But if there is gonna be a fight, looks like there's not gonna be a fight at all. Nandes decides to just completely give it. They have no footing anywhere on the map here. As both teams just choosing to rotate together right now. Maestro's starting up the bear. Looks like we're gonna get a fight that we're not gonna see because the cameraman is sleeping. But it's okay. Shinchi goes in with the bravest fighter. Gets a taunt in. One gets a taunt on the Lapu. Barbia's going in. Has to use the AOG, but gets popped by the CC. The tectonic charge real manipulation goes in. The electrifying beast and the joy. There's no damage onto the Eve here. Looks like they're gonna choose to disengage. Tiny Tony says hi in the mid lane. Lem Holden recalls. And it looks like we're just gonna get a reset from both teams. A bit too aggressive there from one. That was definitely not the one. Barbia goes in. Is this gonna be a solo kill? Shinchi Kudo does not even pop in the bravest fighter in time, and it's a killing spree. Wow, this Leomon is going kinda crazy. Lem Holden manages to get out the taunt. Does not really do much for him. Puts in that wall just to spot out Suj, and yeah, I really don't know how Nandes is looking from bad to worse. Still not too bad because it's only a 1.2k goal lead, but the draft I would rather play in Buscan Retri's squad. Looks like Tiny Tony is gonna go in and the ball. Ashy's still doing no damage to Tiny Tony. That is definitely not a good sign. Grok is just trying to give his MM some space. Chu gonna come down here, and so far let's see how Buscan Retri playing the map here. Wow, some very stable, some very slow gameplay. I was hoping to see 5-man brawls every minute, but you know, we make do, guys. Looks like both teams gonna play slow. Turtle spawning in 10 seconds here. Let's see whether it's gonna be a big fight. Lem Holden and one spawning each other, saying hi. Lem Holden says this bush is a bit scary. I'ma just walk out. Real world manipulation popped in. Wow, what a play. Bravest fighter goes in, finds Wu. Tectonic charge finds 3. Maestro goes in with the electrifying beast. Solo kill in the ball lane. Psych. Chu was actually there. Flicker Eve was expanded. That was not a good play. Tole Tole secures the turtle. But as you can see, Maestro here gonna maybe secure this blue buff. Not really. Tiny Tony is here. Just saying hi. Putting all his essence onto the side of Nandes, and Ashy managed to get the bot side. Wow, that was a really good play from Nandes. Manages to actually win the fight at mid and also get a pick off on the bot lane. Such was definitely out of line there. Let's see how they're gonna continue to push the pace here. Tole Tole is gonna secure this little, and look at everybody grouping up in the mid lane here. maybe you're gonna see a nasty fight happen here, but Tectonic Charge is already used, so they might have to take a bit of time to reset. One is gonna try give his team some vision, and Maestro has kind of nicely recovered. Tole Tole is definitely way ahead when it comes to farm. Level 12 to a level 10, and my looks like Chu is gonna clear out the mid lane with the carrier, and the Eve is gonna have to clear on his own. One and Leomord looking for play bot lane. Shinchi Kuro spots it out, immediately dashes out, and the Barbiel just gets wasted. But Buscan Reggie is gonna secure that bot side. Meanwhile, Nandes is looking for a play on top. They're gonna get the trade here. Nicely done on the side of Nandes. Look at this 5-man mid, bro. This is what I like to see, bro. Can we get a huge fight right now? Come on now. Tiny Tony at the back. Shinchi goes in the Brave Side. The Tectonic Charge onto 4. The Throne of Ruin goes in. What is going on? Blazing Duet pops in. Maestro finds the Electrifying Beast onto the backline. Backline is completely wiped out. Tole Tole on the back though. Looks like Ashley gonna try to flicker in. Is he gonna be able to find the kill? I think Tole Tole is gonna be able to dash out. Oh my god, the Speedy Light Wheels. Is he gonna get it? 1 health. Oh my god, shutdown for Ashy. One does not get the taunt. Wow. So far, Buscan Retri, they've been playing the map nicely, but so far they're low-key getting out microed. Really nicely done from Lem Holden here. These Tectonic Charges has been so on point, bro. Looking like yeah, let's not say that. Anyways, AZ Tiny Tony gonna start the Lloyd here. Shinchi Kudo as well, these Bravest Fighters and these stuns have been really nicely positioned. The CC layering from Nandes has been absolutely on point. I think they just need a little bit more damage. Once Ashley gets online to the later game, I think they definitely could do something in these team fights. I think Buscan Retri need to definitely slow it down. I don't think they can take a fight full on 5v5. They need to come at angles. They also need to play this split lane map pressure a little bit better. So both teams are gonna start up the Lloyd here. Buscan Retri already getting poked out by his Chusin. Chusin already controlling the map a little bit better. The Joy is going to be sent to clear the top side. It looks like Buscan Retri, after a pretty good early game, looks like they're the ones being kind of suffocated now, but it's a fair game. You're on even ground here. Let's see how this continues to go. Tole Tole already popped in the ultimate though. That's a huge cooldown. I think that's a 30-second cooldown. So 30 seconds that Nandes can play with here. Let's see whether they pull the trigger. One is gonna get almost got CC chain. Gets the second out. The Lord is already on half health. Are they gonna go for it? Bravest Fighter goes in, stun. Is he gonna get picked off though? But Maestro secures the Lord. Blazing to wait onto 2. Oh my god, actually gets picked off. Lem Holden nowhere to go. True running for the heals. And Buscan Retri get 3-4-0. But the Lord does go onto the side of Nandes here. Definitely a good trade for Buscan Retri. I think 3 kills at this point of the game is honestly more worth than a Lloyd. This Lloyd is low-key weak as hell. Oh my god, W cameraman killing spree from the Joy. No info over there, but we're just gonna assume Maestro's the GOAT. Leomord looks like the side of Buscan Retri really want this top side. Shinchi Kudo comes in, says hi, pops in the Bravest Fighter, says this is my land, goes in, stuns nobody. Tole Tole secures the turtle. The Lapu is still hitting. Tiny Tony is still not popping in that Throne of Ruin. Chu is CC. Oh, the Tectonic Charge is committed. Maestro goes in the mega kill. Oh my god. Is Maestro the greatest Joy user in SG? Nah, just kidding, bro. But after a 0-2 start from Maestro here, he has now secured himself 4 kills. This is kinda crazy. Looks like Nandes gonna try something at bot. Tole Tole Sahu pops in that ultimate. Ashy says, I don't want to fight that horseman. The Leomord is seeming to use his ulti anytime he sees someone. I'm not too sure about that play. Maybe a good play. Wall comes in, gets dragged out. The Speedy Light Wheels gets popped in. AOG forces out the flicker from Ashy. But Ashy manages to kill the Leomord. Real manipulation popped in. Bravest Fighter goes in, stun nobody. Blazing Duet onto 2. The Throne of Ruin as well. Not enough damage though. Su just gets picked off. It's a messy fight. 3-for-3 so far, but Maestro is alive. Lem Holden and 1 both survive. Both the Romans just gonna recall here, but wow, what a fight from both sides. Both sides seem to be doing a good job outputting damage there. Ashy was unfortunately picked off there. So Tiny Tony is just gonna defend the mid side here. Lloyd spawning in 50 seconds here. Let's see how both teams kind of play this macro, kind of play around the map here. Maestro is definitely kind of gapping the Leo mod here right now after, like I mentioned before, a really bad start. He's seeming to find his place here. One and Lem holding, touching each other. One already dashes. Oh my god, this is bad. He has to use the AOG. The tectonic charge was a bit badly timed, but it's alright. 29 seconds. Both roamers, I think, will get their ultimate once the Lord is starting soon. So far, Nandes is gonna play the top side. Well, I think Buscan actually is gonna be forced to play on this. Suj is good, hitting the lamp hold and real manipulation popped in just to stun, forces out the flicker. Wall goes in, Maestro going in the dashes, Bravest Fighter goes in, electrifying beats both onto 2. Yi gets shut down, but Tiny Tony finds him. Oh my god, the dive in the backline by Shikuro is not good as well. Actually, free hitting the Leo mod, but he manages to tank it all. Complete 2-for-0 outplay from the side of Buscan Retry. Now they're gonna have the advantage for Lloyd here. Let's see how they do it. Nandes is gonna clear the mid lane. That is kind of all they can do. And look at Buscan Retry. They're gonna burst down this Lloyd. But Lem Holden still has that tectonic charge. Let's see if he can do anything. The Chusin gonna knock nobody up. The Lloyd gonna go in. Tectonic charge goes in. Give manages to scare the Lloyd. Bus really can't retry. Ashy going for the 1v1 against the Claude. Claude outplays Suj. Oh my god. Looking like the best MM in SG. Yves choosing 1v1. Chu forced to flicker. The Chusin almost doing a really nice play there, but the Lloyd does fall. That is a 3-for-2. But the Lloyd goes onto the side of Buscan Retry. Wow, really good play so far from both sides. Looks like both sides are pretty evenly matched. Both sides playing these team fights kind of nice. That is kind of bad for Buscan Retry though. I won't lie. That is a outrageous result there. You are fighting a 5v3. You're fighting a 5v3 for Lloyd, and you somehow lose 3. Nice one, bro. Anyways, 2k goalie from the side of Buscan Retry. This kind of does not mean anything. Lamb Hold is getting picked off. Tectonic charge goes on to Suj. Suj no petrify. Will manipulation try to save him. Bravest Fighter goes in. One tries to save his MM. Tiny Tony. They're trying to find anything. Shinji Kudo might have to be the trader. Oh my god, Lamb Holden forced as well. Choosing forced to. What else Choosing's ulti called? Nah, just kidding, bro. I know, bro. Anyways, forced to pop that out. Looks like Buscan Retry is gonna have a 5v3 here. Let's see what Nandes is gonna do here. They're gonna have to give up this mid turret, I'm pretty sure. Maestro, as you can see here, sneakily going in the clouds. Let's see whether Buscan Retry is gonna sneak that out. And they do smell it out. Maestro forced to dash out. Red buff. Not gonna go over to them. Unfortunate, man. One gets touched by that bear. Gets touched by the bear. Has to recall in a safer spot. Bears are not safe. But yeah, looks like all Nandes can do is they're just gonna try to stabilize the lanes a little bit. Top side here is the priority, but Nandes have kind of overcooked a little bit. They did win some pretty amazing fights in the mid game, but so far they're getting a bit overconfident here, thinking that they can win every 5v5, just as simple as that. Tole has also nicely playing this Leo mod. So far the damage layering is gonna come down to the layering of damage versus the CC layering of Nandes here. Let's see how both teams play this. 40 seconds Lloyd spawn. Suj is already on the top lane here with the Claude. Does have the advantage when it comes to the split lane, but looks like he's gonna be too scared to 1v1 destroy. I would be too, but I'm no longer a Claude user. One is just gonna do some nasty things to Chusin over there, getting a bit too close to her. If I was Chusin's fault, I would not like that. But yeah, looks like Nandes is gonna have to play this a bit blind because Buscan Retry has the third advantage. Suj is completely isolated here. What is my Claude doing? Oh my god! Gets picked off. AOG trying to save him. Tole trying to find a different angle but can't find it. Onto Maestro. Maestro gets out. Ez gets out. What is my Claude doing there, bro? Anyways, that is a pretty questionable play there from Suj. Might have to sub him out later. Nah, just kidding. 4. I can't even see the numbers, but Tiny Tony goes in here, doing quite a bit of damage here. Leo Moy pops in that ultimate. Lamhold and Shinji Kudo are gonna have to pop something. Tectonic Charge only onto 1. Bravest Fighter goes in. Oh, Throne of Ruin finds Ashy, but Maestro, the electrifying beats, not enough to sustain. Ashy is hitting the speedy light wheels. He's free hitting. Oh my god. Chusin goes in. Are they gonna get play here? They're diving under the tower, but Buscan and Vetri are gonna be able to get out here. That Chusin almost saw heaven there. Oh my god, going in so deep. Anyways, Suj, the greatest club player of all time, is gonna come out now. So Buscan and Vetri have lost their jungler. So far as I've seen the match, this team name is really true though. Bus really can't Vetri. He's not secured a single Lloyd. But that's okay though. So now both teams gonna reset here. I think Buscan and Vetri do have a bit of an advantage when it comes to timers. Lapu is gonna be a bit delayed, but it doesn't really matter because we are on. Is it called the Flying Clouds? Nice, bro. W Flying Clouds, bro. Yo, W patch change, bro. Yo, shout out to MLBB, bro. Anyways, here both teams definitely don't want to lose this game here. This has been a nail biter. W overlay blocking the timer, so I can't see what time it actually is, but so Alice not gonna go in yet. Bravest Fighter pops in. Not gonna use that stun here. Wilma Manipulation popped in, forces out nothing. Tectonic Charge goes in, finds the backline. AOG onto the back, electrifying beats, doing no damage on the backline. AOG got cancelled, gets popped in again. Speedy light wheels, he's free hitting Ashy, gets one falls literally. But Maestro is the trade. Lem Holden a bit too far. Yeef punishes that. Great fight from the side of Buscan Retri. 2-for-1 trade, and looks like Ashy is putting his team on his back. Oh my goodness, the damage is too reliant on Ashy right now. I low-key wish the numbers would be clear because I can't even see their KDA, but is Shinchikudo 1-7 or is he 1-2, bro? I'm not too sure. Anyways, Throne of Ruin goes on to Ashy. Ashy gonna get picked off by the Leomon. Choosing pops in the ulti. Bravest Fighter goes in. Lapu gets picked off as well. Oh my god. 2-for-0 trade there, and they get the Lord as well. Buscan Retri busting all over the enemy right there. Meanwhile, Buscan Retri gonna do a bit of a house cleaning, gonna clear out these lanes a little bit. Let's see how they're gonna play the Lord here. I mean, in rank, let's be real, bro. In rank, yeah, that's what Tole does, bro. Like in rank, you just send it, bro. You know what I mean? Lloyd hasn't spawned, let's just send it, bro. But both teams are now just gonna wait for Lloyd. Susin puts the horse up a little bit in the air. The horse has never been that high before. Grok wall nicely placed to stall the law a little bit. It's still gonna crash down, but Nandes are gonna have a task on their hand. 34k health Lloyd to defend. Alice throwing in that ball. Speedy light wheels used to just clear out the Lloyd. Wall nicely placed there. Alice just gonna use that skill one to get out. Looks like Buscan Retri with that Lloyd only got the mid lane inhibitor tower. If y'all don't know, if y'all wanna lose one turret when it comes to like, if y'all have to give one turret when it comes down to the late game, the mid tower is honestly the best tower to lose if you're gonna lose one tower here. So not too bad onto the side of Nandes here. They're still gonna have their silent inhibitors towers here, so it's not gonna get too bad here. One gets spotted out by that wall. Uses the taunt to get over the wall. Quite interesting what one here is doing. The Chusin is giving vision on the map. The Yeef says hell nah, bro. Yeah, but 50 seconds to Lloyd. Let's see how both teams played. Shinichi Kudo, you need to lock in. You're 185 on the Lapu. I ain't gonna lie to you, this ain't looking good, bro. Meanwhile, quick item check here. Chusin pops in the ulti. Just to flex it a little bit. Just saying hi. Quick item check. Both teams were full build. That was the quickest item check I've ever seen in my life. Okay, thank you, dude. As you can see here, the Chastised Pauldron, a new item that has been recently dropped. Both sides, both the EXP and the Roma are building this item, and Looks like a lot of winter crowns have been built up from both sides. The winter crown, these fast hand cells, it's really gonna come down to who has the better mechanics. Who is gonna get those better fast hand cells? So let's see how this goes down. Lem Holden already getting touched by this Alice and Eve. Getting poked out, puts out the wall just to scare the Eve a little bit. Chusin, giving his team some space. Chusin is a very oppressive mage, we all know that. Very good at zoning. Maestro here is gonna just touch up the insect a little bit. And Tole Tole is just gonna touch up the Lord. Both teams are gonna play the Lord fight a bit slow. Wow, look at this discipline onto the side of both teams. Wow, very nice discipline, bro. I would say that's a hashtag good job. I mean, it's 2k goal lead from the side of Bus Kanrechi. That's nothing really too bad, honestly. At this point, the goal lead literally has no impact on the game at this point, except these fast hands. Suj is gonna be spotted at the top lane. Is he gonna rotate or what, man? Oh my god, yo, one is gonna be forced to use that taunt out. Suj is gonna start rotating over, but Nandes would just showing up the Lord a little bit, forcing Suj to make a play because, contrary to popular belief, I feel like the Claude is supposed to have advantage in the side lane here, but unfortunately he's getting... I don't know why Nandes have the advantage here, but let's see what Suj can do to bait this out. Ashley's gonna start hitting up the Lord here. Bus Kanrechi are gonna have to start to slowly walk up a little bit. Maestro is still on his blue. Tiny Tony just throwing out those steel ones, saying, yo Ashley, you gotta make sure you still moving your move button there. So like I said, looks like we're gonna get like a minute of these teams just poking out each other. Like, come on now, this is just a bit of teasing, bro. Yo, stop getting me excited, man. Little gonna be secured by Bus Kanrechi. Let's see how Maestro is gonna play this. He does have such an important job. Hey yo, imagine the team comps right now. Hey yo, Maestro, can you just kill the Cloud and you for me real quick? That's what I'll be saying. W comms though. Lem Holden is like so tanky. One is so tanky. Tiny Tony is so tanky. Shinichi Kudo is losing to minions. Very tanky. I don't know how he is half health. Getting poked out by minions, but yo, W Lafu. Looks like Bus Kanrechi are gonna pull the trigger here. The Lord is 10k health only. Goes in, Tectonic Charge, trying just to steal the Lord. AOG is gonna come in here, find nobody, gets cancelled out. True is gonna get picked off. Will Manipulation popped in. The Leomon's going in, actually forced to flicker out. Electrifying Beats finds nobody. Shinji also forced the bravest fighter to get out. And it looks like Bus Kanrechi call it a day. They managed to get the true scene. Wow, this went from bad to worse. They completely gave up the Lord. And then now the Lord is coming in over. They're gonna have to drag it to bot here. Lem Holden actually says, nah, let's just clear that mid lane. And I think it's just gonna be a tower lock for Bus Kanrechi. Suj is locking the tower, and that is game onto the side of Bus Kanrechi. Nice try over there from Nandes, but I think bit of kind of a huge outplay in my opinion on the last Lord fight. They clearly just got out macroed and out microed at the end there. The Lord fight, they just gave up a bit too much space at the end there, and the Lord and like Bus Kanrechi, they found the angle and they just pulled the trigger. And yeah man, I mean onto the side of Nandes, they're just gonna have to go back to the drawing board. I mean maybe just maybe get a bit more of a better mid control. I mean Grok and Chusin, in my opinion, I've never really liked the Grok and Chusin combo. I don't know if that's just me, but I feel like Grok and Chusin does also like lose in laning when it comes going against the Gatot and Yif. I feel like when it comes down to it, when it comes to mid, you kind of don't want to pick things that are just like strong. You kind of want to pick the winning mid lane duo, which I just don't think that they had that game. Ashley did try his best. Can we get a stat check right now? Yo, W stat check right now. As you can see, something is not right here. I'ma give you a hint, bro. Chusin is doing the most damage. Let me give you a hint, bro. Something not right, bro. Ashley did try his best there, though. I did see he did position quite nicely. He was outputting that damage. That was very important, but 27%. I just think it comes down to Nandes just weren't giving their damage dealers enough space. They weren't giving them the room to really get there. But I think it was also just a draft day, because look at this year, 40%. Oh my god, I just noticed, bruh. Yo, what the heck? Is this fake stats? Yo, I'm just gonna say it comes down to fake stats. Let's just say this is fake stats right here from the Eve. Like I said, Eve, is this the best mid lane in the game, bruh? Can we like remove Eve from the game, bruh? In my opinion, that is we need to remove Eve from the game, bruh. I won't even lie to you, bruh. I think that was definitely winnable for the side of Nandes, though. I think Shinichi Kudo definitely needed to have a bit more of an impact there. Maybe not too comfortable on the Lapu, but yeah, think gonna take a little break here. We will come back for the second game in just a little bit, but Baskan Retri are now 1-0.
Insatiable power. It consumes until nothing remains.
When the heart falters, darkness will sink its fangs.
All will kneel before my ambitions.
Insatiable power. It consumes until nothing remains.
heart falters, darkness will sink its fangs.
All will kneel before my ambitions.
Insatiable power. It consumes until nothing remains.
When the heart falters, darkness will sink its fangs.
All will kneel before my ambitions.
Hello, and we are back for the second game of the first match, or is it the second match of the first game? Whatever it is, bro. Anyways, AZ gonna start off with a Freya ban. like they do.
born by thy wish.
And looks like Nande's gonna switch it up.
Thy lantern's
Looks
light.
like Chu will not get the Chu scene. A bit unfortunate. I did like saying that a lot. I was a big fan of that. A bit of a wordplay. I mean, I think the bans are gonna be the same. Sor AI gets banned out yet again, bro. Looks like nobody's a fan of Sor. Or should I say Luffy? Oh my god, ML! Anyways. Let's see whether Nandes switches up their ban. I think Nandes are gonna try switch up their picks and draft. I do think that they definitely have all it takes, all the capabilities to make this close game and even take the win. They're gonna switch it up. Looks like they banned out the Lance. Lance I don't even think Lance was even in discussion in the first game, which is a bit weird. In my opinion, I think Lance is probably the best jungler right now, if you ask me. But anyways, YSS gets banned out from AZ. They don't like Mr. Boat Commander. Not a big fan of that jungler. Let's see what Nandes' third ban is. They did struggle with the Yves. They did struggle with the Claude. So they're gonna have to definitely give up something here. First pick, I mean, if Buscan actually gonna go for the same picks, they're gonna ban Kalea. I mean, okay, not. I mean, it's okay. Kalea is probably the best roamer. It probably is. And yup, Buscan actually immediately busting to take the Eve. So now there's a lot of options here. Nandes could go the Claude and Cho. Like, they could go the Claude Cho. They could go the Claude Grok. They could also just take a jungle here, the Bucks, yeah. They could just take a Bucks, yeah. I mean, you definitely want something to dive the Eve. The Claude is already there, but maybe you just pick up a pretty solid mid laner as well. There's still some options here. You can take the Kadita, which some people have mentioned in chat. Kadita could be good against the Eve if the Eve just will manipulation. In an ideal world, the Kadita gets that shit every time. Looks like they're listening to the casting. Nah, just kidding, bro. Looks like they are gonna pull out this Kadita.
The southern seas
A bit sus, if you ask me, but it's okay. Looks like Buscan Vetri is gonna pick that exact same thing. Boring. Anyways, Leomord comes out from the jungle. They could also just take the Grok or the Gatot and then secure a really nice mid trio. Like I said, I don't like when teams pick a hero just because it's a good hero in a situation. A lot of teams tend to do that. I tend to do that a lot as well. But Kadita here is a good hero, but you have to also think about other things as well. Like, how is this Kadita going to lane against the Eve? How is he gonna play around the map here? So it's a good pick. They have to round out the draft nicely to really maximize the use of this Kadita. Ashe already playing one of his battle spells. Funny guy, bro. Anyways, let's see what... Wow, that is a pick I'm a fan of. Well, let's just say, bro, Nandes might not have won the first game, bro, but they've won my heart, bro. Yo, I hope Nandes wins, bro. This is a good job, bro. Yo, Kaja, Kadita. Holy, bro. Thunderbell of Dreams, bro. Is Lem Holden gonna build the Thunderbelt on Kaja? I'm a big fan of that. Sounds exciting, bro. Yo, whip them. Anyways, lacking EXP and gold. Let's see when Nandes bans out here. Yuchong comes out in the bans. I think they should also kinda be scared of an Alice. They should. The Bucks is gonna get banned out for Buscan Vechi. Yup. Nandes does need a jungler or an EXP as well. So I think Nandes should try to get a winning EXP in my opinion, but Shinichi Kudo did not do superb in the first game, so maybe that's not something they're leaning towards. Some junglers that are still open: Fredrin, Joy, Amon, Soyu. They probably just gonna ban out the Alice, no? Alice, Lapu, Oilet. They could be scared of I think Alice, Uranus, Esme.
I've been waiting for too long.
But looks like they're gonna split the bans here. EXP, one ban EXP, one ban gold. Doesn't sound too bad. Looks like Ashe doesn't want to lane against a carry. Yeah. I guess, bro. Maybe you want to play for Ashy. Ashy did have a really good game one, and Suj. Let's just say Suj was there. He was definitely playing. He was definitely playing. Yeah, let's just say that, bro. Let's see what the final ban is. Are they really just gonna ban on jungler? They're saying Maestro is the solo carrier of that team. Wow, that's basically what they said, bro.
Your team is picking.
Is the jungle bans actually just because of the draft, or are they trying to say Tole Tole is worse than Maestro? Thoughts? Wow, that is actually a really good pick. I actually really rate that pick. The glue comes out here onto the side of the EXP, but was that a bit too early? Is Tiny Tony gonna pull out the Faramis EXP to counter this glue? That would be kinda nasty. Yo, don't do it to him. Yo, don't do it to him. Showing off the Moskov and the Phobos instead. That would be a nasty draft. Yo, who is drafting on the side of Boss? Yo, how are they getting that draft? Come on now, bro. Yo, leak some secrets. Oh my god. I mean, at this point, I think anything would be nice. It's just the EXP pick is gonna change how they play a little bit. But Moskov and Isla do get locked in. Tiny Tony decides not to be cringe and go the Faramis EXP. I would never. I would pick that shit immediately, bro. But what do I know, bro? What do I know, bro? I've never played professionally, bro. Looks like the jump. Wow, wow. Maestro says, "Oh, give me that Fanny." Wow, that is a bold pick for sure. Fanny against this draft. Arlet, Moskov, Leomoid, Grok. If Maestro is not the greatest Fanny of all time, I would be a bit concerned, man. It looks a bit oppressive. The draft does look indeed a bit oppressive. But let's see what Nandes can show off. I think the Claude here is, I mean, they're really just gonna play pick off. Let's be real. Nandes' goal here is that they're just gonna W caster. They are just gonna play pick off this Kaja Kadita. They are gonna play pick off with this Kaja and Kadita and the Fanny. The mid trio is basically pick off versus control. Let's see also what the side lanes have in store. Yep, getting to the game. Yo, shout out ML, man. Yo, shout out MPLSG. Yo, shout out the sponsors, bro. Anyways, both junglers gonna start off blue here. I'm gonna have to be a bit quiet because, like I said, the players might be able to hear me. They might be leaking this right now. Yeah. W cameraman, well, yo, whoever this cameraman is, yo, shout out to him, bro. Anyways, looks like who's gonna clear the jungle a bit faster? I think it will be the Leomord. And like I said, the Eve. Wow, yet again winning lane. Wow, big surprise, bro. Who would have guessed that, bro? Poking out the Kaja and the Kadita. Kadita is definitely gonna struggle a lot in the laning. Maestro goes in with the double cable, trying to poke out the Eve. Eve nicely dodges. One puts a wall there, says, yo, let's make this a bit more difficult. And the little does go onto the side of Maestro. Tiny Tony and Shinichi Kudo. Shinichi Kudo definitely had a bit of a questionable stinker there. Stinker is a bit of a overstatement, but he definitely needed to be a bit more impactful in game one. Let's see what he can bring to the table with this glue. I think he does kind of have an easier lane coming to Islet. Lem Holden already trying to poke out one, but he's just getting poked out instead. And like I said, First kind of actually are playing this really smart. They're just playing a winning mid control, and then they just hope that their side laners can survive. Looks like Nandes is gonna have to be careful though. I can actually hear the player comments. They're saying top care. Wisely done, because that was a good read. Yeah, yet again, the mid is gonna have to clear from a safe distance here. But what is that name I just realized, bro? Is that I Show Jeans, bro? Oh my god. But looks like the Yeve is gonna clear from a safe distance. As Turtle spawns and Buzz can't actually just have complete control of the Turtle. Fanny's not gonna wanna go in, the wall just there saying, yo, if you want a cable, yo, try this wall, bro. And yeah, I think Nandes, they're doing a pretty decent job. They're just hoping that they're just kinda staying in there, and then maybe late game once they get a bit of their power spikes, they will, you know, they will then pull the trigger. But for now, not much. Shinichi Kudo says hi to Tiny Tony. Tiny goes in for the Dauntless Strike. He does go in for the... I forgot every single one of Glue skill names, but we'll learn it on. And yeah, both teams just kind of poke at each other. So nice of these teams, bro. Like they're just saying hi to each other in the middle lane, bro. Oh, what nice people, bro. Look onto the side of Nandes here. They are thinking of trying to do something in this top side. Lem Holden does get spotted out. Still does not have that suppression, bro. Bro, why do I know the name but like I just forget it, bro? Anyways, as Tole gets spotted out by True. Greatly done there. Been a really quiet game so far. Literally nothing used. Oh my god, flicker tectonic charge and just... Oh my god, Lem Holden. You literally had to be the greatest Kaja of all time to react to that. Unlucky, bro. Anyways, but a lot of resources used out. The Stunless Steed was used by the Leomord. The tectonic charge flicker was used. Oh wow, Tiny Tony going in for 1v1 versus Maestro here. Wow, Maestro gets the 1v1. I bet Nandes right now will be like, wow, Jaco, Fanny bro. Tiny Tony there did not find the Dauntless Strike, did not get the Vengeance proc onto the Fanny, so was not able to dash. Final slash was completely whiffed, bro. Oh my god, who is this Tiny Tony guy, bro? Okay, so far 1-1. Nandes is playing their comp really nicely. Like I said, they're gonna have to play with the pick off. And anything other than that, they're not gonna be able to fight. Shinichi Kudo trying to give his team space. Goes in for the flick. Grab. Realman Division popped in. Shinichi Kudo goes in for a 4-man immobilized. Oh my god, one manages to secure the Tectonic Charge. Actually goes in with the Blazing Duet. One person's fall so far. Only Maestro and Shinichi Kudo is gonna be next. This Glue has nowhere to go. So just gonna say, yup, nice one. 2-0. Onto the side of Buscan Rechi, and they also do secure the turtle, as this is looking slowly a bit one-sided. Nandes are definitely gonna have to pull something out of there. You know what, bruh, to get this game back stabilized, bruh. I think they're just gonna really have to take this slow. I don't think that they should even try to contest these neutral objectives. I think their comp does do better when it comes to these side lanes, these fast rotations. I think they're definitely gonna be the first to every rotation. That's a good word. But so far, this Kadvita has also had no value. So far, not getting much. One already forcing out Ashy. Is he gonna force out something? BMI just used to retreat, and the poke is not even that much. One only loses the shield. And yeah, definitely sending a message to Ashy. Vengeance goes on to True. Tiny Tony not deciding to pull the final slash just yet, and Maestro is clearing out the bot side. This is what I'm saying. This is what Nandes has to kind of do. Play more of this this split lane pressure here. While Buscan Retreat, they kind of have to stick as a 5-man, and they still have to be careful of these big ultimates, bro. This Divine Judgment, this Rough Raves from True, and they go in. Lemholden trying to find the Yeef. Does not even have Flicker, but wants to find that the Steve goes in. Grab comes in from the Glue, and he just goes out. The Yeef getting picked off by Maestro. Maestro has no more energy left. He's gonna even be able to get out. Nicely done, and the Yeef recalls just to show some dominance. Yo, who is Yeef, man? As that happens, the Yeef did not even have Flicker, but Maestro just didn't have enough damage. Or maybe he didn't have the good heads. Wow, final slash completely whiffs. Oh my god, 3-man Flicker, Blazing Duet, Tectonic Charge goes in onto 4. The backline, but double kill from True. The Leomon goes in, Divine Judgment trying to stop him, but Lem Holden falls before the Divine Judgment fully has the value. Maestro goes in the cables here. Wow, look at that. Showing off right there, bro. Really nicely done onto the side of Nandes there. A bit of an overcook for Mr. Tiny Toady. Was definitely looking a bit tiny in that fight. Not the best play right there. Final slash onto SG's trophy cabinet. As Tolitoy is gonna have to defend the top side here. Uses that ultimate to just zone the Claude. Ashy uses the BMI to get out. The Glue is in his tiny form, but he's just gonna get picked off here. Bit of always there. Final slash onto 2. Not in range team is a bit far. Chu is looking for a nasty flank here. Goes in, Petrify, Rough Waves, only half health onto Tole. Tole doesn't even have the ult, and he gets the red tree. Looks like Buzz can red tree, as Maestro was not in any position to even contest that. Looking the Lord. Oh my god, Tectonic Charge, Lem Holden, Flicker, second skill. Managed to get over the wall. Tiny Tony flickers Vengeance. Oh my god. What a play from Tiny Tony. As Buzz can't actually just completely take over this mid tower here. Suj is split pushing. 1v1 against Maestro. Is he gonna get it? Does not get the kill, but does win the 1v1. Quite impressive from Suj over there. Suj, definitely one of the players of all time. As Ashley's gonna push the bot side here. Shinichi Kodo is gonna be completely isolated. Final slash switches on him. Maestro going to the cable. The Yi flickers out. Maestro is cabling the best he can. Lem Holden is here just to give some rocks. And Shinichi Kodo is gonna be isolated yet again. The Leomon is gonna be on his own. The Fanny going in the cables. Oh my god. One falls. Shinichi Kodo next. And they're both just gonna disengage here. Definitely one of the Fannies of all time. Manages to get at least one. Tiny Tony gets Divine Judgment into the Rough Race Petrify. And Tiny Tony is gonna have to fall. Nothing he can do there. This Divine Judgment, like I said, Divine Judgment Rough Raves is something they're gonna have to play with here. The pick-off potential from the side of Nandes is definitely huge. And let's see how they're gonna play around this even more into the late game. So far, only a 1.5k goal lead. Hey man, this is definitely winnable. Spear Destruction goes in. 1v1 against Ashes. Purify to dodge the Spear of Misery. Suj is freeing. Oh my god, Lem Holden. What is my Kaja doing, man? Nice try from Kaja there. Trying to at least... He thought Suj was a bit lower, but Suj... W item check. Can we get an item check here? Check whether Suj has this DHS. If that's the case, wow, he did not have the DHS yet, but definitely was able to lifesteal through that. Lem Holden did not have enough damage, and this is gonna be a big timer here because Ashy has that golden staff. He has completed that Holy Trinity, while Buzz can't retreat. Suj has not finished it yet. Down 800 gold. And he's not gonna get it in this Lord fight, I don't think. And meanwhile, W Cameraman, Real Manipulation goes in onto nobody. Glue goes in, stick, grab. Does not get anybody. Lem Holden, Divine Judgment into Chu, has to flicker out. Shinichi Kodo also running. Solo kill from Ashy onto Suj. Suj, one of the players of all time. Claude is now gonna keep splitting that. The Glue is trying to give his team as much space as possible. He's tanking. Final slash, not yet committed. Stampede goes in. The Fanny manages to cable out. The Glue is on the Leomoid, but not gonna be able to CC him enough, and he's just gonna get picked off here. Oh, actually flickers out. True, actually has an angle here. Uses the knockup, uses the Rough Race just to get out, and they're gonna start the Lord here. Nandes, this is a bit messy. I'm not too sure about this. No ultimate from the Leomoid though. Tiny Tony's gonna get isolated. Tectonic Charge, final slash onto the backline, but finds nobody. Suj goes in with a Spear Destruction, not enough damage. Actually gets picked off. Oh my god! Buzz Count should have won that fight. 2 for 3. Slightly too much over there from Nandes. Nandes' comp is a lot more messy. They have that Claw, they have the Kaja, Kadita. They wanted to make these fights messy, but I think that was slightly too messy. I think they pulled that fight a little bit too early. They should have reset it a little bit more. But they're gonna have to live with this mistake. The Lord is gonna be on the bot side, so they're not gonna have to worry about it for quite a bit of time here. But Tiny Pony and 1 here. So far, good connection over there. That was a good final slash into the Tectonic Charge. Really impressive stuff there. And the Leomoid so far, 404, completely untouched. If you ask this Leomoid to a rock, paper, scissors game, let's just say he's picking scissors. If you know, you know. Anyways, Glue is gonna be on this mid side here. Buzz can't actually really want this mid tower here. Meanwhile, Trees in the back looking for something. Are they gonna be able to spot it out? Yivi's gonna walk here. CC, Pure Petrify, Rough Race. Yivi's gonna get picked off, killing speed for Maestro. Maestro is gonna be able to cable out. And look, 1 is completely isolated. The con charge is still in play. Final slash into use Ashy. Use the Purify, not able to tank enough. It's completely a bloodbath. 1 gets picked off, but Glue falls. Ashy did not even get his Purify off before he got bursted. Oh my god, Maestro going for the cables. Oh my god, what is this damage from Suj? Like I said, Suj, one of the players of all time. He's going crazy, bro. Is Suj the best player on his team? The Leomar goes in. Does not manage to find the Spear Destruction. Almost snipes out Maestro, but Maestro, such a maestro when it comes to the jungle. Really solid play from him so far. I think Maestro has definitely been the best performing player on his team. I think his team needs to give him a little bit more. His team just needs to give him a little bit more, bro. I'm not gonna lie. That was a really nice play there from Chu to get out the Yeef, but Ashy there definitely needs to play this a lot slower. And back to the drawing board, the map is completely there's no vision on the map for both sides here, but Chu is gonna walk up here. Suj is gonna say, oh hell nah, bro, what is this Kadita, bro? Yo, Leomoid pops in there, thinks the Kadita is there, but oh my god, Chu's still gonna get spotted out. Tore Sahur, Maestro is here, Cable's out. Whoa, finds him. Chu pops out the rough waves. Let's see what one decides to do here. He decides to back off. Damn, bro. Lloyd spawning in 25 seconds. Both teams a bit afraid to pull the trigger here. One does see Maestro here. They don't know that Chu is in that bush, but they're just gonna keep walking up here, giving vision. Kaja gets spotted out. The Divine Judgment is gonna have to find the right person. For me, I think the easiest way Nandes can win here is if the Divine Judgment pulls the Leomoid and the Moskov at the same time. What are your thoughts on that? That sounds like a plan. Anyways, 12. Anyways, oh, I thought that was a 12k goal lead. My bad, bro. That's only a 3k goal lead. Not super bad. Like I said, I think Ashy is gonna have to play a big role here. So far, the Blazing Duets BMI has been a bit too aggressive, getting busted before he can even pop that Purify. Chu is gonna rotate already over. Let's see what's gonna be the plan here. One is already using that. I'm pretty sure it's called a Mighty Strike on to Chu. Yeah, one on this Grog has been a lot more impressive than look at the 1v1 on the bot side. Ashy gets the solo kill to Suj. Suj, one of the players of all time, gets solo killed. This is now an advantage, 4v5. Let's see what Nandes decides to do here. Looks like both sides are decided to pull the trigger in mid. Shinichi Kudo goes in, Final Slash goes in. Staunless and everything used onto Shinichi Kudo. Oh my god, he managed to get a grab onto only the Grog though. Maestro is cabling like crazy. Cresta, yeah, mega kill. Oh my god. Oh my god, and Nandes have completely overwhelmed Buscan Retri. A complete masterclass in showing how chaos is very beneficial sometimes. And that's, oh my god, Chu finds AC Tony, gets the Petrify but does not land any of his skills. Final Slash goes down to Maestro. Maestro, is he gonna have Gadai here? He might get picked off. Spear Destruction goes in. Suj is finally here. Oh my god, this is a bit of an overcook from Nandes. They do manage to get the Lloyd, but Shinchi Kudo is gonna have to be the trade here. Nandes, are they gonna be able to get out? They do get out, but yeah, Shinchi Kudo is gonna be the trade here. Be unfortunate, man. This glue, despite him being 164, I feel like compared to the last game, he's had a lot of impact this game, tanking up so much damage for the side of Nandes here. Chu and Maestro, really good play so far from the mage, the MM, and the jungle here on the side of Nandes. Can they make this series 1-1? That would be a dream. Anyways, looks like Bus can't retch. Just gonna clear the Lloyd bot side here. Chu is gonna use that skill 1 just to say bye to 1. And look at the top lane here. Claude is gonna take that blue buff. Quick item check as well. Claude is full build. 12k gold to 9.6 to the one of the players of all time in Suj X Canberra. Other notable items, Fanny is a bit down when it comes to Leomod. Leomod also full build there. And here's, looks like both the mages are actually building quite similar here. Wishing Lantern comes off from the Kalita. I'm not too sure if that's a good item, even despite them being tanky, because this Kalita really poke that much. Not too sure about that, but Blue is gonna use the grab, slam, you know, just to poke out 1 a little bit. Oh, 1 getting poked out by Ashy. That DHS Maleficant going in. BMI used aggressively. 1 is saying, can I do something here? The mid is gonna have to pop. The Stampede goes in from Leomoy. Chug in the backline, Petrify. The cable going in. Suit manages to flicker out. Maestro too deep. And a 1-for-0 trade there. If did use the flicker there. But here's the thing though, that is actually not terrible at all from Nandes, despite them losing their jungler, because this Lloyd does spawn in 60 seconds. What that does mean though is that this blue buff is gone. This blue buff is gone. If I was Fanny, I'd be crying, man. Yo, where'd my blue buff go, bro? So they are still gonna have a chance to contest Lloyd, but that is a huge that is really bad, honestly. You know how Fanny players be when they don't get their blue buff. They start throwing tantrums. Oh man. Oh man. Chu gets spotted out. Eve, nicely done, skill 1. 1 is gonna try to force this. Chu does not have the skill 1. Mighty Strike used. Toleto even pops out the ultimate. Still too far. 1 is just gonna walk into a bush. Gets Divine Judgment. He's just gonna use the Tectonic Charge to get out. Chu was definitely not in alignment with what Ashy and Lem Holden was doing there. I think if that was a bit communicated a little bit better, that was a dead 1. But let's just say he's the one who managed to get out. Chu still positioning so aggressively. He might actually forced to use out the rough waves. And a lot of ultimate. Only one ultimate. The Leo mod committed. Shinjikudo's gonna put that slam stick. Already uses the immobilize. Look at all those blobs. The wall comes in. Final slash only onto the babies. Lem Holden just poking out here. And looks like both teams are gonna play slow. Buscan and Reggie have to be careful of this Kadita. If they even lose focus or they let their guard down even one time, this Kadita is gonna come in from the back. And a lot of people are not a big fan of things happening to their back. Let's just say that. Divine Judgment used onto 1. Really weird. Lem Holden. What a play. Looks like Buscan and Reggie are gonna now start the load up. No Divine Judgment. That's a big call. Even forced out the Leo mod ulti. 1 is giving Space Vision. No contest from the side of Nandes. And Nandes are just gonna say, well, we have nothing to do. We might as well just defend, bro. Look at what's gonna happen top side. Is something gonna happen there top side? Okay, doesn't look like it, but yeah, the Lloyd gonna walk down through mid. Lem Holden is gonna have to be a lot smarter with these Divine Judgments. I'm not a big fan so far. Has not found really any value that. Quick item check over there. The Kaja does not have Thunderbelt. Oh man, L, bro. I'm not a big fan of no Thunderbelt Kaja, bro. That's boring, man. Anyways, looks like both teams are full build yet. Not to the point where, wow, really weird flicker. Chu gets a rough waves. Is he gonna get the solo kill onto Suj? But Suj is gonna get the outplay. Oh my god, Chu doesn't pop the passive in, but Yif is gonna fall to Maestro there. The grab, only used onto Tiny Pony. Gets the hoist, wall comes in, Shinjikudo. Is he gonna be able to get out? Final stash also used, committed. Not much. Ashy is now in danger, forced to use that wand, forced to use that purify. The tonic charge flicker. Oh my god, it's a mess. But Buscan Retry trying to find something, but don't find anything. Maestro goes in for the 1v1 into Suj. Pops in there, Winner Nature. Managed to get out. The wall comes in. Oh my god, Ashy no purify. Has that immortality though. What is happening? Suj is free hitting. The Leo mod is so deep. Oh my god, monster kill onto ledge. Spear Destruction goes in. He takes it. They're locking onto the base. And Buscan Retry, they take the 2-0. Wow. What? What a team, Buscan Retry. This Leo mod is now clearly a big problem that Nandes were not able to address. That is crazy unfortunate. Ashy, Maestro, Chu definitely did their best. I think Nandes on the side definitely had some moments that you can see that they definitely can make this a bit closer, but I think they need to like reset their mental, maybe try a bit harder next tournament, bro. But definitely need to work on that communication a little bit. The draft's also a bit funky in my opinion, but nice try there. Tole gets the MVP on the Leo mod, 11.7. This Leo mod is clearly a problem, if you ask me, bro. Clearly an issue, bro. But yeah, maybe you might be able to get an interview with Tole. Is Tole bust? I'm pretty sure Tole is bust, right? Guys, can I get a fact check on this? Yo guys, can I get a fact check that Tole is bust, bro? Maybe we can get an interview with bust, bro. Should we do an interview with bust? But yeah, nice try, bro. Okay. Looks like the team is gonna try to get bust here. But if we don't, then it's just a bit unfortunate. No, come here. Yes, kind of go around here. Yes, kind of go. Yeah. Nice try from Nandes. But yeah, just cleaning on off, bro. Both games are really close though. 21 minutes in the second game. Yeah. Nice sign. Oh, you're toilet, right? Aren't you Bus?
Yeah.
Right, you're Bus, right? Okay, wait, come here. Okay, we do have Bus on the scene here. Great Leo Moy man. You know, you're clearly a very talented player. I just have a few questions for you. Don't want to take up too much of your time. So first of all, what are your thoughts on the Leo Moy pick?
Wait, say that again.
What are your thoughts on the Leo Moy pick?
I think the Lima pick was actually quite good. Cause like you see our ban, right? We ban the assassin all those. So like yeah. We ban the YSS especially. Like I think one of the best matchup to Lima is YSS.
Do you have anything to say about your teammates or maybe even the opponents?
The enemy MM did well. Yeah, he was quite good, especially the Claude poke was very nice.
Okay, and just one last question. If you had to play rock, paper, scissors, what would you pick?
Rock.
You pick rock.
Yeah, cause I'm hard like that.
But rock would lose against paper though. Okay, and that's the interview with Boss. I hope you all enjoyed that interview, bro. Hope you enjoyed that interview. We are gonna take a short break into the second game. Do tune in more. We will be seeing Team Harley versus Taco P, which will be a very interesting game. So yeah, do tune in for that, and we'll see you in a bit.
Insatiable power. It consumes until nothing remains. Insatiable power. It consumes until nothing remains.
When the heart falters, darkness will sink its fangs.
All will kneel before my ambitions.
insatiable power. It consumes until nothing remains.
When the heart falters, darkness will sink its fangs.
All will kneel before my ambitions.
Insatiable power. It consumes until nothing remains.
When the heart falters, darkness will sink its fangs.
All will kneel before my ambitions.
insatiable power. It consumes until nothing remains.
When the heart falters, darkness will sink its fangs.
All will kneel before my ambitions.
Insatiable power. It consumes until nothing remains.
When the heart falters, darkness will sink its fangs.
All will kneel before my ambitions.
Insatiable power. It consumes until nothing remains.
When the heart falters, darkness will sink its fangs.
All will kneel before my ambitions.
Welcome to the greatest magic
Wait,
show of
I think
all time.
I think give me a second. Okay, whatever. Okay. Okay. Anyways, hi guys. Okay, welcome back. To match. Is it match 2 or is it game 2, bro? Whatever works, bro. We on to game 2. This is a highly anticipated match. Yeah, match 2 against, which is Team Harley against Takopi. I'm not gonna lie, I have a feeling I know who's gonna win, but let's not be too quick with this. Team Takopi is going for some insane, really good bans here. I think they've read the strategy out of Team Harley. They've already banned out the Harley. Wow, they've spotted out really nicely. That was a really good catch, guys. Now this could really change the team of the Tides, because like think about it, they've banned out the Harley from Team Harley. This is looking really bad already. I won't lie, we might have to wrap it up right here, bro. Anyways, looks like Team Harley's gonna ban out the Sora AI. Sora AI, like I said, really good. Gonna ban out the Kaleanix, bro. They're scared of Mr. Elok. Mr. Junior is on the enemy side. You know, but he's not here, bro. Shout out to Mr. Junior, bro. Anyways, Odette and Kago are getting banned out. Really good ban so far, cause like I like the direction they're going. Banning out the mages from Team Harley. Team Harley already not able to pick up Harley. This is, man, I'm devastated already. Freya is gonna round out the bans from Team Harley. Let's see what the first pick here is gonna be. Come on now. Is someone in chat just asked, is this tournament room? I think so. Nah, just kidding, it is. Let's see what Team Taco P is gonna pick up here. Hey, screw it, man. Pick up the Alus, bro. Yo, do it, bro. I've never seen an Alus in my life. Do it. Oh, they're gonna pick up the every Eagle's favorite support. They're gonna pick up this Angela. Is Angela gonna go mid? Is it gonna go roam? I don't know, man. Should we just ask the players themselves? Yo, someone shot right now, bro. Oh no, don't do that. Anyways, Team Harley here has some questions they're gonna have to answer. Obviously, some good picks here. Claude, Yves could immediately get picked out. Moskov as well is pretty nice. They could just pick out the Yves if they really wanna try hard. Pick out the Yves. Come on now, bro. I think that's pretty stable, bro. You pick out a Yves and then you can go Gatot third pick. I hear some laughter. I don't know whether that's from the cafe or what. But looks like the Gatot. I mean, pretty good start from Team Harley already. Gatot, Moskov. I like those two picks. Good start. Let's see what Taco P is gonna answer here. I mean, they do have the Angela. I think Angela's a really great pick. And Fate QT is gonna pick up that Leomoid. We did see that Leomoid on the hands of Bust just now, and he busted all over everyone. This Leomoid is gonna be now paired up with an Angela with that Hearth Guard. Yeah, let's just say Team Harley's gonna have to play this really well. This Leomoid is not gonna be able to die. Willie's still silly, still has yet to pick. Gonna pick up that glue. Wow, nice pick, bro. Never mind. Gonna go that Yu Chong direction instead. I like that. So far, Taco P is just picking up things that can pair up with this Angela. So far, the Yu Chong and Leomoid Angela, pretty nice. Now, if you're Team Harley here, I did mention the Yves, but Yves now, after you see this draft, I think it is a bit hard to play Yves. So maybe they go a different direction. They could maybe don't even pick up a Becher. You could, if the jungler can play it, Baxia would be pretty solid here, just to stop like perhaps the anti-heal and the CC. But they're gonna go with the Lapo instead. Not too sure what roles these players are gonna go. I only kind of know Iori's a good boy is a jungler. Shout out to Iori's a good boy. Shout out to Iori. What the fuck? Okay, anyways. Second stage bans gonna come down here. Both teams need a mage. Taco P still needs... Oh, Taco P actually has some flexibility here. Literally nothing has been revealed onto the side of Everlast. I mean Taco P here. Claude gets banned out here from Team Harley. And Taco P bans out the Cyclops. Like I said, I really like the direction they're going here. Like I said, no mage has been picked up from the side of Team Hardy here, and they do need a mage. So like maybe they could ban out the Zask next. I do like the Zask over on the side of Team Hardy here. Let's see what that final ban is gonna be. Team Hardy has some things they want to answer. They literally don't know where any of this stuff is going. These picks are very flexible. Literally all of these picks go into 2 different roles, so I would be very concerned. Wow, masterclass draft if you ask me, bro. I would ban out an MM though. I think MM is kind of the... Oh, they ban out the Gwyn. They're scared of a Gwyn in the Big 26. Shout out to Bunboy Reborn, bro. Chusin gets banned out. Wow, that is a really good mage ban. I mean, Chusin against that comp would have actually been really nice. I think that is the mage that they are generally afraid of. I think Cyclops was definitely the mage they were. I mean, Harley was definitely the mage they did not want Team Harley to get their hands on. So that's a good ban right there. Maybe we'll see a jungle pick here. I mean, literally everything in jungle is open. The YSS, the Lens, the Baxia, the Fred, the Hayabusa. So they're gonna leave it to the last pick. Valen gets picked up here for Flame Shot. Nice one. Hopefully we see that later into the game. Now Takopi has some options here, and they choose to go something more basic. Definitely did not play around the flexibility as much as I thought they would, but they do go for that Cho and the carry. Carry is also one of the MMs that have come back into the meta since the DHS changed. The Moskov and the Claude. Moskov is shown here as well. The Cho is not going to be able to play this carry. Cho carry is kind of a nasty combo. If you somehow manage to live, which you won't, that would be a bit frightening. Yo, W vocabulary word right there, guys. Add that to your vocabulary. Frightening. Come on now. Shout out to English. Last pick here, jungle. Looks like they're eyeing up this Alucard. I'm not too sure about this. I won't even lie to you. But hey man, if you're confident, do it, bro. Yo, send the Fanny, bro. I triple double quadruple dare you, bro. Nice. Looks like we're gonna see a Fanny. Team Harley versus Takopi is gonna. Let's see whether this game's gonna be interesting. The Leomo and Angela is definitely gonna be the biggest combo to look out for, bruh. And in the wise words of many people, let's leave it to the hands of fate. If you know, you know, bruh. Anyways, I have high hopes for this game. I think Team Harley. Honestly, if you ask me, I think Team Harley made a mistake, bruh. They revealed their strategy too early, bruh. How could you name your team Team Harley, bruh? You've basically revealed everything, bruh. Absolutely disappointing, bruh, if you ask me, bruh. Let's get into the game. Let's see what these two teams have in store for us. Yeah, man. I'm quite excited to see this how Takopi plays these turtle fights. I do think Team Harley actually has a more stable draft. I just kind of don't like the Valentina. It seems kind of out of place, if you ask me. I don't really like the Valentina in this meta. I don't think it's even a. I think it's a B tier mage in this meta, but we'll see how it works. I think it can still get value, but let's see whether Stardust is gonna be the greatest Valentina player in Yishun SAFRA CC, bro. Let's hope that's the case. Anyways, as we jump into game 1, Takopi versus Team Harley. Place your bets right now. If you're a gambling man, wait, can I? I'm not allowed to say that. Place your bets. In your mind, of course. Don't gamble. Fake QT starts up the blue buff. Yori's good boy starts up as well. Both jungles gonna rotate kind of the same way. The Leomon is definitely way faster when it comes to clear here. And Takopi already looking for a bit of an invade here. Kyushu is already giving a lot of space, a lot of map. Look how aggressive Kyushu has been. Tiny Rainy also recalling on them, saying goddamn, fake QT finds the retreat. Always good boy. A bit late to that. But as you can see, mid control here, I think it will favor Team Harley a little bit. They do have the easier laning. The Gatot is very good when it comes to lane, but Kyushu and Tiny Rainy are not gonna really do anything when it comes to laning. Ioi, good boy, jumps in, finds onto Fake, cables in. Is he gonna get outplay? First blood for Kyushu with the G Kundo flickers out from that Valentina, and Leomon is gonna secure his red buff and gets level 4. Was that a bit too aggressive for yours, good boy, or was that a play worth making, bro? If you ask me, hey man, I don't know, bro. Kyushu and Tiny Ryan is gonna clear out the lane here. Yeah, like Team Hardy just have the advantage when it comes to the Valentina is gonna. And Fate QT steals the red buff. Oh my goodness, how have you let this happen? Goes in with the Stampede. Yours good boy mentions cable art, recalls to show some dominance. Yeah, keep recalling Fake QT. Yeah! Anyways, gets the insect and now it's gonna make his way down to the turtle, but actually gonna clear his camps first. Meanwhile, sooner or later versus Akashi. Pretty good matchup on paper, if you ask me. I like both these players. Let's see who's the better laner. From personal experience, I do think Akashi is a little bit better at laning. Let's see whether Suna can prove me wrong though. So both sides, Stardust copies the Angela ultimate, gets that half guard on. I'm curious to who he's gonna ulti though. Meanwhile, nothing. He's gonna pop in the Bravest Fighter though. Really still silly. He's gonna go back. And Akashi pops in the Speedy Light Wheels, flickers out on that Fanny. Fanny using the steel cables to force out a flicker. Really nicely done. But he's not gonna be able to contest the turtle now. And Fake Cutie starts this up. I think this is not secured. Oh, Rare Dragon goes in onto the Gator Penguin. Uses the Revitalized half card to commit onto him, but it's still not enough. Gets immediately obliterated. Fanny on the other hand, going for a little bit of an invade to the inside, but he's definitely falling behind seriously fast and he needs to get something going, and Fate secures the turtle. So far, this has been looking a lot more one-sided than what the first match was looking like. Looks like Taco P here is looking like the clear favorites to win this tournament. Let's see whether they can keep this up or whether Team Harley has anything to say about that. And as you can see, Kyushu already looking for maybe a potential Jikundo Shumpo where Dragon pick off on the top side. Fanny wisely smurfs his art, steel cables out. Meanwhile, the rotation from Team Harley is coming in. Taunt misses, Kyushu manages to get out. Pops in that question mark emo. Nothing. Does he know? Kitty's down the bottom side. Pops in the ultimate petrify over onto him and nothing. Can do nothing. Fake Cutie gets it. Not even popped off that low. Half guard commented him. Fake Cutie's full health. Really still silly says, give me some healing. And he always good boy. He's not gonna have to eye up his blue buff, but does he know 3 people are brutally molesting his jungle. Stardust is going in with the Valiant, trying to poke him out, saying, give my Fanny some space. Really still silly, goes in, jumps into the bush there. Only for some poke. He's trying to give Vision Black Dragon, pop in. Fake Cutie still does not have the ultimate. The blue buff is half health already and he gets the red tree. Always good boy. Steel cables out. Oh my goodness. Poor Io is good boy, bruh. Hey man, at least you're somebody's good boy, bro. You know, we gotta make do. We gotta make do what we have, bro. 3k goal lead already in 4 minutes. I know you can't see it. Me neither. I'm assuming it's 4 minutes into the game. But so far 3k goal lead is not totally losable. I will say Team Harley could play. They do wanna they should start playing the Moskov a little bit more. I think the Moskov needs to get the items going. Quick item check here as well. Somehow the Valiant is down in gold on the Angela. Flasser the Oasis is built already. That is a huge item spike for this Angela. And we're getting a fight. The boss side, Akashi pops in the Speedy Light Wheels. Half guard comment onto him. And pick off from Team Harley does not find it. Penguin forced to use as Revitalize. No taunt. AOG goes on a 2. Akashi gets kicked from the Stardust. Copied it. We have the Dragon. Kyushu gets stunned by the Spear of Misery. And Team Harley have managed to find a pick off onto Akashi there. But the Lord, the Turtle, did go into the side of Taco P there. And so far, 1-for-1 trade. Stardust so far very nicely done on that Valentina. Copy the way of the Dragon. Oh my god, the Stampede comes in. CC Immune, not enough. Stardust force. Fake Cutie recalling on the tower for 4 seconds. Oh my god. Goodness gracious, someone stop this man on the Leomoid. We need to stop letting these SG players get Leomoid, bro. All these Leomoid one tricks. Kyushu goes in, Wave the Dragon, flicker play. Really still City goes in the Petrify. Fierce dive. Fine, sooner or later, we're gonna have to see you later. Akashi putting the bot, pushing that bot side. Goal lead is now 4k. Oh my goodness gracious. Fake Cutie putting his dominance on the map. We get a zoom in on Fake Cutie. Look at that Juicy's amazing body. What am I supposed to say there, bro? Valiant is now gonna clear out this mid side. Team Harley are still. I do want to applaud Team Harley though. They're still trying to look for plays around the map. They're still trying to be a bit proactive. Not gonna take this lying down as they do spot out Kyushu on this mid side here. Yep, sooner or later gonna have to be forced to clear his thing under the tower here. Release the city, trying to look for something here. Still has that Furious Dive. No Petrify though. Kyushu goes in with the Jikundo. Decides to go back. And yeah, sooner or later just poking out those spears. Eoy's good boy is now just gonna take his red buff as both teams just gonna play it a little bit slow. Don't wanna make any drastic mistakes here as Fake QT pushes down that bot side. And yeah, there's just nobody contesting Fate right now. He has too much damage, too much tankiness, too much sustain, too much of everything. Goes in here onto nothing, just forced to dash out. Fake QT yet again taking 1 to 2 or maybe 6-7 tower shots there. Eoy's good boy jumps in onto Akashi here. Akashi here gets the hard guard. Oh, actually that's just the Angela. My bad. I'm tripping, bro. Angela goes in. Kyushu goes for the kick onto Stardust. Stardust uses the Purify already. Is Stardust gonna get a solo kill here? Kyushu. Stardust kick that. Oh my goodness. He gets petrified. No Purify. Hard guard goes onto Really Still City. Bravest Fighter flicker forward onto Kyushu. He's not gonna get it. Nothing is left on an island alone. Sooner or later decides that is not a good play. Meanwhile, Fate is just harassing the blue. He's not even taking it. He's just letting Eoy's good boy know that he can take it. Penguin now on the scene realizes, oh my god, the Penguin is out of ice, not being able to find any trade for her team, and Team Harley now with their backs against the wall. This goal lead is ballooning to 6k. Score is 7-1 right now. Not looking good at all. Can we get a quick item check over here? I think Team Takopi have built up quite a lot of items. They have hit their power spike. And look at the carry here. About 400 gold off from completing that Holy Trinity. And Tiny Rainy, oh, actually got poked out there by Eoy's good boy a little bit. But the photo and the fleeting time build up. Oh, Flicker, Jikundo, Rare Dragon onto only Penguin though. Kyushu trying to get out. Black Dragon 4-star with the Half Guard on him to get something. Furious dive, committed, Purify onto sooner or later. Solo kill from Fake QT by the way on the top side. Fake QT just wins a 2v1 against nothing and Eoy's good boy. Oh my goodness, this is a bloodbath, bro. And Really Still Silly. Still going kind of silly. As yeah, Team Takopi is just gonna go for a bit of a recall here. Not sure why they're recalling that. I'm sure they're very respectful players who would never recall in front of their enemies. That would be... that would be crazy if they were doing that, bro. Anyways, 7k goal lead now. I assume it's now 8 minutes into the game. Anyways, DHS built up for Akashi. That is absolutely disgusting. Eoy's good boy has no blue buff. He's gonna look for it. Kyushu gonna find the Jikundo. Gets the Weird Dragon but kicks away. Nothing goes in with the Bravest Fighter. Gonna find Kyushu though. The cable is going in. The Black Dragon is just completely tanking the tower. Furious dive. Petrify goes in. CC immunity from nothing. And this is gonna get wiped out. Oh my god, Team Harley can't do any damage. Akashi lived through all of that. But look at the top side though. Sooner or later pushing in that top side. Trying to find any trade for Takopi. But Takopi is now just gonna start up this Lord, and I think they're gonna take this Lord very decisively. I mean, 4 players are dead, bro. There's just no way, bro. But like I said, they're gonna have to keep playing at this Moskov. I think this Moskov now is the sole win condition. There is quite literally, in my opinion, there's quite literally no way they're gonna win here unless sooner or later turns into a Prime Car right now, which I'm sure he can. But I've seen it before. Just kidding, I've never seen that before, bro. Team Harley is looking a bit cooked here, but let's see what they can do here. They still have pretty decent wave clear with this Moskov. The Lapu and Gato have completely fallen off the map. They cannot tank anything, and I mean anything, bro. The wind blows in a certain direction, and let's just say they're dead, bro. They're trying to give vision though. Fake QT goes in with the Stampede. Sooner or later goes to Spirit Misery, stuns too. Really Still City almost getting picked off, but does manage to outplay that. The Hearth Guard pops in. Oh my god, Akashi 50,000 speedy light wheels onto the mid tower there. As the top tower does fall, all the holy shields are gonna come in here and they are gonna blast everywhere. So that is a hope for Team Harley. They're trying to save this bot side. Really Still Silly getting picked up by Eoy's good boy. Eoy's good boy goes in with the Cutthroat. Doesn't do enough damage. Steel cables manages to get up. Spear Destruction goes in. Akashi Spear of Misery does not stun against a wall. And Takopi just yet again getting out there. And Team Harley I feel like they've kinda a bit recited to their fate here. Also starting to recall a little bit. The Black Dragon is coming in. And he can't do anything about it. Fake QT still pops in, the ulti Hive Guard goes in just to secure this mid tower here. I don't know whether they're gonna keep fighting here. Not too sure. And this time not to. Fake QT yet again recalling. Stardust going for a bit of poke. Gets terrified. Fake QT says that's enough. We got the mid. We got the top. Let's get out of here, bro. 11k gold lead. In I assume 11 minutes. Item check here. The carry has a Malefic gun. If I was the enemy, I'm not a big fan of guns. 2 guns, 1 on the Leo mode as well. Why does the horse need a gun? Willy still stay fierce dive petrified to 3. Gets on Akashi to see the light goes. Gato not even use the AOG. Jikundo flick away the dragon. Oh my god, 4 people have fallen. Really still silly going crazy. Bringers finder just to get out. Oh my god, really still silly spinning on the dragon. Team Harley is gonna have to hope that Kyushu loses his internet connection. Like he has shown before, but Tiny Rainy is 1v1ing a Lapu. Yo, stop that. Yo! Tiny Rainy is gonna get that proc of the flask. And nothing says that's a bit too much for me. And Akashi is just gonna lock the base. AOG goes in as I think Taco P are gonna take the win here in about a 13-minute match. Team Harley gonna definitely have to go back to the drawing board. That was a completely one-sided match in my opinion. A complete domination as really still silly gets the MVP 408 on that Yuchong. The Furious Dive Petrifies were really on point. Tanking and zoning for his team really great. I think Fate and Tiny Rainy there were definitely very oppressive when it came to the jungle control. And yeah, man, I think Team Harley looks like without the Harley they might not be able to play properly, bro. But yeah, hopefully they could go back to the drawing board. Maybe have an interesting game too, but let's see how it goes. We'll be back in a little bit. And yeah, we'll see you for game 2.
Insatiable power. It consumes until nothing remains.
When the heart falters, darkness will sink its fangs.
All will kneel before my ambitions.
insatiable power. It consumes until nothing remains.
When the heart falters, darkness will sink its fangs.
All will kneel before my ambitions.
And we are and we are back with the second game of this very close series. Yeah, Team Harley versus Taco P. Taco P is now up 1-0. This is a best of 3. Someone said, "Show your face." That's a good comment right there. Maybe look at the screen. Anyways, Team Harley first ban. Loki, should I just draft for them? Loki, ban out this Leo Moy, bro. Come on, now, bro. That's a good Leo Moy ban. I'd say clearly you guys did not do well against the Leo Moy. That's a pretty simple ban. Gonna ban out that Freya. Just get that Freya. Like I said, if I were them, I would ban out the Freya, Leomore, and Angela. Diggy is gonna get banned out from the side of Taco P here. I like how Taco P goes for a certain direction of draft each time, and I really rate it, bro. Angela does get banned out from Team Hardy here. Looks like they're listening on to the casters' comms, bro. I like that. Let's condone that. I condone that. Now we just ban out the Leomore here. Maybe first pick Claude. Okay, base Fanny gets banned from the side of Taco P. Looks like Taco P is gonna take this a bit seriously now. They said you're always good boy. Your Fanny was way too good, bro. We gotta stop that, bro. And you'd be right, bro. You're always good boy. One of the Fannies of all time. They're banning out that True Sin. Wonder what this last ban is gonna be. Still have not seen a Yves contested in this series, which is kind of crazy. Yves, Claude. Hopefully we see a Claude again. Wait, was that Claude last game? I have short-term memory. I'm sorry, guys. Was there Claude last game? Did someone do a fact check? No, just kidding. Let's see what this last ban is. I hear some laughter already. I don't know if that's laughter from the enemy team or I'm tripping. Ban out the Moskov. They said, yo, that Moskov was one of the greatest Moskovs of all time. And Team Harley, this is what I like to see. They're pulling out the strat that makes this team great, which is the Harley. Harley have picked up Team Harley. If you ask me, this is completely GG. I think Taco P stands no chance now. You can't give Team Harley, bro. Let's see what Taco P can do to make this to try and make this a close game. I already think they lost the draft. Completely one-sided draft already. And Fake Cutie here looking at a Saber. Yeah, is that Saber gonna get picked up, or is the Sora AI gonna get picked up? Looks like Sora AI might be what they're looking at. Sora AI is a new hero, or should I say Luffy is a new hero. They pick up that Kalita for Tiny Rani, or is that for Kyushu? You never know. But yeah, looks like the Sora is gonna get picked up. Taco P, the players, they're saying, yo, we wanna play this new Sora hero, bro. Someone in chat just said, corny so heavy. Let me give you a tip of advice, bro. Yo, press the mute button, bro. Yeah, nice one, dude. Team Harley. Looks like they're gonna try to get a bit of a more stable draft. I guess they could go. It comes up to where this Harley is gonna go down. Is he gonna go to the jungle or the mid lane here? They could pick up the Claude and maybe like a Gato again if they wanna pick just two strong stable heroes in the current meta. But let's see what they go here. Looks like they like to hide their jungler in like the second phase. So they decide to steal away the Yuchong from the first game, and they're gonna go for a Fredrin as well. So it looks like the question has been answered. The Harley will be going to the mid lane, or maybe this is going gold. You know what? You never know at this anymore, bro. Shout out to the big 26. But the Fredrin will definitely be going to the jungle, and the Yuchong will definitely be going to EXP. So you're missing a gold and roam for Team Harley. And Team Takopi pick up the Argus. What? Anyways, Argus here. Pretty good here. 100% contested in all MPLs, if you all don't know. Argus is the best pick across each region right now. So it's just about right that Takopi is deciding to pick up this hero. It's gonna come down to where this Argus is gonna go in though. Pause. EXP, gold, maybe even the jungle. But Grok gets banned out. So that's one of the roam options out already for Team Harley. They still have the Gatot Kale up. They're deciding to ban out roamers as well. And the Estes is the final ban. Maybe they think Penguin is, maybe Penguin is on my Venus. You never know. Final ban for Team Harley here. Maybe they should ban out. Are they gonna ban out another roamer? What would I do here if I was drafting? What would I do here if I was drafting? Oh, ban out green. You know what? Not the worst thing in the world. That's pretty good for foresight. Add that to the vocabulary, by the way. Foresight. Anyways, Takopi is going to get the first pick here in the second phase. Let's see what they decide to go for, because they still have a lot of flex ability, a lot of flex picks up here, and Kyushu harvests that Johnson. And Claude immediately picked up. I don't know whether that's just because he's confident of his Claude, or Claude is good against here, but the Johnson gets picked up here. Johnson is a very good hero. Not many people in ML have driving licenses. I checked just now. Kyushu told me he just got his driving license today. So let's see how that goes for Mr. Kyushu. Let's see what the final pick is gonna be. Matilda. You kinda have to pick. Do you not want to pick a roam to kinda negate this Johnson? I mean, an Akai would be a simple answer here if you ask me. An Akai pick would be really good here. It would cancel out a lot of things, but let's see whether they even see an Akai option here. Looks like they're just gonna go for the Matilda. And yeah, Matilda, pretty decent. But wow, last pick, Aldous. This is what I like to see. This is a good draft from Team Takopi here. Really taking a page in the book of all the solo queue legends out there. Let's just say that, bro. Let's see how this is gonna go down. We're gonna jump into the second game. This is a really interesting draft from Takopi. If Takopi can win this type of draft, shout out to them, bro. But yeah, let's see how it goes. Hopefully Team Hardy can make this a little bit closer than it was in the first game. I do like the draft that they have going for them. A lot of mobility, a lot of peel, a lot of kiting. But are they gonna be able to execute that is the question here. If you take it based on the first game results, maybe not. But I like their chances. And yeah, just gonna wait for the players to load in. And I think, honestly, Team Takopi's draft here is not anything to overlook though, because the Johnson is very cringe. I won't even lie to you. Johnson, Kadita as well. Basically, whoever gets hit by a car, I mean, that's kind of how real life works as well. Like, if you get hit by a car, it's over. But I guess that's the case in ML as well. As both junglers, yet again, gonna start out this blue buff. What's interesting as well is that Fake QT is actually on the Sora AI. Sora is not a hero I've seen in the jungle before, but let's see how Fate makes it work. Sora is still quite a new hero, so there's still gonna be a lot of testing needed to be done to really maximize this pick. But Takopi, you're ready first to rotate over onto the bot side here. Nothing gets hit by that. I think it's called Tidal Strike. I could be wrong, bro. W caster. Kyushu here, gonna use his axe, throw it down. Stardust does finally get the Harley. Let's see what Stardust is gonna be able to do on Harley for Team Harley over here. Stardust might be one of the Harleys of all time. Gets petrified by Tiny Rani. Uses the second skill to get out. Uses the guiding wind very nicely. Manages to get out. Not even using his Purify yet. Really nice trading there from Taco Pete though. Kyushu already wasted out his Petrify, and Akashi, look at this, already winning the lane against Suna on an Argus. Suna is gonna get all the minions though, and Akashi is gonna have to back out a little bit. BMI used out by Suna so far, pretty standard laning. But look at the Fate's rotation here, already an early rotation onto the Cloud, and Tiny Rani just gets completely obliterated off on the map. I assume that was the Harley. Really good CC point from the Fragile, and top side, Fake QT gets the pick off onto the Claudia. Sooner or later not be able to do anything. So far, 1-for-1 trade. Good proactiveness from Taco P there to do something on the top side when bot has failed. And the Fragile is gonna go in for an invade here. Nothing pops in the Furious Dive. Really still goes in for a flicker. The taunt comes in. Is he gonna be CC immune? But it's not enough, and he loses his life. Flicker also expanded there. And look at what Fate has done. Fate is still has taken the enemy blue buff, and Tiny Rani goes in for the try potential steal. Apaisel's Wrath secures the turtle. Black Dragon comes in just to zone. Akashi's at mid lane. The Shah residue hitting. Akashi forced out to use the Argus ultimate to get another life. Fake QT goes in with the Wind Shrine. Skyfall goes in. Oh my goodness. The Storming Skies does enough damage. The Black Dragon goes in. Knock up onto nothing. And Yori's good boy is the only one to fall. And Fate still has a blue buff because he stole it. I'm not too sure who got that blue buff though, but so far a much closer game from Team Harley here. Both teams even in gold, and this is when it starts to get fun and interesting. The car is on the move. Let's see what they get, and they find him. Purify used out from sooner or later. Blazing Duet. Purify goes in. Tiny Rani uses it. Oh, with Storming Skies goes in. Find sooner or later, and I can hear Taco P laughing already. This might be in the books already. But Tiny Rani and Kyushu are having a blast. Akashi getting hit by that Harley ultimate. Team Harley staying true to the name. Akashi no ultimate to use right there. But looks like Team Taco P is just gonna have to wait for that Johnson to get his ultimate back. Let's see how they do it now. Now they are on the car. The full throttle is gonna, let's see how much value they get with this. Goes in, crash onto nothing, literally nothing. Tiny Rani gets taunted a little bit. Does have the passive, uses the rough waves to get out, and he is going to get out. Harley goes in, Stardust doesn't find anything. Fake QT getting stunned up. The ultimate of Matilda are gonna be used up, but not fully committed, used to just back out. The Circling Eagle already on cooldown there. Not too big of a cooldown though. Blazing Duet goes in for BMI on Suna. Not too sure what he was trying to do there. I think he was just trying to clear the lane. But Akashi does manage to just live. And looks like both teams are gonna set up for the turtle here. Yeah, looks like, look at the car here. Stardust gets the second skill. Flicker from really, he gets it. Stardust falls. But Team Harley is now starting up the Lloyd as a trade. Kyushu crashes, so they're not gonna be at the Lloyd. Tiny Rani is running his... Get over here. Fake QT loses the retry. Yori's good boy. What a good retry. Taunt onto 2. Sushi immunity from the Soren. Yeah, going crazy. Killing spree. Yori's good boy. Nowhere to go. Taunt dashes out. Purify. Rough Raves. Nothing. Is the only one left. Gets knocked up. Axe going in. Sooner or later is free hitting. Nothing. Trying to chase Tiny Rani here. And Kyushu is running for the kills, but he's gonna have to get traded here. Nice map that I have here. Fake QT is gonna go in for that Wind Stride onto Stardust. Not gonna be able to find it, but forces out the dash out from the Harley. But so far, yet again, another dog. Oh my god, Fake QT gets picked off by nothing. The Fierce Dive Petrified, nicely done. And Fake QT now 3-1-2 on this Sora.
And yeah, Kyushu pops in that full throttle. Picks up Tiny Rhino in the way. Says what's up. Let's see what's gonna happen here. Akashi goes in here. Doesn't find anything. First kill only lands. Kyushu hits the wall. Not too sure. Yeah, like I said, he only got his driving license yesterday. Don't expect too much from that. Kyushu stands still for a little bit. Realizes he might have made a blunder over there. Yeah, not too particularly excited about what Kyushu is showing off on right here. Fight my breaker mid. First kill over to Kyushu. Kyushu might get turned out here. You're a good boy using the guiding wind just to make some space here. And Akashi is just gonna stand in one lane and not gonna do anything. Like, he's literally just gonna stand in one lane and just stay there forever. And if he gets dived, he's just gonna use this Eternal Evil to give himself an extra life here. But yeah, looks like Team Harley, its supporters are already in full view. Someone in the chat said, "My goat Penguin." Shout out to Team Harley, shout out to Roy for supporting Penguin. Full throttle crashes into the mid lane, doesn't find anything, really still City falls. Appraiser's Wrath finds the Johnson. Tiny Rhino uses the rough rifts to get out. Not a good trade, 1 for 2 though, but sooner or later also falls. The shifting sky is used in for fake UT, the thundering roar used in, and Akashi is diving in here. Still have yet to use the Eternal Evil, but is he gonna pop it soon? Eoi is good boy using in that taunt to CC immune Akashi here. He's gonna be able to get out. He uses his first skill perfectly. Wow, Team Hardy there, that was not the greatest showcase of CC layering there, but we do. And the Aldous is flying in. The full throttle crashes. Oh my god, and nothing, just gets obliterated. That car crash was not ideal for him. Oh my god. Yo, Team Taco P is quite clearly having a blast. They are so happy to be playing MLBB. I've never seen 5 people be so happy to play MLBB since forever, dude. Kyushu is gonna get taunted out by this Fredrin. Oh my god, shifting sky is used. Brings the Fredrin to the back. And Kyushu secures the kill. Really still silly flickers on the Stardust. Harley falls. Team Harley have lost their Harley, and sooner or later has to be able to get out. The Black Dragon goes in, but it's simply way too late. That finds absolutely no value. Akashi gonna be petrified. Pops in the Eternal Evil, and nothing is just gonna fall. Taco P is completely laughing at Team Harley here, clearly showing no respect for their opponent. But I mean, if you're playing this well, you know what I mean. Like, this is disgusting from what I'm seeing from Taco B, dude. Aldous pops in that ultimate just to show Claude, and he was just sending a message. And look at the full throttle being used there. Harley gonna use the second skill to get out, but that Johnson is so menacing, man. Just driving on a map. Imagine this, bro. Like, you can get crashed at any time. Like, that's kind of crazy. And the Yuchong is almost gonna be the next victim. Pops in that full throttle. Doesn't find anything. Rainy is also trying to find the Petrify. Fake UT gets a solo kill to Stardust in the boss side. Eternal Evil popped in from Akashi just to get out. And Team Harley manages to only lose Stardust in 1v1 against Fake UT. Fake UT biting a bit more than he can chew there. Tiny Rhino is being stalked down by his Big Black Dragon. CC immune from the skill 1. Goes in from nothing. Nothing, does not get the Petrify off, but Tiny Rhino forced to recall out here. Yoris good boy using CC to try and taunt Akashi. No Eternal Evil. The Aldous is going in, stops it mid-flight. Taco P really is only up 3k here. Not the biggest goal lead. That is too concerning. They can still definitely come back here, but the full throttle again yet being used, just scouting on the map. That is a crazy nice Johnson skin, by the way. Yo, shout out to ML for making such nice skins, bro. Look at that Johnson skin. What the hell is that, bro? Anyway, Stardust here is taking the little. There's gonna give some vision for the Johnson here, but let's see how this Johnson driver is gonna get spotted out by the little. Is gonna drive around. Man, honestly, can we just get a Johnson cam, bro? That would be kind of sick, bro. Dude, can we get some production value? Using the shifting skies, goes in for the wind stride. Only finds the Matilda. Matilda able to just use the guiding wind to get out. Stardust is literally running at the bandit. What is he doing? Aldous does cancel the ultimate, and Team Hardy is gonna be the first one to start up the Lloyd here. Let's see what Taco P has to answer. A lot of ultimates burnt out from the side of Taco P here. Fake QT goes in, shifting skies, used out, gets the wind stride onto 4, but he's just gonna get picked off. Nothing pops in the Black Dragon. Kyushu is trying to tank for his team. He's gonna jump in there, he's gonna petrify. Really still silly, picks off nothing. Really still silly, he's still going crazy. And Kyushu is just creating a distraction. And Team Harley have no sense of target prior. And Yori's good boy is gonna have to run for the kills. And Taco P have somehow managed to out micro that entire team fight yet again. Oh my goodness, the chemistry of Everlasting, I mean Taco P, is really being apparent here. They're gonna have to hope that Kyushu, yet again, Kyushu might lose internet connection mid-game. We have to be careful and we have to be wary of that. Not too sure that's gonna happen in this tournament, but let's see how it goes. Score is 10 to 15 right now. It's a 12-minute game if I'm not wrong. It's an 11-minute game, 10 to 15 score. Fake QT secures the Retribution. Stardust is gonna get spotted by Kyushu. Kyushu does crash into a wall. Stardust just trying to poke him out, pops in that ultimate. Not enough damage, but Stardust, Team Harley, is really gonna have to start relying on this Harley. Shifting Sky goes in, finds nobody, win stride just to get out. And Fake QT is gonna go back to his blue buff. Taco P are gonna call it quits for a little bit. They're gonna take a little bit of a break. Harley ultimate used to poke out Tiny Riley. He's gonna have the passive actually helps him gets back to full health. And look at Penguin here, bringing Iori's good boy back, saying, yo, you're a little bit too far, bruv. And Johnson yet again in the car. Let's see whether he's gonna get a huge crash onto the Lloyd here, but he's being a little bit patient with it. Aldo's ultimate popped out just so to get a little bit of a rage. He takes it. Iori's good boy for 1 health. Oh, Appraiser Wrath goes in. Akashi got bursted to 1 health, but pops in that Eternal Evil to live. And let's see what Team Harley's answer is going to be here. Taco P is completely, yet again, dominating the map. Literally, quite literally just the better team. The macro is so on point. When the macro and the micro is so on point, the draft does not really matter, guys, in a game like this. Yeah, but both teams are gonna position around the mid lane. Full throttle gonna be popped out from Kyushu here. Already starting to drive around, picks up the Kadita as well, shows a little bit in the mid lane. Team Hardy are yet again forced to kind of turtle up a little bit in their own position. Really still see popping in that Aldo's ulti just to send a message, because you know, sometimes it's all about the mind games, guys. Sometimes teams like to play mind games, and yeah, Shifting Skies popped in by Fake QT just to poke. Oh my god, full Cholo. Is he gonna find some swerves? Amazing driving from Akashi over there. If that was me, I would have just sent that shit. Not gonna lie to you. But decides to remain a bit patient, still in the car. Don't know how much of acceleration he has yet. He's gonna go for something here. Finds nothing, and nothing is reduced to nothing. Sooner or later, trying to find anything. Goes in for that Blazing Duet. Gets actually cancelled. Tiny Ryan, is he gonna be able to live here? Has no rough waves. Kyushu is going to be the next to fall. And really still silly, gets a trade though into the mid side. And Yoi, good boy, picks up a double kill on that Fredrin. This is where the Fredrin is gonna come into play here. The late game scaling and the CCs from Fredrin are gonna be crucial into how Team Harley are gonna have to get back into this game over here. Meanwhile, really still silly. He's so far using this contract chase fade a bit weird, just trying to send a message. I want to see how he's gonna use this in the later game. Fake QT pops in the Shifting Skies. Windstride finds only Yoi's good boy. He's gonna get picked off here. Stardust killing spree. Yoi really still silly, goes in for the second skill flick onto Stardust. Stardust manages to get out though. Appraiser's Wrath popped in. Akashi, Eternal Evil, not enough to save him. Really still silly. Finally gets isolated sooner or later. Starting to free hit. And the goal lead is now even. Taco P might have been playing a bit too much here, underestimating Team Harley. And Team Harley are now gonna start up the Lord here. 1 Johnson, 1 Kadita, and a Dream. Can they do this? Never mind, they're choosing not to. Team Harley are gonna secure the Lloyd up here, and Stardust is gonna go for a solo kill onto Kyushu. Someone checks Kyushu's phone. I think he might have disconnected mid-game. Meanwhile, Tiny Riley here, just defending the mid-side here. Stardust is finding so much value on this Hardy. 11.5k gold. And he is full build. Team Harley. I'm not gonna lie, Taco P might have been right to ban out that Harley. Oh my god! Outplay! Onto the side, he goes back in. The contract chase fade. Not enough to close the distance. He's gonna get CC. He's gonna get taunted. Is he gonna do enough damage? He's not. Yu Chong is the one who's gonna pick up that kill. This is such a messy game, and I low-key love it. Stardust going in here. Look how aggressive Stardust is going. Use the second skill to get out, and Fake QT is forced to recall here. Stardust getting so much value on this Harley. This Harley pick is actually insane. Yo, what the hell? Team Harley is really Team Harley. And as they set their sights on the mid inhibitor tower here, not enough damage to take it. The min's gonna be cleared. Stardust, look at this guy going aggressive. Full throttle crashes onto 2. Tiny Rani pops in the rough race. Gets nobody though. And Taco P is finding no damage. The shifting sky does not do enough damage on the back line of Team Harley. And this is dangerous. Literally, Stardust is doing some deadly magic, quite literally. If y'all don't know, the ultimate of Harley is called deadly magic, because that is deadly, bro. Argus pops in that first kill, stuns him a little bit, pops in that Eternal Evo just to live. The guiding wind is also starting to become a bit of a problem, as Taco P cannot close in the distance. Second skill, Flicker. First kill, not enough to kill Eeyore's good boy. Actually manages to kill him. How did that happen? Not too sure. Gonna have to get a replay. Psych, we don't have enough budget for that one. As Eeyore's good boy is gonna be down for about 30 seconds here. Now this is a game I like to see. Stardust goes in, full throttle, trying to predict it, gets the stun and really still silly. Literally goes silly on Stardust there. Stardust has been reduced to dust. It's a bit unfortunate there. We're gonna need to lock in a little bit there. Team Harley are finding themselves in a bit of a pickle here. Taco P does seem to sense the momentum is shifting. They're gonna go in. Nothing. You saw the Petrify. He is so tanky. The Queen Swing manages to save him so much. Sooner or later, pops in the Blazing Duet. Not doing enough damage. Pops in the Purify as well. Trying to do enough damage. Guiding Wind. Circling Eagle goes in. Your good boy is in there. Taunting CC. Taco P is running for the hills now. Willis the Silly was pushing the bot side though. And Taco P actually senses that this might not be over, but Kyushu recalls. Gonna pop in that full troll yet again. Very good from Team Hardy there though. That was quite interesting though. Stardust gonna go into that deadly magic only onto Tiny Rani though. The poker tricks are not gonna do enough damage just about yet. The Johnson is gonna go here full throttle, baits out the BMI from sooner or later. He does not have that Purify. Cash, he goes in for the first skill. Doesn't find it. Kyushu is left alone now. The deadly magic being used on him, and sooner or later completely obliterates him. Both looks like Team Hardy gonna stop the Loria. Stardust gonna have to be careful here though. Does not know where the Aldous or Kadita is. He finds the Tiny Rani. He's gonna try to go for a solo kill. Kadita forced to use his first kill out. Stardust is going for it. He's gonna get popped by Stardust. Really is the city. One shots him. Fake QT using the Wind Shrine to close in the distance of the Lloyd. Circling Eagle. Black Dragon goes in, Petrify into 2. Sooner or later goes in with the BMI. Tiny Rani secures the Lloyd. What a retreat from both junglers. Oh my god, Akashi! Double kill. Jeez Louise. Claude so overextended. Akashi is so ecstatic for that. Heard him shouting by Claude. As Akashi goes in with the contract chase fade. Does not find anybody. Has to pop his immortality though. Akashi going back in again. He's feeling the energy. Akashi is feeling the momentum here as only 2 people left onto the side of Team Harley. A full throttle finds nothing, and nothing's gonna get stunned up, knocked up, abused. Penguin is the only one left. Actually managed to get out, but Team Harley are gonna fall over to Taco P, and Taco P are gonna take the series 2-0. Wow, honestly a complete masterclass from Team Taco P. First game was a complete domination, and the second game they managed to pull off the victory in a 20-minute game with that type of draft. Can we get a bit of an item check here? Fake QT, look at that, number 16 Sora AI in the world, bro. Can we get a quick damage and stats check here? Looking at the damage, looks like Fake QT did tank a lot, did do a lot of damage. Akashi as well, really well played on that. I think Team Harley definitely showed that when they get their hands on that Harley, they are a pretty good team, and they did prove that they did test Talcopi a little bit in this game. Were able to get it to 20 minutes. Eoy's good boy, and that Fredrin was really good. The CC's layering, the damage output was really there. He was tanking a lot for this team, and I think they really tried their best. Shout out to them. Better luck next time. Just they have to definitely improve if they're gonna continue as a team moving forward to the next tournament. And yeah, man. Yeah, that was a great match too. This now lines up for the grand finals, which will be between Bas Kanretri and Team Talcopi. And for the losers bracket to decide third place, it will be Nandes versus Team Harley. So we'll be going, if I'm not wrong, we'll be going for a short lunch break after this, and after that we'll be having the matches of the grand finals and the losers bracket grand finals. So do tune in for that, do stick on for that, and yeah, we'll be excited for that one. So yeah, thanks for watching, and we'll be back in a bit.
Insatiable power. It consumes until nothing remains.
When the heart falters, darkness will sink its fangs.
All will kneel before my ambitions.
insatiable power. It consumes until nothing remains.
When the heart falters, darkness will sink its fangs.
All will kneel before my ambitions.
Insatiable power. It consumes until nothing remains.
When the heart falters, darkness will sink its fangs.
All will kneel before my ambitions.
Insatiable power. It consumes until nothing remains.
When the heart falters, darkness will sink its fangs.
All will kneel before my ambitions.
Insatiable power. It consumes until nothing remains.
When the heart falters, darkness will sink its fangs.
kneel before my ambitions.
Insatiable power. It consumes until nothing remains.
When the heart falters, darkness will sink its fangs.
All will kneel before my ambitions.
insatiable power. It consumes until nothing remains.
When the heart falters, darkness will sink its fangs.
All will kneel before my ambitions.
Insatiable power. It consumes until nothing remains.
When the heart falters, darkness will sink its fangs.
All will kneel before my ambitions.
This insatiable power. It consumes until nothing remains.
When the heart falters, darkness will sink its fangs.
All will kneel before my ambitions.
Insatiable power. It consumes until nothing remains.
When the heart falters, darkness will sink its fangs.
All will kneel before my ambitions.
insatiable power. It consumes until nothing remains.
When the heart falters, darkness will sink its fangs.
All will kneel before my ambitions.
Insatiable power. It consumes until nothing remains.
When the heart falters, darkness will sink its fangs.
All will kneel before my ambitions.
insatiable power. It consumes until nothing remains.
When the heart falters, darkness will sink its fangs.
All will kneel before my ambitions.
Insatiable power. It consumes until nothing remains.
When the heart falters, darkness will sink its fangs.
All will kneel before my ambitions.
insatiable power. It consumes until nothing remains.
When the heart falters, darkness will sink its fangs.
All will kneel before my ambitions.
Insatiable power. It consumes until nothing remains.
When the heart falters, darkness will sink its fangs.
All will kneel before my ambitions.
insatiable power. It consumes until nothing remains.
When the heart falters, darkness will sink its fangs.
All will kneel before my ambitions.
Insatiable power. It consumes until nothing remains.
When the heart falters, darkness will sink its fangs.
All will kneel before my ambitions.
insatiable power. It consumes until nothing remains.
When the heart falters, darkness will sink its fangs.
All will kneel before my ambitions.
Insatiable power. It consumes until nothing remains.
When the heart falters, darkness will sink its fangs.
All will kneel before my ambitions.
insatiable power. It consumes until nothing remains.
And we are back. Okay, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you all enjoyed your lunch. I did, bruh. I love eating. So now this is gonna be the third place match between Team Nandes and Team Harley. So they are both fighting for third place right now, and already kind of into the drafting phase already. Nandes have banned out the Chusin and the Yip. Looks like they've kind of realized that Team Harley is a bit dependent on their mage. I just got info that their mage is the greatest player of all time. So that could potentially be the reason why Nandes is choosing to ban out these mid laners. Fanny's gonna get banned out from EO's good boy. Wow, looks like they have a lot of respect for that Fanny. And Harley's gonna ban out the Garok and the Freya. I wonder what their last ban is gonna be. Could potentially be the Kalea. I think Team Harley do not like playing against a Kalea, if I'm not wrong. It could also be the Claude. Those are two options that are still available on the board right now. Let's see what direction they're leaning to. A lot of junglers still open YSS, Lance, Leomord. Oh, the Leomord has had a lot of priority in the drafting phase. Literally has been picked in every game, if I'm not mistaken. Like, this has a 100% contention rate so far in the AZ tournament. So good ban from Team Harley. Nandes to get a potential Yin pick. I like that. I had the opportunity to play that in rank as a roam. That shit was wonderful, bro. Looks like Sora AI is gonna get picked out here. Team Harley looking at potential Hellcut pick in response. Not too sure about that. Hellcut is a very interesting roam because it's so player reliant as well. Like, the player has to be good, and it feels like the team also has to like kind of know how to play around a Hellcut. But looks like they're just gonna play the Fredrin. Eoi is a good boy. Just now in the semi-finals match did show a lot of promise on that Fredrin, and looks like Team Harley is gonna pick up that Harley. True to their name here. The Harley did perform exceptionally well just now, and looks like they're gonna pick out a YSS in response, and I'll hover over a Lucas pick. Lucas has fallen quite heavily in the meta recently, as Lucas, hero built just for ML, definitely not for any collab skins. Yeah, and they also have Sora AI, which is looks like they're gonna pick up the Ruby. YSS Ruby, a combo, very famous combo a lot of players like to play, where they play the YSS jungle, the Ruby goes to the gold lane, CC damage. Wow, nice combo so far, bro. And looks like Team Harley, nothing's gonna pull out that Lapu. Nothing so far has been showing some flashes of greatness, but it's also showing some flashes of assness. So let's hope that nothing can pull it together. Looks like they're gonna ban out the Cyclops. Actually, pretty interesting ban here. Nowadays, a lot of people back in the day would say, yo, what is that Cyclops ban, bro? But Cyclops has been actually gaining some priority recently, and looks like Nandes thinks that's a troll ban, so they're gonna ban Nana in response. Or maybe Stardust is the greatest Nana user of all time. Don't know why you would ban out mages when the whoa, Harley is already pulled out. They're gonna ban the Chang'e though. That is interesting, bro. Yo, shout out to all the Chang'e users out there, bro. So first pick on the second phase is gonna go over to Team Harley. Let's see what they need here. They still need a roam. They still need a goal laner. The Claude is still up for grabs. The carry as well. The Moskov. These three MMs that have come back to the meta are still available. Meanwhile, looks like they are gonna pick up one of the three. It is gonna be the Moskov. Let's see what Nandes has in response here. They pick up the Hellcut for themselves. And the Novaria as well, that could be interesting. It looks like they're not gonna go for that option though. They do want something a bit more that can follow up with this Hellcut. Valen would be, like I said, I'm not a big fan of Valen made in this meta. Like, it does feel a bit out of place. The Farsa would be a better choice here, especially against some Moskov. The damage and the burst, the pick-off potential as well could be very nice. So let's see what they choose to go for here. On the side of Nandes though, they are just lacking a roamer. Unless they want to pull something crazy, I would try a Virgin Robe. Nah, just kidding, I would never try that. Looks like a lot of shouting in the cafe. I'm not a big fan of that one. Still some good roams out here. Looks like Penguin is gonna go for that Matilda. Just now in that match, they did really well with this Matilda Frederick combo. It is a really nice combo. It's gonna come down to Snowball and the CCs, but you are gonna have to wait until the late game to scale a little bit better. Virgin, I just heard from the team, Virgin Roam, maybe next game. I like the sound of that, bruh. I'm excited for that one. Yeah, we're gonna hop into the game in 5 seconds. I do actually favor the draft of Team Harley here a little bit more. I feel like if executed perfectly, that comp has a higher ceiling. I think the Hellcut is gonna have a bit of a struggle here. I don't really like picking Hellcut into things like Fredrin. I'm not a big fan of that. And like just in general, their comp looks pretty hard as well. Like the Repurifies. Why is there 3 Purifiers, bro? Golly. Yeah, so we hop into the game. Nandes put up 2 really good games again, Baskan Retri, and Team Harley also had... The first game was a bit not close with Taco P, but the second game definitely was. So let's see what these teams can do, and hopefully one of them are going to be able to pull out that third place still, as they are going to start off on the same side. Maestro, you're going to start off on this red buff here, while the Frisian starts on his blue. I'm going to be a bit quiet here, just in case people are hearing my communications and are using it to their advantage. That would be cheating. Let's hope nobody's doing that. Hellcut already giving vision on that side. Yours good boy goes in, jumps in for Chu, forced to flicker out already. The Ash uses the second skill, does not get the snipe onto anything. Stardust. Let's see how he's gonna use this deadly magic and how he's gonna use that poker tricks to get that damage off. And the Petrify goes on to Yours good boy, trying to stop him from getting the blue buff. Maestro does not get the Retri. Yours good boy, what a great Retri. The first skill, the Novaya did a lot of damage though. He's gonna go for the snipe. Yours good boy tries to block it. I don't even know why, bruh. Just to aura farm, I guess. But nothing. It's already slightly losing against Shinichi Kudo. Meanwhile, the bot side here might be looking for a potential gank. But looks like both the mid laners are touching each other up. Stardust versus True. Actually, interesting fact. I just realized they're in the same squad, bruh. Can we do some match fixing, bruh? Come on off. Let's get that organized, bruh. Anyways, only a 300 goal lead so far. Only for the side of Team Harley, no deaths. Looks like he's gonna go for the Ice Retri. Signature Kudo forced to flicker out. The Hellcut jumps in just to peel for the Sora AI. Sora AI is gonna have... Let's see whether he can use any of these Storming Skies and which one he's gonna go for. Is he gonna go for the more damage one, or is he gonna go for the more CC immunity? But anyways, he's gonna have to get these huge Wind Strides second skills off. So let's see whether he can do that. As Iori's good boy gonna start up the turtle here. Already down to half health. Holden still does not have the Dark Knight Force. It's not even level 3. Just got it. Bravest Fighter goes in from nothing. Just to zone out the Hellcut, and they do secure the turtle. Very nicely done. But you saw what Maestro did there, very nice as well. He did go for the invade on the blue buff. So it is going to be a trade. Maestro already looking at Suna here. Does not pop in the Mountain Shocker yet. Might not need a Susi immunity to stop the Lemhold and Terrify, but it's not enough. Didn't even get the Spirit Destruction off, and Maestro gonna get a pretty good pick off there as Lemholden manages to find that. Meanwhile, both teams just giving each other a laugh. I mean... Hey man, this is why we play MLBB, to have fun, by the way. And looks like both teams are playing this relatively slow. Only one kill so far. Your good boy is finding a play onto Ashley. Does not manage to get it. Doesn't even use the red tree. Deadly stingers from Lem Holden. Still not doing enough damage here. As the Astro Meteor does not do enough damage, the Astro Recall as well. Still gonna take some time for them to scale. And let's see whether all of these Astro skills from Nova is gonna do well. Bravest Fighter goes in, pops in the stun, goes on the AI. Circling Eagle goes in, gets the stun. Actually managed to get over the wall. The Mountain Shocker finds Stardust, and Stardust is able to back up here as both teams are gonna take a break, call it a day, go back to their farming. Wow, this is really the peak of MLBB, bro. One kill every 5 minutes. Oh my god. Oh my god. I might as well fall asleep, bro. Anyways, looks like Team Nandes is gonna look for a play into the Moscow here, being a bit silent. Penguin decides to not go into that bush. Actually drags Stardust in. The Terrifier finds 2, and Lem Holden finds a pick off and double kill from Maestro. Meanwhile, Eeyore's good boy is wondering what has happened. Why are there 4 people on me? Ashley goes in for the stun. The Mountain Shocker gets popped in. Not yet using it to stun. Finds it. Eeyore good boy. Is he gonna get picked off? Finally does. Bravest Fighter jumps in here. Finds the stun onto 2. Lem Holden finds shut down to Maestro. Suna pops in the Spear Destruction. Going in. The Circling Eagle guiding wind onto Lem Holden right here. Moskov is free hitting right here. Lem Holden pops into Dark Knight Falls. Matilda manages to find it. And Shinichi Kudo also falls in the back line there. And just like that, after a good pickoff, has suddenly turned into a 3 for basically 1 for the side of Team Harley. That really well played. And Team Harley here is now just gonna take this turtle. Really nicely done there from the Matilda there, playing that really patiently as well. I think Penguin played that really well. Nothing as well was amazing right there. Really. Compared to the last series, definitely a bit more impactful. Stormy Skies goes in. The wind strikes are going crazy. Mountain Shocker pops in, does not find the stun. Gets onto the Fredrin, double kill for the Sora. Astro Echo, Astro Recall misses. Is he gonna get that? Oh my god! The Sora finds a triple kill. Petrify onto air. Stardust uses the Purify. Second skill gets out. Oh my god, this Harley is bobbing and weaving. Astro Meteor goes in. Astro Echo finds it, but the Astro Recall misses. And Lem Holden pops out the Dark Knight Falls just to try to pressure Stardust, but Stardust manages to read it out and gets out of there. The Ruby goes in here, still does not have the I'm Offended, so they're gonna have to play this a bit carefully first. Penguin is gonna use the guiding wind to make some space there. Stardust gets a solo kill onto Maestro. The deadly magic there was doing crazy. The Astro Recall did a lot of damage as well. Astro Echo now popped up, only showing vision onto Penguin here. Team Harley are gonna have to play this. They can play this a little bit more here because they are now fighting a 4v5. Shinichi Kudo here clearing out the lane. Nothing. He's just gonna back up. He's sensing that something is not right here, but low-key, everything was right there. But Eeyore good boy misses the taunt. Stunning up Shinichi Kudo, knocking him up. Lem Holden still holding his position, goes in for the jump there. Petrify. Stormy Skies finally popped in, finds 1. Eeyore's good boy goes in. Shinichi Kudo gets shot down, and the deadly magic kills manages to kill Lem Holden there. A bit too aggressive there for Lem Holden. And Maestro gonna pop in that Mountain Shocker to give vision. Oh my god, Stardust a bit too aggressive there, trying to pick off Chu. But definitely picked off a lot more than he can chew. Anyways, the blue buff secured over by the YSS as Eeyore's good boy starts off this turtle here. Gonna have a bit complete control here because honestly the Mountain Shocker is not into play here, so there's nothing they're really gonna have to watch out for. 7 minutes in. However, despite the kill score and despite everything that's going on, somehow Nandes are still up in kills and up in gold. Eeyore's good boy gonna get taunted out by the wind strike here. The second skill of wind strike is gonna do a bit more damage. Taunted up. Eeyore's good boy, can he get out? Guiding Eagle helps him get out. The Bravest Fighter popped in by nothing here, just doing some damage on Shinichi Kudo. He's gonna be able to dash out here. Stardust as well. Suna finds the Spear of Misery onto Shinichi Kudo. Is he gonna be able to get out here? Dark Knight Falls just to pressure the Mountain Shocker. Also popped in, finding no one. Ashley already popped out the I'm Offended. Purify forced out by sooner or later. Suna free hitting the Lem Holden. It's a bit stuck. Appraiser's Wrath finds him. Suna finds the finishing blow. Stardust is going in. Ashley forced to run. And Team Harley, they sense blood in the water. They're gonna keep going. The deadly magic put onto Ashley, but not enough damage from the Poker Tricks. The bravest fighter just to try and kill off Shinichi Kudo, but Shinichi Kudo flickers out. So far, this Star AI is struggling a bit to find his space, but also Stardust is going crazy on this Harley. Look at the bobbing and weaving this Harley is doing. It's actually nasty, bro. Oh my god, Harley can play like this? He's making this guy look literally crazy, and wow, Penguin, bro, W cameraman, bro. Where was the vision there? But it's okay, bro. Penguin just gets picked off by Lem Holden there with the deadly stingers, and Chu is trying to give more vision for his team, putting this Astro Meteor, Astro Recourse into these bushes. And Stardust is using the space escape so well. The way he just bobs and weaves into this fight and deals damage while staying alive is crazy. And he space escapes into that. Lem Holden completely misses his first kill. As looks like it's gonna be a 2v2 at top side. MM and Fighter vs MM and Fighter. Astro Echo pops in, reveals both. Nothing, and Suna gonna have to run a little bit. Astro Recall completely whiffs though. As he always good boy, he's in a good position. Finds the knockups. Ton onto Chu. Chu gets his spear destruction, giving vision. Are they gonna go here? Suna later takes it. The Mountain Shocker forced to just stun. Guiding, circling Eagle, going in onto Maestro. Penguin is deep. Lem Holden gets picked off at the back. Appraisal's Wrath finds nothing, and Shinichi Kudo is left alone, isolated. The spacing from Team Harley there was really nice. The kiting just was not there for Team Nandes, and Nandes are gonna have to slow this down. They're just fighting at really wrong places, and they're not coordinated at all. And they're really just gonna fix this out, bro. What is this? Bro, how is Stardust making Harif look this good, bro? What the hell, bro? What the hell, bro? If this was ranked, bro, I'll be tilted. Anyways, Stardust here. Again, going for the space escape. Deadly Magic and Poker Tricks going in. Maestro trying to find the pickoffs. Manages to use another space escape. Purify out. Yours good boy finds Maestro. Spear destruction into the tower. Lem Holden. Is he gonna find it? First kill. Purify onto nothing. Shutdown. What the hell, Kurt? What was that? Sooner or later, going a bit too deep. That's what she said. Eoy's good boy is gonna try and take this red buff. Appraisal's Wrath did not do enough damage. He was very low, but there was no grey bar. Come on, man. Stardust using the space escape to get out. And looks like Team Hardy is gonna call it a day. Nandes definitely gonna be able to clear out this Lloyd a bit carefully. I think Lem Holden is doing a pretty good job, but he needs to be a bit more patient when it comes to these deadly stinger jumps. As Maestro pops in that Mountain Shocker to give vision, Penguin forced to use the Purify and Guiding Wind to get out. Big resource beta out there for the Matilda. As the Storming Skies Flicker play goes in, Windstride not able to find the bring back onto Iori's good boy. Managed to get out. Astro Echo reveals 3. Lem Holden goes in with the Dark Knight Force. They're gonna go for a play here. The Deadly Stingers flying in. Iori's good boy taunts them a little bit with the literally in-game taunting. Meanwhile, both teams gonna position on opposite sides of the bush here. Maestro does manage to get out Iori's good boy. Still trying to push the pace here. Bravest Fighter jumps in, finds Singapore's trophy cabinet. Stardust goes for the space escape out. He's gonna get picked off by the Shinichi Kudo. The Windstride finally finds the mark. Bravest Fighter yet again stuns nothing. Mountain Shocker stuns him, and the Lapu is gonna be left alone. Save him, bro! Oh my god! The Armor Fender still unused, and Suna just gets picked off. What? What has just happened to Team Harley in the span of 10 seconds? They have just completely fallen apart as Team Nandes are taking their sights onto this mid tower. They're probably gonna not be able to continue even further as Shinichi Kudo just pops in the Storming Skies. Not too sure about that. Iori, good boy, forced to retreat. Still no Lloyd up, so it's still fine. But we're gonna need to see more stable control here as Maestro pops in the Mountain Shocker, taunts up Stardust, but Stardust goes for the outplay. The Poker Tricks, Deadly Magic. One big Maestro survives with 1 health. Goodness gracious, oh Margally. What the hell? Eoy's good boy goes in for the double stun onto the Ruby and to the Sora. Ashy out there aura farming. Having Ashy Knee still holding on to the Armor Fender though. Stardust is trying to use the Poker Tricks to poke off from a distance. Ashy, Astro Echo onto 3. And both teams looks like they're just gonna wait for the Lord here. But so far Shinichi Kudo is doing pretty well using these shifting skies here. he tends to like the CC immunity more. Stardust space escape. Is he gonna run out? Oh my god! Goes in for True. Is this gonna be a so? But sooner or later finds Lamp holding the back. Ruby and something are going for them. Stardust goes for the space escape back. Completely dodges the Mountain Shocker. And Nandes are getting completely outplayed. Deadly Magic Poker Tricks onto Maestro. Is he gonna fall here? Oh my god! What the hell is wrong with Stardust? This is a complete Harley masterclass. I won't even lie, bro. I thought this was just a troll team name, bro, but this is a ridiculous Hardy, bro. Look at how he's playing with Team Nandes, bro. Oh my god! This second skill has no cooldown or what? What is going on? Yo! The cameraman's not even on the Harley, but... Yo, Shinichi Kudo finally finds the mark. Ayoi Good Boy secures the Lloyd Rechi. Dark Knight Force just so that Shinichi Kudo could maybe get a potential escape here. As sooner or later, giving vision to where they are. The Sora is gonna not be able to get out. Astro Echo onto 3. Shinichi Kudo does have the Shifting Skies back. Uses the Thundering Waves Windstride version. And is going to manage to get out as Team Hardy. Gonna secure the Lamb Holder here. Goes in for the 1v1 against Suna. Who's gonna win this? And Suna. See you later. That's what Suna said. As the Moskov manages to kill in the 1v1, the Hellcat decides to go for more. He senses that Ashy is isolated. Penguin giving vision to Ashy here. Ashy still holding on to the ammo fended. Bravest Fighter goes in. W Cameraman onto the Sora. Spear of Misery stuns the Ruby onto the wall. He's still gonna be able to escape. What is his anti-heal? Nobody has anti-heal on any team. Ashy finally falls. Killing spree. Spear of Destruction. Hits. Nothing. What? Anyways, Astro Echo revealed onto 4. They're gonna set their sights on the mid tower here. Looks like they're gonna even set their sights on the inhibitor tower here. Dark Knight Force onto the Harley. Harley forced to use Purify and Space Escape to get out. Dodges the Astro Recall as well. Look at the YSS here in the meantime. Also trying to find a different flank angle as Team Harley takes the bot side turret. Can we get a quick item check here? So far, both teams going for a little skirmish. Actually, it's Sora popping the Shifting Skies. Gets the Thundering Waves out, but it's not enough damage. The Deadly Magic going onto Chu. They get the mid tower. Lamb Holden jumps in. Onto 5. Does not even do any damage. Armor Fender onto 3. Ashley's not going to be able to get anything. He flickers out. Spear Destruction goes in. Only onto the Ruby. Maestro is completely isolated. Manages to finally kill out Stardust. He's going to recall. Team Harley 4v3 now. But they do have the Matilda. This could be a potential end angle, but I think Team Hardy is going to play this a little bit slower than they would like. But I think they can end here. Suna's completely healthy, but looks like Team Hardy is going to call it quicks. Finally get a quick item check here. Look at this build from Stardust, bro. Enchanted Talisman, Concentrated Energy, Wishing Lantern. I don't know how much cooldown reduction that is, but we need to nerf that, bro. I'm starting to think Harv is the best mage in the game, and we need to nerf this, bro. What is going on, bro? What is that? Looking at the builds though, that was pretty standard builds from all sides though. Sooner or later, spots out the... Oh my god, Spear Destruction! This is gonna be an assault kill! Lem Holden pops out the Dark Knight Force. Does manage to get out. Penguin is trying to find him though, guiding Wind. Does not get it. Yo, good boys. Finds another target, finds Ashy. Shifting Sky goes in. The Skyfall only finds one. Stardust is yet again just playing with their... You know what? Astro... Maestro is gonna fall here. The guy, Circling Eagle guiding me does so much damage. Stardust, look at where Stardust is, bro. Why is that? How does he even get there? Meanwhile, the Hellcat just gets stunned onto the wall by the Spear Museum, and it's looking like it's cooked, bro. Shut down for Chu onto the Moskov, so it might not be over just yet. Shinichi Kudo is running for the heals. Yori, good boy, smells this guy, but realizes his sense of smell is not that good. Decides to go for the Lloyd instead. 17-minute game. And Team Harley, this Harley is playing on an absolute masterclass, bro. Looks like they reset the Lloyd just for a little bit, just for the love of the game. True goes in for a Nashi. Sneaky little Astro recall there. Doesn't get it because Eeyore's good boy is the best retry holder in sitting down right now. Stardust is gonna try and take this blue buff. Seeing what the play here is though, 16 to 18, pretty high skill. High kill score game. Pretty interesting. Stardust goes back in. Deadly Magic Poker Tricks almost killing out Maestro. Oh my god. What the hell? The Lloyd being pushed into the mid side here. Look at this Hellcat, by the way. in a bit of an interesting position here. Let's see if he can find anyone. Ashy trying to tank for his team. Pops in the Dark Knight Force. Looks like the Harley is gonna be the target, and they get it through. Gets the Slave, the Deadly Stingers, and the Astro Recall manages to finally shut down this Hive. Went from MPL to MDL in just 1 second right there. Looks like Shinichi Kudo wants a bit more. Pops in that range strike, does not find anyone still. Astro Recall still giving out vision. Chu is also playing. Despite this Harley doing really well, the Novaya is also playing just as well. So far 0 deaths. These Astro Echoes, all of these Astro skills have been so far really highly utilized as Ashy gets spotted out. In that mid side, look at this Astro. I'm getting confused with all these Astros, bro. Astro Echo finds Suna. And looks like, I think when it comes to scaling, it's gonna favor Team Harley as the oh my god! Spirit Destruction finds in, he's gonna go for it. Maestro gets solo killed. Shinichi Kudo trying to find anything. Hellcut is trying to find something at the bot side, but it's not gonna work. Astro Recall onto all 5 members. Shinichi Kudo gets popped off. Ashley goes in for the 4-man. I'm offended, but that's not enough damage. He's still sustaining, but Peng is gonna fall. Ashley manages to get out. Lem Holden, meanwhile, clearing out the mid side here. Does manage to clear out the lane, but oh my god! Oh my god! Guiding Wind finds him. Lem Holden a bit too aggressive. Finally calls it a good night. Ash Appraisal's Wrath onto the minions there. As Stardust is a bit low. I'm offended pop onto only the Fredrin. And looks like, is Team Hardy really calling it quits here? Try to end, bro! What the? Looks like they're gonna have mid pushing here. Bot as well. But Team Harley are too busy taking the buffs here. I'm not too sure about this one. Kill score right now is 17 to I don't know, but anyways, quick item check here. Every team so far is already full. Every person's already full build here. Be interesting that the YSS is actually the only person who's not full build in this game yet, which is kind of crazy to think about. Let's see what his last item is. It's gonna look like, is Maestro really gonna build another BOD? No way, bro. Anyways, looks like Team Harley's gonna be the first one to launch. Stardust is gonna be the man sent to the top lane here. Let's see what he's able to do. And Maestro spots him out, but it's not gonna be able to do anything. Lem Holden, cameraman work. Oh my god! Oh my god! Dark Nightfall pops just to get Lem Holden out. And Maestro goes in. Stardust gonna go in. Deadly Magic. Poker Tricks. Not enough damage. Taunting from Eoy's good boy. Stardust gets the outplay. Is he gonna be able to get out? Oh my god. Shinichi Kudo. Oh my god. Astro Recall finds 3 members. Reveals 3. Eoy good boy uses the Retribution to get more kills, but he uses the Guiding Wind instead to go to the mid. No Retri now. What was that by Eoy's good boy? Nice Lord Bomb. If I was Team Harley right now, I'll be profusely blaming my jungler. I'll be calling him an idiot. Lem Holden here, meanwhile, giving his team vision here. Pops into the Deadly Stingers here. Lloyd is already down to 20k health. Ashy is riding his vision. Look at the poke from Chu. The Astro Meteor and the Astro Recall going crazy. Oh my god, Lem Holden managed to pop the immortality sooner or later. The Lloyd is down to 10k health and Lem Holden is not there. Ashley pops in the Armor Fender to Stardust. Not enough damage, and the Lloyd is just gonna fall onto the side of Team Hardy here. I mean, the right play here. Oh my god, Chu, why are you there? Oh my god, what is my Novaya doing? Yo, Moskov starting to free hit here. Penguin reminds him, yo bro, chill out, bro. Oh my god, never mind, don't chill out, keep moving, bro. Win the nature popped out. Stardust pops into the Deadly Magic onto the YSS. Rose Gold popped out from Ashley here, trying to stun up the Suna, but Suna is free hitting. He's absolutely going crazy. No more one, that's enough damage. Penguin finally gets the final killing blow. Shinichi pops in the Storming. The Shifting Skies does not do enough damage. Spear of Destruction completely whiffs. Shinichi Kudo trying to clear the waves with the Thundering Wave here. Oh my god, Wintercorn pops, and Suna's gonna lock the base, and Team Harley is going to strike first in this BO3 series. This Harley needs to get banned, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. After the game, that was absolutely ridiculous. Well played there from Team Harley. After a loss in their first series, that was definitely how you want to set the tone of your next series. Well played over the side of them. And for Nandes, I think they definitely showed that they can they can definitely win this series, and they will probably the more stable team when it comes down to it. But I think they just overextended a lot too many times, and Lem Holden, honestly, 4-10-6 haircut. Enough said, bro. Yo, can we get a bit of a quick stat check real quick? Sooner or later gets the MVP, but honestly, Stardust did absolutely amazing there as well. 36 damage for that Moskov though. Singapore number 76 Moskov. I want you to name 75 better Moskovs, bro. Yeah, I bet you can't, bro. Anyways, really well played from Suna there. And yeah, I think Nandes definitely gonna have to make some changes moving forward if they want to tie this series up 1-1. And yeah, we're gonna take a short 5-minute break into the next one. And yeah, we'll see you then.
Insatiable power. It consumes until nothing remains.
When the heart falters, darkness will sink its fangs.
All will kneel before my ambitions.
Insatiable power. It consumes until nothing remains.
When the heart falters, darkness will sink its fangs.
All will kneel before my ambitions.
Insatiable power. It consumes until nothing remains.
And we are back. Welcome back, guys. We are now going on to game 2 of match 3. This is deciding point for Team Harley. If they do win this, they will get third place in the AZ Titans Cup. So be excited for that. I'm excited for that. Will Team Harley be able to close it out in a 2-0 series? Hopefully they will be, but nonetheless, I'm definitely not gonna let that go easy. Looking at that already, they've made a serious and big change, bro. I think everybody sees it. Harley has been banned against Team Harley. What a big surprise. Who would have guessed? Who would have guessed that would have happened after the first game? But yeah, it is gonna be interesting here. High stakes on the line here. We are fighting for third place here. Both teams definitely do not want to lose this. This is gonna come down to reputation. Oh, if I was playing right now, I'd be like, I'm not trying to lose right now, bro. Hell no. You feel me? Sora AI does get banned out from the side of Team Harley. Team Harley did not like the Sora AI last game. Looks like Nandes are really digging deep, banning in that Fredrin. They're trying to say yours good boy is a Fredrin one trick, and I would agree. Yo, hopefully he didn't hear that. Kalea does get banned from the side of Team Harley. And so they're gonna ban out the mid as well. Wow, the entire trio mid from the first game that Team Harley picked has been banned out. And I would agree that that's actually the right thing to do. So let's see what Team Harley has in store for us. They are gonna play a new hero in each role in the trio mid, and already showing that Paquito. Someone in the chat is also supporting Team Harley. As they lock in the YSS for EO is good boy. Yeah, that's a pretty solid pick. YSS still one of the staple junglers nowadays. Probably a top 3 jungler now. As the Leo mod actually gets a bit forgotten by Team Harley. Nandes is gonna immediately pick that up. Like I said, this has been banned or picked in every single game, 100% contested. So let's see where they're gonna go from there as well. They could just pick up that Angela as well. If they do pick that up, they're listening to me and they're cheating. Please report them. They could go the Yve here as well. Yve is really nice. It'll be between Yve or Angela, up to how you want to play back. They are gonna pick up the Yve here, play a bit more slow, a bit more steady. Now it's pretty very simple for Team Harley. You could just go for Claude Moskov. You could just go for the Gato as well. Honestly, I would go Grok and Claude, bro. Oh, look at that. Grok has been immediately picked up by a Penguin. Huang's in the chat is saying Aura or nah. Holy Aura, bro. Sona showing up the Lapu. Lapu is gonna be a flex pick here. Can be played in the EXP or gold. Gold lane Lapu nowadays will struggle quite a lot. It's not that good for picking the gold lane anymore. If y'all don't know, the gold lane definitely changed a lot in this patch. The minions give a lot more gold, which is why the Lapu is not picked anymore that much in gold, as there's the MM counterparts do scale a lot faster and a lot harder compared to this Lapu. So I think this Lapu will go to the EXP lane unless they're stupid and they're a bit... No, I'm just kidding there. Uranus does get picked up. Uranus also an EXP very valuable. The Uranus Esme Alice archetype. So Team Harley is now gonna have to pick up some damage, which is really well played from Nandes here. They're picking up the Uranus and then they're banning out the Moskov. I assume the next ban has to be carry. If it's not carry, I'm reporting Team Nandes for match fixing. Meanwhile, Team Harley here still have a roam to have to deal with. I would ban out... Honestly, if this was ranked, I would ban out Minotaur, but nobody picks Minotaur in tournaments, so unfortunate, man. Looks like Team Hardy's gonna ban out carry for themselves. Wow, this is serious match fixing allegations right now, bro. What the hell? I was expecting the carry to be banned out from Nandes, but looks like they decide they don't want to face a carry either. Team Harley is that maybe they want to ban out carry, but Nandes is gonna have first pick in the second phase. But wow, the goal lane options have been completely expanded here. No Ruby, no Moskov, no carry, no Claude. What is left? What is left? If you want to be cheeky this rank, we going for the Xer, bro. Let's be real, bro. No one's gonna go for that though. We could see an Obsidia. As you all know, I'm a big fan of Obsidia. I really love that hero. Brings back good memories. I love that hero. Shout out to Obsidia. Shout out to Coach Ironic. Looks like Nandes is gonna pick out the Gatot first. Gonna get that stable Roma to match against that Gatot. They do have a winning mid lane right now, so Harley has to be careful here. The mid lane, this could be... I don't know how to feel about this. The Paquito, Lapu, they're gonna be your side laners. The mid lane is gonna be the question here. Sicilian is a very good answer though. I do like the Sicilian pick quite a lot. You want to face Yve with like range, and I think Sicilian just about does that. It gives you the damage, it gives you the range for the late game. The early game is gonna be a bit scuffed though, so they are gonna pair that with the Yu Chong. So looks like I was completely right. The Lapu is going to be it's gonna be a gold lane Lapu, or is this a gold lane Yu Chong? Yeah, I just want to know, bro. But what are we doing, bro? It's not completely bad because Nandes still don't have a scaling MM. I think Nandes should honestly look for an Obsidia pick here. I think Obsidia is actually really nice. It's actually a really good pick here. There's kind of nothing left. Unless you want to go Harif. Unless you want to go Lunox. Not too sure whether Ashley can play those heroes. the other MMs available are Bruno, Ixia, Obsidia, Brody. I think Obsidia was the safest pick there, and they do go for the Obsidia. We're gonna have to investigate Team Nandes for listening to the live stream there. Bit sus right there, but nah, just kidding, bro. Anyways, 20 seconds to talk about the draft a little bit. I do prefer the draft. I think I would prefer the draft of Nandes a bit more, to be honest. I really don't like fighter golds a lot anymore. Ever since the gold lane change, I think these hyper scaling MMs are so much more valuable. And like I think in the late game, when it comes to the late game, it's gonna come down to whether Ashy is gonna be able to outplay Suna here. You know what I mean? But Suna is definitely gonna have a massive fall off in the late game, so they're gonna have to get this mid control down right. If they don't get mid control in the mid game, I'll be a bit concerned. But let's see, can Penguin do the minion freeze or dreams, bro? Let's see. Yo, show the grok. Oh my god! This is our one lane. We're gonna zoom in on that. Penguin needs a bit more practice on that grok roam. I do that all the time. Don't worry about it, Penguin. It happens, man. But Nandes is going. They'll be a cheeky little, be a bit more aggressive there. But on the bright side, Sicilian's gonna have a bit of an easier laning here. Penguin didn't miss every lane, but so far both junglers start off on the same side actually. The Leomord, the red, and the YSS, the blue. So naturally, the Leomord is gonna secure the little here. Lemholden already holding out that taunt. Does taunt out Penguin a little bit. So far, no damage though. Lemholden actually getting picked out. War trying to steal the little there as he just escapes. And Purify already popped out from Shinichi Kudo. What? As nothing, the Sha residue is going kinda crazy. I'm not too sure about this. The Yuchong is gonna have to get investigated here for using damage hacks. True is freezing out the lane. Lemholden goes in for a little taunt onto Stardust there. Says, yo, stay back a little bit. We're gonna freeze this lane here. But Leomord is gonna farm faster. He's going to get his level 4 first. So let's see if he can make advantage of this and be a bit... Let's see whether he can use his ultimate a bit better now. But Eoy's good boy also gets the ultimate off as well. So let's see what play is gonna happen the mid side here. Silent so far. Maestro goes in with the Stampede. Finds nobody. Mountain Shocker just to stun him so Maestro doesn't get onto the backside. Shinichi Kudo says, hi, what's up? And I'm out of here. Lemholden holds in his taunt in the bush. Taunts Singapore's trophy cabinet. Maestro is gonna start up the turtle here. Eoy's a good boy, trying to get a bit of space, but Shinichi Kudo already trying to poke him out a little bit. Let's see what they can do. Taunt already coming in from Penguin. Penguin spoke out. Black Dragon goes in. Mighty Strike Flicker. You're a good boy. Finds the red tree. First blood onto Penguin though. And Lemholden's gonna be managed to get out. Well played there from the side of Team Hardy to secure the turtle there. Eoy's good boy. Really good fucking red tree right there. Not allowed to say that word. My bad. Maestro is gonna go the bot side here. As both teams are just kinda gonna reset and play a bit more careful here, as Maestro might be looking for something. Stampede goes in. W cameraman. Nothing. Actually gets the outplay. Furious dive onto Maestro. Gets the outplay. And the Uranus trying to find scraps, but the Uranus does no damage. Actually manages to find it. Pops in the... Oh my god! Nothing! Nothing makes something out of nothing. Wow, what a play from this Yuchong. Maestro is definitely tilted. You gotta chill out. This is a tournament. This is not a ranked game. Let's slow down, little boy. 600 gold lead from the side of Team Hardy there, securing 1 turtle and 1 extra kill. Let's see how they're gonna convert this gold lead into the game though. Mana boot spot out from Stardust there. Sicilian does rely on mana a lot. So far the Eve has not been as oppressive as I would have hoped. The laning does kind of favor the Eve, but Stardust with the Sicilian definitely can hold his own, but Clay has been doing a better job laning in terms of individual skill. That's actually a really nice skin. Is that the Soul Vessel skin? Yo, shout out to MLBB Soul Vessels. Yo, please spend money on the game. Psych, I'm not sponsored to say this. But Eoy's good boys pops in that Mountain Shocker, trying to find a pick off in the mid lane. True wisely walks around. Lem Holden, unfortunately, is not gonna take the long way around. Decides to instead be a bit, let's just say a bit funny. Gets everything put onto him. Tectonic charge as well from Penguin News though. So that will be a big resource not available for Lloyd there. So it looks like Nandes will kind of be able to secure the turtle a little bit, but nothing still has the Black Dragon, so he can force it out. Nothing kind of has to pop it. Anytime now it does decide to pop it, Shinichi Kudo is just on Iori's good boy, poking down to 1 health. Maestro also pops in the Stampede. Iori's good boy trying to find anything, but he's gonna get picked off first. Maestro is in there as well. AOG comes in, finds 2. Maestro gets the red tree, and they're just free hitting. Real manipulation popped in, and Team Harley are stuck in a box. Nothing is completely outplaying the situation. There is no anti-heal from the side of Nandes. They cannot kill this Yuchong, and Ashy finally finds Stardust. This Yuchong is absolutely unchecked right now. Can we buy some Dom Ice? Can we buy some Glowing Wand? This guy should not be doing all this, bro. What? One use of the Dragon Tail gives him back almost half of his health, and the Uranus did pretty well in that team fight. They completely zoned out Yoris good boy here. Nothing. He's gonna be diving by True here, but no immediate threat. But that was really well played from the Uranus there. I want to give him a lot of credits there. He popped in the Consecration there to get some vision, close the gap between Yoris good boy, and Yoris good boy was in no position to even get a retry there. Kind of just sent it at one point. Did not work out for him though. I rate the balls. Ioi good boy goes in for the Mountain Shocker, stuns in Shinichi Kudo. Shinichi Kudo no Purify, doesn't have the Consecration as well, and just get picked off. Killing spree for nothing, and Suna finds a solo kill onto Ashy. If I was Suna, I'd be shouting right now. Oi! You know type? Know what I'm saying? War comes in, Maestro completely aura farming onto Stardust and Penguin there. Penguin doesn't know whether to ulti. Probably better not to. And Suna somehow is gonna get the turret up top first. And I don't know how this Labu has beaten out this Obsidia in laning. So I don't think this should kind of be how it works. But 700 gold lead only, literally not even 1k. Quick item check over here. Obsidia built Haskell's first item. First item has been built out from the side of Nandes. Look at that. 1 Dom Ice, 2 Dom Ice, 1 Glowing Wand. Jeez Louise, bro. I know we said we needed anti-heal, but maybe not that much. But looks like Team Hardy is gonna set their eyes out on the turret here. The Stampede gets popped in already. Stardust forced to use the ultimate to get out, given that movement speed. The wall gets popped in. Tectonic charge flicker onto 4. Maestro is completely isolated. Wilma Edition trying to save him. The Black Dragon goes in to cancel that. Lem Holden finding nobody. Shinichi Kudo doesn't have the Consecration. AOG finds 3, but it's not enough damage. Ashy trying to free hit there. Yoris good boy manages to get out with 1 health. Shinichi Kudo still tanking. Is he gonna be able to tank more? Ashy trying to look for a bit more space to do damage, and Chu and Ashy are still untouched. But so far, good fight from Team Hardy there, managing to pick off the Leo Mod and the Gato Kaka. Beaver's Fighter goes in, flick onto Ashy. Pure 5-4 star from Ashy. Is Suna gonna be able to live this? Shinichi Kudo is doing quite a lot of damage. Lapu gets the stun, he's gonna be able to get the dash. Stampede goes in, shutdown over to Maestro. Maestro is reading nothing, finally secures the kill, and he gets another shutdown on to Suna and nothing. And Maestro gold is looking a bit nice. Lem Holden going in for the taunt here, trying to find Yours good boy, and he gets the red tree. Yours good boy, one of the junglers of all time. So far has been completely dominating when it comes to the red tree department over here. As wow, Stardust just falls to a real manipulation and Stampede, I assume, from Maestro over there. A bit over to extended there. Stardust, you might need to chill out a little bit. And yeah, so far I think both teams are just gonna take a chill pill. As Ashy just takes the top lane here. I think the Phantom Steed usages of the Leo mod have been really nice here. The Consecration gonna be popped out already from this Uranus. The War and the Beaver's Fighter is not enough here. The Uranus is still gonna be free hitting. Shinichi Kudo is completely freestyling. Guys, just call it a day. This is a Uranus, you're not killing him, bro. You have no damage. Eoy's good boy pops in this Mountain Shocker. trying to rush over to the side, but Lem Holden is coming in from the side, giving a taunt. And Shinichi Kudo is perfectly fine. Maestro is gonna claim this whole wave for himself because he's a greedy jungler. As Stardust does finish that Clock of Destiny. Huge item spike for Sicilian. Suna pops in the Bravest Fighter trying to defend the tower, but does manage to defend it. Revitalize also popped in. Suna is gonna be able to get out though. Black Dragon popped in by nothing. A bit too aggressive. Is he gonna be able to get out here? The Gato still has the AOG. AOG is on top of the Yuchong. I'm not too sure about that. Penguin trying to find something. Decides not to use the Tectonic Charge and they decide to disengage. Actually they don't. Phantom Steed already popped out from the Leo mod. Barbiel goes in. They want to take the turtle here. Tectonic Charge onto nothing. Bravest Fighter goes in. Maestro completely dodges the stun. Lapo goes in. Skill 3 finds nothing. Chu is just poking with the Yves skill 1, but so far is not doing enough damage. And both teams are gonna realize that Aloyd has spawned. Meanwhile, since all that foul thing, Uranus is gonna start zoning out Iori's good boy here. As the Lord is gonna get poked down to half health. Phantom Steed pops in. Uranus pops in that Purifier to get out. The Mountain Shocker goes in, finds nobody, gets the taunt on the Gato. They do secure the Lord. AOG onto only the Grok. They are running for the heals. Ashley finds Iori's good boy in the back. This is going crazy. Shinichi Kudo trying to find a bit more of an angle. Bravest Fighter goes in onto Chu. Chu has to flicker out. Black Dragon pop. Looks like Nandes are completely split up. Ashley's in the mid lane while the fight is happening. Nothing is in the back. Finds Chu. Ashley finally joins the fight. Decides to not join the fight anymore. Penguin is just gonna be slowly brutalized by Maestro here, and Stardust and Suna are gonna have to just run away now. Ashley here is now... I don't know what Ashley was doing, but it was an interesting thing. Phantom Steed goes in. I don't know. Oh my god, Bravest Fighter pops in, stuns, flickers, nothing. Maestro managing to get out, not enough damage. Suna hit literally air. The Obsidian's ulti hits nothing as well. Oh my god, how many whiffs? Someone get a whiff counter right now. Everybody's missing skills. The Lord is still full health. What are we doing? Team Harley here is gonna try. Team Harley is gonna have to defend a full Lord here. Come on now. Lock in. AOG finds only one. Stardust gets stunned by the Fuel Manipulation. Tectonic Charge onto 2. Looks like Team Hardy is not gonna be able to fight there. And Peng is gonna be isolated to put the walls. Still not able to get out. Double kill for Chu over there. Shinichi Kudo jumps over the wall. Nothing after having a good game. The Sharp Residue is not doing enough damage already. Looks like all the anti-heal is starting to affect him. Sooner or later, Bravest Fighter doing no damage to Uranus. Uranus saying, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Mountain Shocker pops in. Shinichi Kudo doesn't even use his Purify. The Revitalize comes in from Lem Holden. Iori good boy dashes out. And this might be almost a game angle. Shinichi Kudo is still alive. The Phantom Steed is online for Barbiel to go in. Furious Dive. Petrify, nothing. Nothing. Is literally finding nothing right now. As Penguin finds a wall. Shinichi Kudo might finally be picked off here. Sooner or later goes in for the Bravest Fighter. Jumps onto nobody. Nandes are gonna take this. So actually, Psych! Maestro goes in for the Fantasy. W Camelman work. AOG finds only the Grok. Sooner or later is fighting for his life with no Bravest Fighter. Nothing's gonna be picked off by Maestro here with the monster kill. Penguin is all alone. Puts a wall up. Trying to do anything. Stardust is trying to hit the minions, but the skill 1 is not doing enough damage. Mountain Shocker popped into YSS here. The Loi, the more minions. Shinichi Kudo is hitting the base, but no one else is. The Phantom Steed is popped in. Stardust has to flicker out. Does not get a Sanguine Claws over onto the Leo mod here. The base is 1 health. They want to go for it. Penguin gets picked off. The Obsidian ulti misses and they finally gonna be able to lock base. And Nandes is going to take the second game of a nail-biting series. Well played onto the side of Team Nandes there. I think Team Harley definitely could have played a lot better. They definitely had their moments, but I think Penguin might have to not put Penguin on this Grok. Like let's think about this. Let's think about this 6-0 on that Grok not looking too nice over there. You can tell from the first wall miss might tilted him already. But yeah, I liked the draft of Nandes there. I did prefer the draft. Like I said, the hyper scaling MM with the Obsidia is gonna be a bit better than the Lapu goal lane. I mean, it wasn't really a factor in this match because honestly, Team Nandes just kind of played the turtle fights, these neutral objectives a lot better. But yeah, looks like when you ban out the whole trio mid of Team Hardy, it looks like they seem to struggle a little bit. So let's see what they have in store for us in this third game, and this third game is going to decide who gets third place, and we'll be back in just a short bit.
Insatiable power. It consumes until nothing remains.
When the heart falters, darkness will sink its fangs.
All will kneel before my ambitions.
Okay, welcome back. We are now on the third game.
Magic show of all time.
This is the final game of the series. This will decide who gets third place. This will decide who gets third place. So let's hope. Yeah, let's see which team has what it takes and who's gonna close it out here.
What's your command?
So far, pre-standard bans, Nandes are gonna ban out the Hardy. They are gonna ban out the Fanny. Leomon is gonna get banned out from Team Hardy though. After the second game, they realized maybe we're not a big fan of this Leo mode, and they would be right. That's a good change. I like the adjustment both these teams are making so far in this series. Making the right adjustments to give them the best chance of winning. So let's see how this goes, you know. But looks like the last ban of Team Nandes is gonna be the Yeve. Interesting that they would ban out the Yeve because they do have first pick. So I don't know how this is gonna go. So do let me know who y'all are supporting in the chat as well. If you're on TikTok right now listening to me, do follow Absolute Zero. If you're on YouTube, do subscribe to the channel. Would like to give a quick shout out to MPLSG for the support and our sponsors respectively, bro. Yo, shout out to them, bro. Looks like Nandes is gonna look for a first pick Granger. Not too sure about that. In my opinion, Granger has fallen off a little bit when it comes to gold lane priority. I would still prefer any of the three, Claude, Moskov, or Carry. And they go for the true scene. Big fan of the true scene right there. Like that hero a lot for Team Nandes. We're gonna need to see more of that, bro. Anyway, Stardust looking at a potential Yudoa pick here. I'm a big fan of this. Yo, send it. Yo, pick that. Meanwhile, Penguin gonna go for the Gatot. Pretty stable pick here. Stardust, I'm gonna need to see something interesting here, Stardust. I'm gonna get very angry, bro. Come on now, pick that Eudora. Please. Looks like Team Harley is not gonna play around anymore. Stardust. Looking for a second like he wanted the Esmeralda. But he is gonna go for the Kimi. Kimi Gatot. Oh my goodness. Name a scarier mid lane duo to face than Kimi Gatot, bro. What is that? Anyways, Nandes is not playing around. Picking the Baxia. So I think this is the first Baxia pick of the day, if I'm not mistaken. Which is really weird because I think this is a top 5 hero in the game, bro. The fact that this is a top 5 pick in jungle and roam is a bit weird to me why this is the first pick you've seen all day. But I think a lot of SG players just don't like playing it. They find it boring. You know, they want to have fun. And looks like they're hovering over Melissa. I like that. Oh, man. Anyways, we're gonna get the Granger instead here. Definitely something more stable right there. I do like that pick a lot more. It is definitely a better pick, but I don't know, man. Let's see how it goes, bro. Let's see how it goes for sure. Team Hardy here is gonna round up their draft. Maybe they're gonna just also gonna pick. They could pick the jungler here. They just could pick up the Fredrin. No, I mean no. What's stopping them? They could also just pick out something like a goal laner, so they just pick out the Moskov. Sooner or later, it's a really goated Moskov. I would like to see him on that Moskov again. That would be a free win. And they put nothing on the Yuchong there. I'm not gonna lie, nothing definitely had his moments on the Yuchong, but definitely also had a bit of sussy moments. Let's just say that. So let's see what the band's gonna be. So far, Team Harley, they're gonna need a gold jungler compared to jungle roam and EXP for the side of Nandes. So if I would be scared to face Haya here for Team Harley. If I'm Team Hardy, I would not want to face a Hayabusa. I would not want to face things that can dive my Kimi. Things like a Uranus as well would be not too optional. I think if you ban out Uranus, you kind of have to ban out the Esme now. You kind of have no choice, but you have to ban out this Esme. Because the Esme and Uranus are literally the same thing. Am I tripping? Am I wrong to say that? But yeah. Let's see what their final ban is gonna be here. They could also ban out a jungle or a roam. If you want to ban out a jungle, it would be Hayabusa. I think Hayabusa could be kind of nice for Nandes here. Maybe they're gonna be listening to the cast. Rose, bro. That'd be cheating, bro. They ban out Grok. Wow, they said They said they don't want to face a Grok. Not too sure about that. They ban out the carry, don't want to face any of those MMs. So they're gonna force Suna into the Moskov. Are they trying to force Suna into a Moskov? That's a bit weird because Suna did like carry the first game on Moskov, did he not? So it's kind of crazy that Nandes are willing to let that go. But if I was Team Hardy here, I would just pick the like you just go Moskov here, no? You can go Moskov, you can go Obsidia. Like that's really the two picks there. You kind of want to save your jungle for last, in my opinion. That's what I would do. But what do I know, bro? I don't play professionally, bro. Oh, looks like they've listened to my piece of advice there. Sooner or later, going for the Moskov. And for Team Nandes, I would prefer the Baxia to go into the jungle. But there's not a lot of good you know what I mean, roam picks anyways. So they're just gonna put it into the roam and they're gonna pick up the Lancelot. That is crazy as well. I think this is the first Lancelot game we've seen all day as well. Which is like how and why. Maybe you might find the answer right now in this game. But Shinichi Kudo, last to pick his EXP. Is he gonna go for something ballsy here like the Lucas? Looks like the game has crashed. Nice, I like that. Not too big fan of what is happening on my screen right now, but we do like a bit of problems. Is there gonna be a bit of a technical pause here, or what's gonna happen right here, bro? Man, I'm just a caster, bro. But yeah. Looks like we're gonna take a bit of a pause here. Looks like something's wrong with the game screen. But yeah, let's just talk about the draft a little bit more. I mean, I cannot see the draft anymore, unfortunately. But the Lucas was being hovered. I don't think that's the pick. If you want to pick something there, I think you would pick an Esme. You can go for the Esme, or you can go for the... What could you go there? Like, what? There's Foveus, there's Arlet, there's Glue. Yeah, I mean, you could go for any one of those options over there. Meanwhile, looks like the production is gonna restart the game. There's a bit of a bug there. So, yeah, looks like they drafted already. They picked up... Is that an alpha? Am I tripping? Is that an alpha? There's no way, right? Wait, what am I looking at? What skin is that? Oh, that's a Terusa. Wait, what? What is that skin? Why have I never seen that before? Okay, looks like I have not played that much MLBB. And looks like Eoy is a good boy. Goes for the Hayabusa last pick. Pretty good if you ask me. Not too sure. The damage output is looking a bit sus from both sides. Both sides literally don't have consistency. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know who's gonna win this. Both drafts look pretty similar. It's gonna come down to who just plays better. I'm gonna be real. Both drafts look pretty decent. And we get a zoom up of all these skins. Look at all these skins, bro. Oh my gosh. Shout out to the tournament lobby, by the way. Shout out to the tournament lobby, bro. Whoever is moving the camera right now must be so beautiful and handsome. And must be so appealing to the majority of the community, bro. Anyways, enough glaze. Look at the mid side here. Stardust is gonna have the advantage here when it comes to clearing. The Kimi does kind of win out against the Chusin, but Chusin definitely can still hold their own there. I've seen a lot of Chusin players in my days, and they've played pretty well from what I've seen. As Penguin here is gonna be the first to secure this, holding that taunt, does not find out the Chu. Chu is not gonna be able to lift her up, but Maestro is gonna secure the little first. Looks like from what I've noticed, every game, the person who secured the little has won the game. So, you know. And it looks like it's gonna be a bit quiet onto both sides here. Team Party is gonna look for a play at top side. Wow. Nandes, look at Nandes already. Oh my god! Shinichi Kudo finds first blood. What? Anyways, guess the first blood is gonna be a trade. I thought that was a clean 1-0, but looks like not. But Nandes definitely a bit more proactive, finding the first play there. Eoi goes, good boy, finds him for the Quad Shadow. Is he going to use... Oh my god, Eoi, good boy, manages to find the kill there with the Quad Shadow. The Quad Shadow and Ogi Shadow kill does manage to finally secure the kill. And looks like he's not gonna have that for Turtle though, which is gonna be a bit bad. 1-2 over to the kill score for Team Harley. Team Harley does look like they wanted a bit more this game. First pick off, gonna start up the blue buff compared to Maestro. It's already gonna start the Turtle up. And Lem Holden is already gonna pop in that shield unity. Gonna try to find any stun. Does stun Penguin though. Penguin holds the taunt. Gets 2. Traction pulse used in. Maestro gets the retreat. Nothing finds the Fierce Dive. But does find no one. Shinichi Kudo's gonna be the first to fall. Doesn't even get the penalty zone off. Suna's gonna be lifted up. Why is here? Spear of Destruction already popped. But Chu Xin is gonna be able to zone out the side of Team Harley really nicely there. They do lose 1, but they do get the turtle in exchange. Meanwhile, the Chu Xin here, that lantern is so annoying. Like I said, Chu Xin and Kimi have to be a top 2 least laning experiences of all time, bro. Who even likes laning against those heroes? Looks like it's gonna be a bit quiet on the map here. The 2-3, oh my god, 2-3 kill score here, and no sizable goal lead for either side. Team Harley does have like a 6-7 maybe goal lead, but that's already been gone. Maestro is gonna get taunted up. Traction pulse and using dodges that though. Quad Shadow, Ogi Shadow kill goes in. Maestro and Ashley are both tanking it. Phantom Execution being used just to get out. Penalty zone onto 2. Yours, good boy, not able to find the AOG, not even be able to pop. Double kill goes in for the Terusa. And Lem Holden just walking down Stardust. Stardust realizes he's no longer on Harley. He can't just be running around everywhere. And true, 2 War Axes picked up onto the side of Nandes there. Shield Unity rolling around the Moskov there. But looks like both teams are gonna now set their sights on the mid lane here. Dash comes in for Maestro, dodges the taunt from Penguin there. And Yoi's good boy forced to use his red sheet to secure his blue buff. Even has to use the shadow, the Quad Shadow to get out. Stardust gets an immobilized onto Lem Holden there. And he's gonna jump in onto Penguin. The Black Dragon is gonna be used by nothing. Penalty zone onto Penguin. It's gonna be a trade of roamers. The AOG is not gonna be in time. The Petrify comes out from nothing to secure Shinichi Kudo. And Maestro comes in here just to say hello. Sooner or later popped in that Speed Destruction but didn't take it. So now he's gonna be able to take the whole top lane for free here. Ashy and Chu are gonna rotate to try and maybe stop this. Pops in that ultimate. Does manage to get him sooner or later. Is he gonna be able to get out here? Does have to pop that flicker, which is a bit unfortunate for sooner or later. Stardust trying to give his team a bit of space here, but Chu is just using that fluttering grace beautifully, launching everybody up in the air. And that Crimson Beacon was also really good to force out sooner or later's flicker there. So Nandes are gonna have a bit of advantage on top side. They're all gonna be forced to recon. Yoi's good boy gets spotted out by Lem Holden here. Shield Unity does not find him. And the Quad Shadow just styling all over him. Meanwhile, Chu using that fluttering grace just to zone out the side of Team Harley as per normal. And yeah, looks like they have a bit of control over the map. 1k goal lead over to their side already. Maestro is using that skill 1, skill 2 just split away with Lem Holden. Using the Shield Unity just to kind of jump around. Let's see what happens here. Looks like they're not gonna pull the trigger. Shinichi Kudo used that skill 1 just to poke out a little bit. Meanwhile, Eoi's good boy and Suna are the ones being sent to the top lane. Nothing. They're already taking his blue buff here. I'm not too sure what Team Harley has in store, and it goes to Shinichi Kudo, the blue buff, which is not what you want to see. Penalty zone onto 3. Black Dragon goes in. Shield Unity popped in, but Shinichi Kudo is gonna be the one to fall. Baxia pops in the turtle for his stance, but he's not gonna be able to tank everything. Nothing. The Sharp Residue finally picks him off. Maestro goes in the Phantom Execution. Gets Eoi's good boy in exchange. Penguin trying to taunt some Chu. Chu using that fluttering grace, trying to get those procs, trying to get those stuns. Pops in the Crimson Beacon finally, trying to chase nothing. AOG pop, trying to chase Maestro. Maestro dashing perfectly here. Does not get the outplay. Does not manage to get out. Lancelot so close there to achieving greatness. Looks like it's gonna be a 1v1 in the mid, but Ashy wins those. Sooner or later, Spear Destruction a bit too aggressive there. Someone is saying, I love you. I hope that is towards me. Ashy and Team Nandes are gonna start up the turtle here. Looks like they're gonna completely take the turtle here. And Lem Holden is actually gonna be the one to take it. Ashy, no. Ashy, yes. He does manage to take that. And looks like Team Nandes is gonna set their sights on the mid lane here. But they are gonna play this a bit slow. They are gonna play this the macro way. They're gonna play this the right way. And yeah, let's see how Team Harley tries to recover. Your good boy uses the quad shot to get out. Ghost actually back. So far, Crimson Beacon pop. Gets Eoy's good boy the Fluttering Grace. The AOG gets popped onto 2. Petrified. Furious Dive from nothing. The Black Dragon comes in. Shuts down True Scene. Meanwhile, Lem Holden finishes Stardust off in the back. Meanwhile, Shinichi Kudo, the Brave Smith passive is not able to tank everything. And Ashy finally comes in here with the Death Sonatas. Not doing enough damage. Maestro also coming in here. Shing, shing, shing. Thorn Rose. Not enough damage. And both teams, are they gonna choose to disengage here? Lamp Holden goes in for the shield unity. Does not find the stun onto Suna here. They are gonna decide to back up now. Your good boy goes in for the quad shadow. Red trees, absolutely nothing, but we like that. "53 seconds before Lloyd spawns here. We are going traction pause. Used it to clear the mid. Puncture goes in. Lancelot not able to get the blue. Actually, I think he got the blue buff. Did he? Yeah, I think he managed to secure the blue buff. Puncture goes in. Onto yours, good boy. Phantom Execution goes in. Thorn Rose. Oh my goodness, Maestro's completely styling. Ashley the Death Sonata. Lamb Holden gets the final third shot. Thorn Rose kills him. Ashley finds the Sky Piercer proc. Spirit Destruction goes in. Ashley forced to flicker. Sooner or later, fighting for. The Granger pops in the Death Sonata. Not enough. Your good boy finds the victory. Quad Shadow does not get a Shadow kill onto him. And True finds the Flooding Grace. Final proc on the Sooner or later, and he's just gone. And Nandes come out of that small skirmish victorious yet again. This is a battle of inches. I like battle of inches, but so far it seems like Nandes is just a little bit better when it comes to these small micro fights. And Yoi, good boy, trying to find a good position in here already. Has to pop in the Quad Shadow, the Flooding Grace. True Sin is online. Look at the amount of damage from him. The Terusa is just gonna zone out the enemy, and look at the Lord already AK health. Eoy's good boy is gonna send it. Zero Destruction goes in as well. Gets the Sky Piercer poke onto the boy, but Eoy's good boy just completely dies. He just falls apart and dies. Chusin gets taunted by Stardust, but Chusin, Flooding Grace, not enough procs onto the Kimi. Kimi is gonna pop in Distraction Force, finds it onto Chu. Chusin's gonna get brought back, but not enough damage. Immobilize pops in, but Stardust does not have enough range. Puncture over in for Maestro here, going to nothing. The Black Dragon going here. Chu pops in the Crimson Beacon. Furious Dive, Petrify onto the back line. Ashley's gonna be able to outplay that. He's unstoppable. Chusin is applying his dominance. Did he forget that this is the third place match? Nah, just kidding, bro. Don't do him like that, bro. Maestro goes in for the Thorn Rose, completely dodges all the damage. Maestro puncture. Oh my god, we're watching a TikTok highlight play right now. As the Lloyd finally falls, the Holy Blessing of the Tower is gonna pop. As Eoy's good boy tries to find a trade onto the Lance, who was so low. The Spear Destruction also completely whiffs from Suna. The Flooding Grace Pox comes back, but not enough damage over onto Eoy's good boy. Traction Pulse goes in onto only the minion. Death Sonata only onto Sooner or later, not enough damage. The Sky Piercer. Oh my god, look at this damage. Puncture yet again from Maestro. He's completely TikTok freestyling. Litty does no damage though, but it looks nice. It looks nice. Penalty zone onto nothing. Literally, penalty zone onto nothing. Maestro has to tank the Yogi Shadow kill. Finally gets picked off. Ashley has full stacks of Death Sonata, but the AOG has to be expended to save his life. True still has the Crimson Beacon. Quad Shadow goes in from Yori Good Boy, trying to clear this mid side here. Lamb Holden is completely all farming. He's completely tanking 1 health from the Moskov. And sooner or later clears out the bot side. He's trying to give his team a bit of life. He's trying to clear this minions. Traction post only onto the minions. Team Harley is being pushed into the corner. Their backs are against the wall. They're gonna have to find the saving grace here. I'm not too sure where it's gonna come from or who it's gonna come from, but they need to find it quick. The goal lead is massive. 7k in I think a 12-minute game. And Lem Holden goes with the Shield Unity. He's not gonna jump. Base out. Stardust finally jumps on the Stardust, but he gets stopped by the Shield of Misery. The Spear of Misery. Lem Holden, he's probably gonna be able to fall. Black Shadow go force in. Petrified to the 2 backline. Crimson Beacon pop. Flicker from Ashy. Meanwhile, the Gato's gonna have to tank everything here. Ashley's just not doing enough damage. Aogi Shadow Kills finds the Teruza. Meanwhile, the Lance is nowhere to be found. Chu and Ashley both disengaged now. 2-for-0 fight onto the side of Team Hardy here. 24 seconds for Lloyd as well. That is not ideal. Quad Shadow goes in, spots out Maestro. Maestro uses the puncture to get out. And Yoi is good boy. He's just not gonna do anything much right now. As both teams decide that we're just gonna wait for the Lloyd. We are gonna wait. We do not want to take too big of risk over here. This is the deciding game. Remember, whoever wins this gets 3rd place. What does that mean? Crimson Beacon popped out. Base out the Core Shadow. Eeyore is good boy. Is left alone on an island. He's gonna have to survive. He's gonna have to buy time. Chu is gonna be the one chasing him. Meanwhile, there's a fight. The Lloyd sooner or later flickers onto Maestro over here. Maestro uses the puncture to get out. Shield Unity to zone already. Oh my god, Death Sonata finds the proc onto the Kimi. Sooner or later is left alone. Just one hit. Sky Piercer proc. Double kill onto the back line for Ashy. Lem Holden pops in the Turtle Boy Sans is chasing down Penguin. He can't do anything, but neither can Lem Holden, to be honest. But looks like Nandes is gonna look for the end here. Shield Unity proc again. Is he gonna get a good jump here? Gets the jump onto the Yuchong. Nothing. Still has the Black Dragon. Has to be forced to use it out. Phantom Execution goes in. The Crimson Beacon onto the back line. AOG only onto the minions. Nothing. Finds the 4-man Petrifier Dreams, but it's not enough. No minions so far yet. But Penguin is gonna fall. Iori, good boy, not gonna have the Quad Shadow. Not gonna have the Yogi Shadow Kills. And looks like Team Nandes are completely demolishing Team Harley and are going to take Game 3 in this 3rd place match. And Team Nandes are your 3rd place victors for the AZ Titans Cup. It has been an amazing run for both teams. Shout out to Team Harley, shout out to Team Nandes for doing their best in this tournament. And Team Harley is unfortunately going to go home 4th place, but they left a meaningful impression on everyone here today with that Harley. They had very interesting picks as well. I did enjoy watching their games a lot. But Nandes were just a little bit cleaner, were just a little bit better. And Ashley does get the MVP, the 10-1-3 on that Granger. Really love damage. Eeyore is good boy. Also put up pretty interesting fight there. In general, I think Team Hardy surprised a lot of people today with this match. And yeah, none of these teams are going to be moving on. This was just a 3rd place match. But this really sets the tone, sets the pace for what the grand finals is going to look like. Because if this is what the 3rd place match looks like, imagine what the grand finals will be looking like. Can we get a quick stat check real quick? Just a quick stat check. Look at that. Stardust and Ashley getting the most damage, and damage tank obviously gonna be Penguin and Lem Holden there. Nothing pretty surprising out there. But yeah, shout out to both these teams, and after a quick break, we will be back with the grand final, so stay tuned for that. You don't want to miss that. We'll see you in a bit.
Insatiable power. It consumes until nothing remains.
When the heart falters, darkness will sink its fangs.
kneel before my ambitions.
Insatiable power. It consumes until nothing remains.
When the heart falters, darkness will sink its fangs.
All will kneel before my ambitions.
insatiable power. It consumes until nothing remains.
When the heart falters, darkness will sink its fangs.
All will kneel before my ambitions.
Insatiable power. It consumes until nothing remains.
When the heart falters, darkness will sink its fangs.
All will kneel before my ambitions.
insatiable power. It consumes until nothing remains.
When the heart falters, darkness will sink its fangs.
All will kneel before my ambitions.
Insatiable power. It consumes until nothing remains.
When the heart falters, darkness will sink its fangs.
All will kneel before my ambitions.
insatiable power. It consumes until nothing remains.
When the heart falters, darkness will sink its fangs.
All will kneel before my ambitions.
Insatiable power. It consumes until nothing remains.
When the heart falters.
Okay. And we're back.
My kiss.
Nice.
Will it grant immortality?
Welcome back
Or
to the grand finals. Welcome back to the grand finals. This will be the final series of today and of the AZ Titans Cup. So the two teams are Taco P and Bus Retry. I have seen both these teams play. I will say, I hope and I think
What's your
that
command?
this will be a close and this will be a good series. Yeah, I'm really excited for the series. I am slightly leaning towards Taco P here. If I had to make an early prediction as a caster, I am not biased by any means. I will predict maybe Taco P 3-2. That's how I'd predict it. Hoping for a
Clouds are
close
ever
series either
shifting,
ways.
but this heart remains steadfast.
Looks like Taco P is gonna ban out Alice. They're gonna ban out the Carmilla. Looking like they're banning strong, independent women. looking like they always have a team with what they ban here. I like the team of the independent strong woman bans. Meanwhile, Baskan Vetri taking this very seriously, banning out the Soy AI, banning out the Fanny. Let's see what the third ban here of Taco P is going to be. Maybe if they're going strong independent women, maybe this is a Hilda ban. Or this is a Vexana. Let's see what this final ban really is. 10 seconds left to make their choice. Maybe Kyushu just won't ban out. Looks like they ban out Eve. Still sticking to the team. Independent strong woman. Meanwhile, Baskan Retri does ban out the Chusin. Let's see what the Taco P goes for their strategy that they did pull out in game 1 of their first semifinals match, which was the Angela and Leomoid. Let's see what they pick first. I think they would pick out the Leomoid first because Leomoid has, like I said, 100% contention rate throughout the whole of today. It has been seen as the best jungler, at least for today and in this tournament. So let's see whether it's gonna continue to be that way. If not, instead they're gonna go for the Freya. Akashi, known to play very weird things when it comes to the gold lane. I rate Akashi very highly. His goal is very good. And Tole Sahur is gonna get that Leomord. Boss is gonna get his hands onto this Leomord. Are they gonna potentially maybe take a page out of Taco P's book and gonna take up the Angela for themselves to pair up with this Leomord? Instead, they're hovering over Hanabi. Not too sure about this. Hanabi, one of the worst MMs in my opinion when it comes to this meta. Not too sure why that would ever be picked. But looks like Baskan Rechi are seeing a different angle for me. You know, I'm just a caster. I could be seeing something different, but maybe Suj is the greatest Hanabi of all time. So, pretty standard stuff. Looks like Baskan Rechi are gonna secure themselves that Grok. They're gonna put one on that Grok. Yeah, pretty good first 2 picks here from Baskan Retri. See what Taco P has to answer here. They want to do something very... I mean, I don't think Taco P has been very fundamental or going by the book in any way, shape or form today, so... They are gonna still go for the Angela though. Tiny Ryan really likes me with Angela. And then they're gonna pick up that Yu Chong. Wow, like I said, Taco P is kind of similar to how they played drafted in the first series, in the first game, where they just picked a lot of things that combo with this Angela, or like the Yu Chong was in that first game as well. But now they're basically switching up the Leomoid with the Freya. It looks like this Freya will go to the goal lane. But I think Fate should also be able to play the Freya jungle, so that might be an option if they see that something might be better when it comes to the goal lane. They're gonna pick out a solid, strong mid laner right here for Baskan Retri. ISN WJBSIZ. He's gonna pick up that Vexana. A bit of a weird, unconventional mage pick. A bit of a weird one as well. Vexana being this early on is kinda nice as well. It looks like Baskan Retri have read out Kyushu, banning his Cho away. Kyushu did also play Cho in that game where the Angela was picked up, and the carry does get banned out. So a lot of different ways Baskan Retri go about here. They still need a EXP and a gold, while Taco P does have a lot of options here, because there is a lot of flexibility over to the side of Taco P here. Not too sure what they're gonna go with here. They're gonna ban out Claw, they're gonna ban out that carry. The Moskov is still gonna be open though. Let's see what the Suj is gonna be. It's gonna pick up that Moskov from the south. I'm not too sure here. I think the biggest task that Baskan Reggie gonna have to do is Suj is gonna have to hold his own against Akashi. I think that is the biggest, and that's gonna be the deciding factor of whether this series is gonna be a close one. I think a lot of this lies on whether Suj can match up to Akashi. And they're gonna put him on that Hive. Not too sure whether that battle spell will stay the same, but I do think the Purify might be better for the Hive here. Let's see what Kyushu picks up here. He's gonna pick up his patented Matilda here. He is a big Matilda player from what I know. When Kyushu, if I'm not mistaken, when Kyushu was when Kyushu first started becoming a roamer, he was known for being a Matilda and Grok one trick. So he picks up this Matilda now. I have unfortunately had bad memories of Kyushu Matilda because I have faced this before. Fate is gonna pick up the YSS. Wow, this would be a pretty well-rounded draft from Takopi here. Actually a bit too normal for my liking. Not used to Takopi picking such normal picks here. But looks like Kyushu's gonna go for that Kufra instead. I'm actually not too sure how the Kufra and Grok Roam matchup works, but I think it definitely will favor Grok slightly more. I don't know whether the Mighty Strike of Grok does that cancel the Kufra ball or the Kufra any of the Kufra skills. We're gonna have to check in on that. I do like the Phobius pickup here though, but there's not a lot. It's not a crazy amount of dashes though on the side of Takopi, so this Phobius might find himself in some predicaments. Instead, they go for the Benedetta. Now that is what I like to see. A bit of an unconventional EXP laner here. We are gonna see things we don't often see a lot. We're gonna see whether the Tyrant's Revenge and the Tyrant's Rage from Kyushu is gonna come out to fruition. And let's see, it's gonna be the first game. First games are really important when it comes down to series. Let's hope that the deciding might be... It will be very good to get the first game. Like, it will be quite a deciding factor in setting the tone when it comes to this series. So let's see what Baskan, Rechi and Takopi have in store for us. First game, I do say I favor Takopi's draft here a little bit better. I probably would be playing the draft of Baskan Rechi more, because I think that draft is slightly more stable and does make a little bit more sense. But Takopi's draft looks like when it's executed perfectly is a bit better. So let's see how this goes as we jump into the Land of Dawn. And like I said, I do want to shout out all our sponsors and our backings behind us. Shout out to them. This event would not be possible without them. And as we get into it, one actually did not get the freeze off properly. Unfortunately, we did not get a fact check on that. We did not get a zoom in on that, but he only froze the minions behind, so the front minion of each lane got in front. So that freeze was a bit bad, but maybe it's just nerves, you know. First game of a BO5 series. It's gonna be a long one. I hope so. And let's hope none of these teams tilt. Let's hope none of these teams, their mentals are high and we can get maybe a 5-game series. That'll be very interesting. Anyways, as Fake Cutie take both buffs already. Meanwhile, Buzz instead is choosing to decide to take up his whole top side camp and is even gonna secure the little. Wow, the skill 1 of Ryumoy does so much damage. And on the side of Takopi though, they are gonna have the slower laning when it comes to the mid lane, because the Angela is gonna have not the greatest wave clear compared to the Vexana, which is very fast. And ISNWJ the SIZ is the first mage to the bot side. The wall actually giving Tiny Tony a bit of an advantage here to play against Release the City. Fake Cutie pops in that Mountain Shocker. Tyrant's Revenge jumps in. Kyushu gets the first blood. Very well played there from the YSS and Kyushu, showing off that ever-eye Takopi chemistry that they've built up over years. Tyrant's Revenge perfectly timed, perfectly placed by Kyushu there. Takopi strikes first in the series. First blood right here. Let's see as Turtle starts up. Tole is getting into an advantage position here for Turtle. Uses that skill 1 just to clear out the minions faster. And they're going to be the first ones to start up with Turtle. No Mountain Shocker for the YSS here though. So let's see what the YSS has in plan for this and how Takopi is gonna play around this. Turtle here, the Black Dragon comes in from Release the City Hard Guard, also goes on to him. Tyrant's Revenge jumps in onto the Leomoid. Leomoid just gets picked off. Tiny Tony is running for the heals. The Grok puts in the wall to try and stop them, but the Sha residue is not enough. Finds picks off. Tiny Tony outplays Fake Cutie with the Petrify. Wow, what a play from Tiny Tony with the ultimate and the Petrify as well. Really well played from that Benedetta, as it looks like Takopi was winning that team fight quite convincingly until that outplay, and looks like both teams not going to be able to start the turtle yet. Tiny Tony if they're gonna want to win, he's gonna have to do a lot more of those electro final bros, bro. Those were really good. Tiny Tony already giving a bit of vision, using the Phantom Slash, trying to do a bit of damage here. Let's see whether he can get any well-timed placed eye for an eyes here. And holy toly, Sahu is gonna be first one side. Pops in the Phantom Steed, does not get stunned. Tiny Tony gets solo killed. Fake QD wins out the retreat. Mountain Shocker still not yet to use, but Hardcore already popped out. Akashi pops in with the ultimate. Tectonic charge into 4. There's no follow-up. ISN WJ pops in the Vexana ultimate, but nothing is falling. Akashi gets a double kill. And so far the score is 6-1. And Takopi are completely running over the competition. I mean, there is no question that I think Takopi is clearly trying to show that they are levels above the competition when it comes into this AZ Titans Cup, as they're completely outclassing everyone. Mechanics Micro is looking nasty. But we're gonna have to see here. The game is still not over. Vexana and Grok can still get a nasty combo here. All it takes is one Curse Blast. All it takes is one Eternal Guard. All it takes is one Tectonic Charge. All of those layers of damage can come back and do some serious work to Kalkopi if they do make a mistake. Mountain Shock already popped in. Leomoy managed to get out the Phantom Steed though, and both the Romas just touch each other in the mid lane. I like the sound of that. Meanwhile, Vexana's gonna go down, pops in that deadly grasp onto Release the City. Release the City uses the Black Dragon, purifies the Tectonic Charge from one well-timed from Release the Silly, making them look silly. Heart God already expanded to save his life as well. And wow, that was really well played from the side of Takopi. As I can see, the mechanics just look like they're on point. Tyrant's Revenge, Tyrant's Rage onto Tiny Tony. He's going to go. Tiny Riley recalling. Tiny Riley recalling on Tiny Tony. Tiny on Tiny action here. This has to be some sort of crime as Suj makes his way into the mid lane, as Akashi's gonna take the whole top side here. Not a good rotation out from Suj over here. One is trying to give his team some vision here, but Baskan and Retri are trying to find scraps, but they can't find anything. One is gonna walk into a deadly bush at Tyrant's Revenge, jumps onto him, forces out the flicker already. Really still silly. Is doing so much damage on this Yuchong, showing the true value of what a good Yuchong can really bring to the table here. As Fake QT is gonna use his passive to just clear out this turtle, and they are gonna take it. Meanwhile, they are setting their sights onto the mid side here. Tiny Tony times the eye for an eye perfectly, but the Dragon Tail and the Soul Grip is just doing so much damage onto this Benedetta, and the Shy Res is not enough. Fake QT goes for the Mountain Shock onto Tiny Tony. Tiny Tony gets absolutely blasted. Kyushu is charging up the Titans Revenge in the middle of the tower. Gets the Tyrant's Rage onto two people as well. Not enough follow-up though. I don't think they were expecting Kyushu to get such a good set there. And by them, I mean Takopi and Baskan Retri. Both of them were not expecting that, but Kyushu showing that there's levels to this when it comes to roaming. And it's already putting his ball onto Tole Sahu. And Tole Sahu pops in that Phantom Seed. Just not enough damage onto the Kufra. The Kufra is going absolutely crazy. Just keeps on shooting that Spell Curse onto the members of Baskan Retri. Can we get a quick item check? I want to see whether Kyushu is building in this Thunderbelt, as Tiny Rani and Tiny Tony are having a little tiny 1v1. The Ecto Final Blow pops in. Tiny Rani gets the flicker, but the Petrify is going to be expended. Tiny Tony goes in, gets petrified. Furious Life petrified. Tiny Tony gets the final kill onto Rani, but he's going to get traded his life by the Yuchong. Quick item check here. Kyushu has built that Thunderbelt on Kufra. I'm also a big fan of the Kufra Thunderbelt. It's really fun because the Kufra, they did buff his passive a little bit, and he does get that spell curse a lot more frequently. So he will be getting a lot of Thunderbelt stacks. Hopefully we can check in on that later into the game. But for now, 22 seconds into Lloyd here, and looks like Takopi is completely styling over Baskan Retri. Look at the amount of pressure that Kyushu is providing. Tiny Tony Phantom Slash is not even in range, but Kyushu is perfectly. As mentioned previously, a lot of people say Kyushu is the one man only onto one, but that's enough. That's the one. Vexana gets popped by the Kashi in the back line. Double kill for Fade. Tiny Rani decides to get a kill for himself. Fake QT is recalling on the members of Baskan Retri, and it's a complete masterclass so far. As the YSS, the Traceless, the Blood Floods are doing so much damage onto the side, and Fake QT is just hitting the turtle now, which they are going to be able to secure here. Electo final blow popped down to the mid lane to try to defend. Tiny Tony still trying to find Tiny Rani, but it's not going to be able to get the eye for an eye as Tiny Rani just recalls on Tiny Tony. AK goal lead in 8 minutes. This is not what you want to see if you are a fan or you are a player of Buscan Retri right now. As we take a small little reset here, Takobi is gonna set their sights on the mid lane here. Akashi is holding on to that as Valkyrie's descent. Those Valkyrie flashes are also doing a lot of damage. So let's see whether he can get another good Valkyrie descent onto the back line here. Mountain Shocker pops in onto Leomon, puts in a Phantom Steed. Time Revenge onto 1. Oh my goodness! The Grog managed to find a good set here, but a Hearth Guard, the healing is too much from Takobi. The Tectonic Charge found everybody, but there was no follow-up. The Vex did not get the Deadly Grasp off, did not get the Eternal Guard knock-up. I don't think he had it. We're gonna need to see more. The Mountain Shocker yet again popped in by Fake Beauty. Tyrant's Revenge from Kyushu jumps over the wall in the base as Tiny Tosin goes for Phantom Slash, not enough. One is being completely roam gap isolated. Kyushu is completely styling on one of the members of the Buscan Retri as they're trying to find anything that they can on the map. And what's annoying is that Kyushu's doing all this and then he comes over to you and he just gets a Thunderbolt stack. A lot of people like to say, is Kyushu the best mechanical roamer in SG? A lot of people will say that. We're gonna see Akashi gets a solo kill onto Bass. I assume he uses that Valkyrie descent. Akashi is just so good on this goal lane. We are seeing some victory voice on the side of Takobi already. And it's just getting from bad to worse. Kyushu, every 5 seconds you get a spell curse coming out from Kyushu. And he just tanks a Soul Grasp and Deadly. And he just tanks all the Vexana skills. It's just like kind of ridiculous. I'm getting tilted watching Buscan Retri. Cause like I would be mad if I had to play in their situation right now. As all one can do is put these walls out and try to give vision for the side of Takobi and Tole Sahur. After he had a 707, oh Fake Beauty! Oh my god, Tiny Tony like to find a blow, tries to go in Traceless, used in, and Tiny Tony does not find the outplay. As Takobi continues to laugh in the face of their opponent. What is happening? This is absolutely disgusting. What I am watching is not right. Tole Sahu just now on the Leo mode was 707, like as I was saying, now he's 050. It looks like they can't find anything at all, and Takobi just gonna take that top side. This is the peak of MPL SG play. Tectonic Charge onto 4, finds in the Deadly Grasp, finds on 4 as well. But Akashi goes in with the Valkyrie's Descent, goes on to 4, doing damage. 1 is running for the heals. Surge X-Cam is not able to dash. Phantom Flash from Tiny Tony is not even able to find an iPhone. I can't even get it. Tole Sahu gets an outplay on to Winston City, but it's gonna be him versus the rest of Takobi, and he does not even have the Phantom Steed. Time's Revenge flicker from Kyushu, and it's a wipeout legendary from Akashi as Takobi stamp the first victory onto Buscan Retri, showing that there are levels to this and really showing the high class gameplay that we came here for, as Kyushu secures the MVP with the 2014 12.2 on that Kufa, really showing the high mechanics and high macro that we came here to watch from the side of Takobi here. And yeah, for the side of Buscan Retri, we're gonna have to go back to the drawing board. We're gonna have to think about what went wrong, but honestly, we're just gonna have to think about a bit harder, to be honest. But yeah, 1-0 from the side of Takobi, and we are gonna take a short break after this, and we will be back for the second game.
insatiable power. It consumes until nothing remains.
When the heart falters, darkness will sink its fangs.
All will kneel before my ambitions.
For the second game of Buscan Rechi versus Taco P here.
What's your
It
command?
is 1-0 for the side of Taco P here. Like I said, I'm still hoping for a close series. Even in close series, there are games where one team completely dominates the other. So hopefully Buscan Rechi, that was a wake-up call for them and they lock in the next game. We never know though. Taco P. It looks like they're gonna go for the same bands though. Looks like both teams are gonna go for the same band so far. Looks like the Alisor, Fanny were all banned out in the first game as well. We'll see whether that remains the same thing. 40 seconds.
True love is
Yeah,
like
looks like the bands are pretty much the same. I don't really know why they these bands are kind of executed. I'm not too sure why. Maybe they have a bit of info on each other. That is probably the reasoning behind that. Let's see whether Taco P is yet again gonna pull out some interesting picks here, some interesting drafts that they always tend to do. I am excited for that. Let's see whether that's the case.
I am a daughter of Northern Vale.
It looks like Buscan Rechi is actually gonna be the one to ban out that Freya. Yeah, Akashi on that Freya was really nice. The Valkyrie's Descent and Valkyrie's Slashes were really on point there. So let's see what Taco P is gonna prioritize instead here. Looks like the draft has completely kind of blown up on the side of Buscan Rechi because it feels like that first game kinda was not a draft diff at all. Like there was definitely ways for Buscan Rechi to win that based on their draft, but I feel like it was just an outclass in each role and in the team as a team overall in general. But let's see whether Buzz Kanrachi can turn that around here. As the Chusin is gonna be first pick prioritized here, the Yves, the Kimi is still available on the side of Takobi if they want to use that to answer against the Yves. They could also go... Actually, they even banned out the Angela from themselves now. They said, yo, we kind of have to nerf ourselves to make this a little bit closer. Is Fate QT gonna pick YSS jungle 3 games in a row? I would like to see that, low-key. Maybe, you know what, they might just pick this YSS and flex it to the goal lane. At this point, I wouldn't even be surprised at this point. Maybe Akashi wants to play that in the goal lane. Well, I stand corrected. Looks like they're gonna pick YSS and Claude in the first 2 picks. I mean, not bad. I mean, looks like they're gonna go in a different direction. They're gonna go for the Nolan instead. The Nolan has been seeing a lot more play here. I think most recently I saw it get picked up by TNC when it comes to M7. Did not get a victory though on M7. So let's see whether Fate QT is a better jungler than TNC. I would say yes. Akashi is gonna pick up that Claw though, getting a lot of priority. They are thinking of putting Buzz onto this Fredrin. This Fredrin is gonna struggle slightly against this hyper mobile comp against this Nolan the Claw though. So I'm not too sure if they want to do that. Maybe they just want a solid trio mid to start off their draft. So let's see where they go. Maybe they can go for a Gatot as well. Maybe a Gatot Fredrin or Gatot Hayabusa wouldn't be so bad.
On the case,
Instead they go for the Yuchong. Yuchong Fredrin seems okay as well. And for the side of Takopi, they could... They decide to go for the Yves. The Yves is the natural pro play counter pick when you go against a Chusin. So naturally they do pick it up. Not playing out. And then they ban out that carry. Don't want to give Suj that carry. Because like I said, Suj is one of the MM players of all time. Definitely they definitely think that Akashi needs all the help he can get against Suj. They don't want to give him a winning matchup. Because Akashi definitely needs... Suj definitely can hold his own against Akashi over here. And the Grok gets banned out. Do not want to give that over to the side of Kyushu here. If they're gonna ban out another roam, they have to kind of ban out the Gatot. I don't know whether they're scared of a Gatot. They do have the Yuchong to kind of counter that.
Hello,
but the Estes is gonna get banned out. Interesting that. Are they scared of a potential Oh My Venus on the side of Buscan Red Tree? They might have a secret genius over there who's very good at Estes. So they're just making sure, having their priorities, you know, making sure they're covering all aspects of the draft. And let's see what Buscan Reggie is gonna use their final ban on. Maybe they're just gonna ban out another Romeo. They could ban out... I mean... I don't think Takopi is gonna pick things twice, so they don't really need to think about that Kufra, I don't think. But they could just ban out Gatot. If you're gonna ban out a roam, they still do need an EXP as well. Maybe to pick up EXP, they maybe don't wanna ban out the Lapu. Looks like they're gonna ban out another Rover on the side of Kyushu. They're gonna ban out that Cho. So yeah, let's see what Takopi goes for here. Yeah man, I mean so far, as you can see from Takopi, you've noticed that these members have a lot of AoE. They're pretty fast when it comes to rotating here, and I think they're gonna clearly rotate way faster. The BMI, the Blazing Duet, the Fracture, the Real Manipulation from Eve, those skill 1 procs is gonna be nasty, bro. So Takopi just gonna have to clean up their drop, slightly round it up. Let's see what they decide to go for. Kyushu is gonna go for that Gatot. Something that I mentioned that Buscan Reggie should definitely consider, but I guess Kyushu going for a bit more standard picks here. The Gatot, very famous. This Kyushu Gatot, very famous though. There was a moment where we might see some internet disconnecting onto the side of Kyushu. Let's hope none of that happens in this one. Let's see what Buscan Reggie is gonna close out the draft with. Thinking about a potential heal down roam? And what are they gonna pick their gold for? There are some things that win less the Claude. There is that Leslie, there is that Bruno, there is that Beatrix, and there is that Brody. It looks like they're gonna go for none of that. They're gonna go for the Gringer instead. They're gonna play for the team fight.
even under the withering
And
shadow.
most people are more comfortable on Granger. And instead, one goes for that Matilda. I do like that Matilda pick. It gives Buscan Retry another level to where they can match the hyper mobility coming in from the side of Takobi here. So let's see what the EXP pick here is gonna be. I mean, they could go something like an Esme if they want to go for an Esme. They still have the Arlet, they still have the Glue. The Glue does look like a pretty good pick here. I mean, there's not much that's gonna stop him here. If he does not get a good early game though, that will be pretty bad odds for him though. The Glue does have to do pretty well in the early. If not, he's not gonna be able to tank enough for later, as we are looking at this stuff. Pretty basic battle spells here. Kashi's gonna go for that Purify instead of a Flicker or a Sprint. So let's see how that's gonna change the game. I mean, they do have a Fredgen, they do have the Yuchong with the Furious Dive and Petrify. So let's see how it goes. I think the early game is going to favor Buscan Retry a little bit, but this is going to come down to how early the early game is going to be. Because I think when it comes down to the first, I think Buscan Retry definitely have a way to win the turtle if they do get their ultis first. Does that make sense? I feel like whoever gets their ultimates first and gets the more useful ultimates first are gonna win the turtle fight, as we are gonna see one walk in here to the mid lane here. The mid lane is definitely gonna favor Takopi a bit more. The Gato Eve is so menacing when it comes to laning. I mean, the laning, yet again, I don't know how, but now Takopi is gonna be the one with the winning mid lane matchup. Last game, Buscan Retry kinda had the winning mid game matchup. Looks like it's gonna be swapped here. Let's see what Takopi is gonna be able to show off here instead, as Tiny Rani already using that skill 1 to poke them out a little bit. So the Retry is gonna be secured over by Buzz here. Does use the Retribution to secure that little, as the Void Blast from Tiny Rani just keeps coming and poking him out. Kyushu slams the ground, clears out the wave a little bit. One little bit a bit too aggressive there. Kyushu's looking for maybe a taunt here. Decides to hold it, as Fake QT is just gonna slowly farm up here. The Nolan is known to start off a bit slow, but he does start getting it slowly and slowly. He does start getting a bit better and better as the mid game, and hits a certain spike in the mid game here. So both teams are keeping it quiet here first. Buscan Retry sending 3 to the mid to match the Eve, the Void Blast. Yet again, still poking, as Fake QT here is looking for potential gank. Does have the Fracture ready, uses the Fracture expansion. The Gorge also being used in. Tole has no ultimate, no Appraiser's Wrath. It's just gonna be dived on by 4, and he's gonna be left alone to fend for himself, as they're just gonna all run to the turtle, it seems like, and they're gonna be able to burst this down. As they're gonna clear the ulti first. The Fracture goes in onto 1, doesn't find him. Woman Manipulation pops in. 1 has to flicker out. ISN WJB SIZ is able to take the Guiding Wind out though, so does not have to use his flicker, but he's still so low. And Tiny Tony is getting a good position here on for the turtle. Fredgen is starting this up, release the city, trying to find out, trying to give infos to his team on where the enemy could be. And Tiny Closing goes in for the Furious Dive. Petrify does not find Fake QT. Fake QT dodges, uses the Gosh to get out. But looks like the Fredgen is gonna get able to get the turtle here. But is he gonna be able to leave? The Vitalize being popped in by Kyushu here. Still not using the AOG, as the grab jab goes onto the Fredgen the whole time. Really still has to flicker out. The Crimson Beacon popped in. AOG finds the 2 at the backline here. The Circling Eagle onto Kyushu. Gets onto CC Midi. Fake QT finds the Fracture onto 1 to make that a 1-for-1 trade. But despite all that, look at the top side from Takopi, as Akashi continues to push the top side and make that goal lead even larger, as Fredgen tries to secure his blue buff but won't be able to get it. Fake QT wrenches that out and even uses the Gauge to get out, as he still has another Fracture. 1 is gonna go in, not too sure about that. Use the expansion and the Fracture, not enough damage onto Tole there. Pretty decent retry neutral objective control for Bus counter retry over there. They do get the retry despite the name. But I think that was a bit too aggressive there from Tiny Tony. Tried to find the Furious Dive Petrify. Did not get the play onto the Nolan. Fake QT is playing absolutely out of his mind here. As we are gonna see the slowdown. Fake QT already dragging his blue buff. Scared of a potential invade here. One is gonna use the Guiding Wind to bring in the Fredrin. AOG already used. Tony doesn't get caught in it though. Slam, stick onto 2. One is gonna be the first to fall. Blue goes on top of the Fredrin as the Nolan gets out. Black Dragon forced out. Kyushu really still silly on the backline. Akashi pops out the Blazing Duet in the Black Dragon. The Black Dragon has to get out. No Furious Dive. Double kill for the side of Willy here. As Suj uses the Death Sonata to just zone. As Fake UT is lurking in the bushes here. As Takupi yet again just completely styling on Buscan Retry. The kill score now 5-1 as it's getting from bad to worse. However, this is only game 2 of a best of 5 series. So let's hope that Buscan... Oh my god! Fake QT just in the right place at the right time, uses the Gouge. Is he gonna be able to get out? Gets taunted by the Fredrin. Finally shut down, but only onto the Matilda. Crimson Beacon popped in off here, guiding Wind. Circling Eagle also popped in here. Kyushu uses the taunt, does not find anyone guiding Wind to bring Willy still back. He just gets the dismount off. As Buzz counter Retry are gonna start the turtle here though. It's gonna be a 1-for-1 trade here, and now Buzz is gonna be able to secure this turtle. So far, well played from Buzz there. Good recovery so far. Only a 1.2k goal lead now. Buzz counter Retry are starting to definitely turn up the pace. Definitely starting to contest a little bit more. As Willy still silly, actually steals the little away. That must be so annoying for the side of Buzz over there. Meanwhile, Matilda and the Chusin still rotating together. Akashi is also rotating very nicely. He is getting to his lanes a bit faster as Tiny Flurry clears out that bot side. And Akashi's gonna get the whole wave here. Kyushu giving vision, giving space for his MM to farm here. As he maybe can try to get a potential sneaky maybe kill here. As the Chusin here using the Fluttering Grace to give vision for his team. Trying to spot out where this Nolan is. And Nolan goes in for the fracture onto the Yuchong. Will Manishiji also popped in from Tiny Ryan to try and follow up. But Tiny Tony manages to use that Furious Dive to get out of there. No Petrify extended as Fake QT continues to terrorize the members of Buzz. They cannot walk anywhere as the Nolan is just everywhere. So Tiny Ryan using that Void Blast to continue to poke out the side of Buzz here. Kyushu charging that taunt, managed to get on the juicing 6-6 grab onto the Circling Eagle, finds 3, Tole goes in with the taunt. Kyushu goes in, no AOG expanded yet. Grab brings the Fredrin back. Blazing Duet from Akashi. The big Black Dragon gets popped. Everybody is low. Fake QT comes in from the back. Fracture finds nobody. Expansion onto only the true scene. One gets the kill. Tiny Tony is gonna be the trade. And Suj is gonna come in here with the Death Sonata doing 0 damage. And Kyushu is standing there like a menace, tanking all the damage from the side of Suj. And Suj is like, yo, what is happening? What is my bullets doing? 3-8 right here. Willy still silly is playing a really good blue game so far. Mr. Patrick, one of the newest skins when it comes to ML. Look at Mr. Patrick right there. Look at it, bruh. As Buzz counter Retry, they don't want to give up space. They want to keep the pressure going. They want to start up this turtle. They think that they can contest this as they do find Akashi in the bot lane. The BMI is still available. Oh, Akashi really doing some serious poke onto this Fredrin. The Chusin still using that Fluttering Grace to give his team some space, give his team some vision. But look at how Fate is positioning here. This is absolutely nasty. Goes in for the fracture onto one. Managed to get out. Crimson Beacon Force. AOG to support his Nolan. Nolan, is he gonna be able to get out? Akashi goes in with the BMI. Will Munition pop into 4. Blazing Duet goes in. Fierce Dive Petrify onto Akashi. Does not pop the Purifying Time. Does not have it. Nolan, the Fake QT finds the trade onto the Fredrin. But Akashi's gonna fall. The Black Giant's going in, but Con still comes in from Kyushu. Tiny Ryan is hiding the bush. They're spacing him really well. The Dragon is finding someone to go. Willy Still City goes for the 6-stick grab onto nobody here. The Yuchong Shy Residue onto Willy Still City. Does not have the ultimate. No Fox though. And one gets another shout down. 3 kills over to the side of the Matilda. Killing spree as Suj does not get the Sky Piercer proc. But well played from the side of Taco P and the side of Buzz there. I feel like they both kited that really well. And we're gonna see a really close game, I feel like, this game. As the Flooding Grace, putting some snacks onto Kyushu here, uses the second skill to just get out. As they're both gonna set their sights on the Lloyd here. 900 goal lead. Over to the side of Taco P here. We are gonna see the members of Taco P spawn in here and they are gonna come back to contest this, as the top side is not favoring Taco P at all here. Actually, it kinda is favoring Taco P here. It is looking like a slow push for the side of Taco P here, as you can see the minions over there. So it looks like Buzz Kanrechi are gonna have to make a play in the next 1 to 2 minutes here, for sure. It looks like they're gonna hold on to the Lloyd first with the Fredjin. Getting some stacks on the insect, and the mid wave is also... The mid wave is, however, on the side of Buzz Kanrechi. Yes, Taco P is not gonna be able to clear that. So let's see what Taco P goes in here. Fake QT uses the gauge to go out. Release the City goes in. Kyushu goes in for the AOG. Blazing Duet gets cancelled by the Circling Eagle. Woman Vision popped in. The Guiding Wind. One gets shot down. Fake QT goes in for the back. Fracture. Tiny Tony goes in with a fierce dive, but does not find the Dragon Tail. Does not give him enough sustain. SISN WJB not giving enough space. As Tiny Akashi dives to the Lord. Fake QT is they're gonna secure the Lloyd here, but really questionable for Akashi. I think he literally just died to the Lloyd there.
Blue team turret has been destroyed.
Really well played from the side of Taco B there. Really good kiting that they did there. And Kyushu's AOG was also really monumental in providing that space disruptor. Really split up the fight there, as I feel like the side of Buzz Kanrechi didn't really target Prio the best. They were definitely a bit split up. And Suchi, I think he might have spotted Fake QT a little bit, looking a bit scared. Fake QT using these gauges to find an angle. He uses the gauge fracture onto the side of Suj. Suj managed to get out. Quick item check before the Lloyd spawns in here. Suj does have that Sky Piercer. Unfortunately has 0 pox yet. Can we get an answer on what this Sky Piercer is for if he has 0 stacks? Meanwhile, Claude already close to that full Trinity. Same gold though. The biggest gold disparity is between the Fredrin and the Nolan. 2k down there. But Matilda already has the 2 core items, that Flask and that Enchanted Talisman here. So let's see how this goes. Tiny Tony does have that Queen's Wings as well. So let's see. Tole starting up the fight, taunting Kyushu. Kyushu wanting whether he should taunt back. Tiny Rani is still poking out one already less than half health. Guiding Wind to support out his Fredrin here. Kyushu is a bit isolated, but he's only 1v2ing the jungler in the roam. Meanwhile, the side of Taco P here going on the bot side. And they're gonna call it a day. Fake QT tries to go in for a small little fracture play there, but one uses the Guiding Wind nicely to get out of that. So far, Taco P playing a bit of a slower paced game, definitely showing that they are capable of playing more of a macro game here. And Kyushu already gonna start walking to give his team some vision here, as he is gonna give vision on the top side here. Tiny Tony is gonna recall here, not too sure what the plan is here for both sides, but looks like Lloyd is gonna spawn in 50 seconds here. Tiny Tony goes in for the 1v1. Fierce dive, goes to the Petrify into Fake QT, killing spree, fracture, AOG, Crimson Beacon used ready by the Chusin. Chusin forced to flicker out. Will manipulation onto everybody appears as rough. Only have to fight. Stamp, stick from the glue. Finds all 3. Circling Eagle goes in, release the city, isolated. Sticks onto the Fredrin, does not get a bring back. Release the city, might lose. Dodging, bobbing, weaving. Suj finally finds the Death Sonata. Picks off Release the Silly. Both EXPs are the trade there, but Akashi using all that distraction to get the bottom side turret here, as the skill call is 7 to 13. Despite all of this, Buzz Kanrechi are showing that they are definitely capable, keeping themselves in this game here. As Tiny Tony is gonna pop in that vision there, spots out the Nolan. One is gonna get poked out by those bullets from Akashi. As Kyushu recalling to show respect for his opponents. He's recalling to show that he really loves his opponents and he really respects them for how good they are. What a great man Kyushu is. Fracture used in from the lowland just to get out there. And the Lord has spawned. So let's see how both teams play this off lane, how both teams set up for this Lord here. Akashi already walks up to this Lord, gonna start hitting it. Let's see whether he continues to hit it though. The Fredjin has gotten spotted out. Really still silly. Is gonna get all the procs on him. Akashi is free hitting. Guiding wind. Use one brought back by the glue. Perfectly timed. The Fredjin nowhere to go. As Suj is trying to stop them from ending. Forced to flicker Death Sonata. Kyushu's, they're locking the base. That might be too aggressive from Kyushu there. Petrify onto fake QT. And they might be able to do the Lloyd here. 2-for-0 play, but Akashi is trying to do the Lloyd. Is Bus Kanrechi? Can they even get close to this? Is Akashi just gonna burst this down? And they do. That is the answer. I mean, wow. Takupi tried to go for a risky play there. I do rate the backdoor attempt there from the side of Takupi. I do rate it, but they still do get the Lloyd anyways. But like I said, wow, really still silly. Getting so much value on this blue, even gets the blue buff. Mr. Patrick is doing a good job this game. But yet again, Tole Sahur is having a bad series. 0-5 in the last game, 0-6 in this game. We're gonna need... Tole is doing his job on the Fredjin though. Despite the KD, don't let this distract you guys from the fact that this Fredjin is doing his job though. The CCs and the damage have been very on point for the Fredjin here, giving his team the space necessary. Really still silly, pumps in that slam. Just to show, just to give his team some space there as they set their sights on the Lloyd here. Bus Kanrechi, you're gonna have to repel a 30k Lloyd here. Dash onto Kyushu here, Black Dragon, popped out to give his team some space. Tole again goes in the taunt, Appraiser's Wrath, onto the minions, onto the Lloyd. No Appraiser's Wrath used. Goes in, Fierce Dive, Petrify, only onto Kyushu. Real Manipulation popped in, Suji is isolated, Blazing Duet from Akashi. And the Shushin also falls. Fredjin is next, they're looking the eyes on the base, Fake UT gets a triple kill. And Kyushu AOGs into the base as Takupi take game 2 of this best of 5 series. Yet again, it feels like Bus Kanrechi, despite the improvement from the first game, was not as one-sided as the first game was. Still feels like they have a lot of holes that they need to fix. There's still a lot of things they definitely need to adjust and change in order for this to be a closer match. Yet again, Kyushu MVP 10.4, 1-13 on that Gatot, showing that he might be the best mechanical Roman SG. This might be a fun fact, a true fact. Even we might have to do a quick stat check here. Just want to see how much damage this glue tank. Oh my god, 47% damage tank from Kyushu on the Gatot and 33% from glue. Wow. And the side of Fredjin, he did also tank a lot of damage there. So yeah man, back to the drawing board for Bus Kanrechi, and we will take another short break and we will be back for potentially the final game of today of the grand finals.
Insatiable power. It consumes until nothing remains.
When the heart falters, darkness will sink its fangs.
All will kneel before my ambitions.
insatiable power. It consumes until nothing remains.
When the heart falters, darkness will sink its fangs.
All will kneel before my ambitions.
Insatiable power. It consumes until nothing remains.
When the heart falters, darkness will sink its fangs.
All will kneel before my ambitions.
insatiable power. It consumes until nothing remains.
When the heart falters, darkness will sink its fangs.
All will kneel before my ambitions.
Insatiable power. It consumes until nothing remains.
When the heart falters, darkness will sink its fangs.
All will kneel before my ambitions.
And we are back for game 3 and potentially the last game of the grand finals of this series. Potentially the last match of today. hopefully maybe Bus Conretry can maybe show us something different this time. Maybe might even be able to pull out 1 or 2 wins to maybe prolong this series. But it's not looking very likely. Let's hope that they don't go out that sad though, as I think Taco P has definitely shown some levels to the game right now. And it looks like Taco P is not gonna switch up anything from their draft here. Still deciding to ban out that Carmilla, and let me guess, next one's gonna be Alice.
Sir, what's your command?
Same for Buscan and Reggie, both teams gonna take their time to ban out here, as nothing much is gonna change for the bans at least. Maybe Taco P and Buscan and Reggie have some secret strategy that they've been hiding until now. I'll be excited to see how that goes.
My kiss. Will it grant immortality or death?
Wow, what a switch up. Taco B bans out that Alice. I don't really know why they ban out this Alice. They
call me a hero because I saved my nation from falling apart.
Is a really good Alice. Meanwhile, Buscan and Reggie are banning out Fake QT here, banning out that YSS, banning out that Fanny. Might even have to ban out that Nolan after last game. Jeez Louise. Meanwhile, looks like Taco B gonna take their time to ban out here. Looks like Taco P does not go for anything that is kind of
Butterflies born by thy wish, guided by lantern's light.
Not much I can say about them. But yeah, looks like some picks still on the board here. The Grok, the Claude still available, the Kalea still available, Gato still available, Yves still available, Chusin still available. See what the mid prio here is gonna look like for both sides.
I am a daughter of Northern Vale.
Yes, looks like they're gonna ban out that Freya. Still kinda traumatized. Looks like Buscan Retri from Akashi's Freya with the Valkyrie's descent in the game 1. As Tiny Rani picks up that lead.
Which I was made for.
As Tiny Rani does pick up that Eve, is gonna secure arguably the best mage in the game right now. And let's see what Buscan Retri have in response against that. Natural counters to Eve are naturally the Sicilian, the Farsa, things that outrange the Eve a little bit, or things that just completely burst the Eve when it comes to close range. Could look at a potential maybe Cheese Pig Fusion here, or a Lunox. But looks like Buscan Retri gonna go for the simple things here for now, just going for that Claude. Maybe they're just gonna pick up that Gato for themselves, Gato Eve, Grok Eve. I would not want to face either of those, so honestly, kind of a bad start already. You're gonna have to pick one, I feel. Or just screw it, give them both, but yeah, take up the Leo mod first. I mean, Leo mod was 100% contention in every game. I think it might not be anymore after last game, but looks like Tole Tole Sahur is gonna have to put his trust into that Leo mod, and Kyushu picks up that Kalea with that carry. Kalea carry, the KK. One letter away from getting cancelled. The KK combo. Really nice. Whoever Kyushu is gonna ult, he's gonna get bursted down. Let's just say that. As Tiny Tony picks up the Sora AI. Let's see what the Sora AI is gonna be able to do here. As these shifting skies ultis are gonna come in to play here. I do like watching Soras as they choose between which of the shifting skies ultis they use. Do they choose to go for... Do they choose to tend to go for the Thunder Rush, or do they tend to go for the Skyfall and stuff like that?
You should.
So, excuse me, correction. It's called Heaven's Wrath versus the Stormbind. I feel like most EXP players, when they go the Sora in the EXP lane, most of the time they do tend to use that Stormbind for more of that CC, and then they do end up using the Wind Stride Skyfall to bring people back. So let's see. So far the bans for Buscan Retri, it has literally been 4 jungle bans. Oh my goodness. Is Fate QT the best SG jungler in SG right now? As Taco P bans out the Angela. And Valen is the final ban for Buscan Retri. That was a pretty quick ban. as both teams are gonna have to round out their draft nicely here. I am kind of preferring the draft of Takopi still here right now, as the Kalea carry does seem a bit more stable, and Kalea Yves, that is definitely the winning mid lane. There is quite literally nothing that is gonna beat that mid lane. You could go Sicilian, maybe even a Jawhead. You really want to cheese some things. I think Cho could be pretty nice here as well. I mean, any roam would be nice, but I feel like you have to go Sicilian here as a mid laner. Am I wrong? I feel like Sicilian is the answer here. Like, there's nothing else that I see that could maybe work. Maybe the Kagura, because it has a CC immunity. But maybe they just pick up a Roamer first to counter that Kalea. But yeah, all of these can go here. I would maybe go... I'll maybe go Cho, like Sicilian here, like honestly. Cho Sicilian, they could go for the Grok Sicilian. But let's see what they pick up here. They go for that Grok. One on that. In the first game, one did not seem super comfortable on that Grok. He did miss out the first freeze, but I mean, let's see how it goes. Fake QT already teasing a little bit for Lucas. I would love to see this. Is this Lucas going to the EXP or is he going to the jungle? Not too sure yet. They are hiding their picks here.
Let's fight to our heart's
And
content.
I think it is gonna go to the jungle. Lucas jungle, have not seen that in a long time. Lucas has fallen out of meta a little bit, as the Naruto collab has been turned off, so they're not gonna buff that hero anytime soon. Willister City potentially hovering over Benedetta pick here. Does lock that in. The draft of Takopi does seem very iffy, but at this point I'm not doubting it. From what I've seen in all their games so far, they've proved that they can execute most of the drafts that they pick here. So what is the mage pick gonna be? If you ask me, I think the Kagura makes a lot of sense here. I really do think the Kagura makes a lot of sense here. But looks like they're not gonna go for something a bit aggressive. They're gonna go for the Novaria instead. They wanna use that Astral Echo. Or they're gonna go for the Sicilian. Like I mentioned, I think the Sicilian is a very good pick here as well. Not too sure now that since you can see all the backline divers, but I guess that Sicilian works. So we have locked in the drafts for both sides. Like I said, potentially last game of the day here. Yeah, man, let's just see how it goes. I really hope maybe Bus Reggie can do something to you know, force this to maybe like a game 4, but let's see how this goes. So as both teams just load up, we're gonna see some battle spells here. Quite an interesting thing that I do like to point out a lot is when you versus a Kalea, the mid and mage has to have the same battle spell usually. I think that's something a lot of teams and players like to emphasize a lot. I do believe that it is better to have them on the same battle spell. So both the side of Baskan actually, both ISNW, JBSIZ goes for the Purify, and so the Suj X Chem goes for the Purify. As one did notice that one actually did secure, did do a good freeze, but look at Takopi's wave clear in the mid lane here. The Void Blast and the Kyushu Kalea is doing so well in just to clear that, and that is really the winning mid lane matchup. I don't think there's anything else that beats that, because I think Kalea's the best laner when it comes to the mid lane, when it comes to roam, and Eve is also the best laner when it comes to mid lane. So both sides. Buscan Reggie are definitely gonna have to play a bit more passive here. One already using his passive, and Kyushu getting his skill 1 onto 1 here, poking him out already. With all of that, so far, Tiny Tony really silly. He's just poking each other out. Not seeing much happening here. Both teams just clearing out the mid lane here. The Surge of Life is doing a lot of poking on the side of Takopi here. Let's see whether Kyushu We're gonna be looking out for Kyushu to get the more impactful Tsunami Slams, and for one, we're gonna see whether his tectonic charges are gonna be a lot more impactful than that Tsunami Slam. This is really gonna come down to pick off versus team fight set, and most of the time, I will say Grok in recent patches had that advantage here, but Grok has been nerfed a little bit, and looks like they're actually going to be the first one to clear Sicilian. Also quite fast in clearing. Like I said, the Sicilian does like to ramp up a little bit more, and I think it's one of the best counter matchups for this Eve as the Phantom Steve gets popped in. The Turtle's going to go in, Fake QT is going to go in, Kyushu secures the Turtle, first blood over the Fake QT, woman edition and popped in just for the Turtle. Tiny Toasting goes into the Shifting Skies, goes in for the Heaven's Wrath but doesn't get anything as Fake QT pops in. Basically the Ninetales, the Naruto skin, but oh, I mean, that was just so well executed from Takopi. They didn't even start up the Lloyd, and they still somehow managed to get it, and they even win the fight after. Fake QT popped this in Unleash the Beast so late, but he still manages to get everything. Didn't even get a good shockwave blast or anything, but as we're looking at Takopi here, as they secure the little side here, Tiny Ryan gets the little, and Fake QT and really still silly gets a Petrify play onto Tiny Tony, just gets caught lacking. Phantom Steed goes in, Bus is trying to find anything, Tectonic Charge finds nobody, Electro Final Blow, oh my god, so much damage. Finally falls though. Meanwhile, Fake QT, I thought he was gonna use his ultimate there to pretend to be the red buff. Might have been an interesting take there, right there, but Fake QT didn't have the ultimate just yet. Is looking to gank. Naruto is looking to gank out Luffy here. Let's see what the play is gonna look like. The Shifting Skies already use Shockwave Blast, completely misses, but Fake QT wins out the trade. The Shifting Skies Heaven's Wrath was just not enough for Tiny Tony as the Wind Stride and Thunder's Rush was just simply not enough damage, not enough sustain, and looks like Bus can't retreat. It looks like they've completely tilted here, in my opinion. 4-1 right now, their kill score. And it looks like Takopi is completely running the map. They're completely running the game as Akashi and Kyushu are rotating together. Wow, really well played from Kyushu this entire series. Kyushu has gotten MVP in both games. Well, in-game at least. For the side of Takopi here. Let's see what he goes in for. Using the Surge of Life passive to make sure he's staying up. Starting to hit up the Turtle right there as Bus can't retreat, can't even get close. Oh my goodness, as Akashi just stays in, goes in. Does not find a Tsunami Slam to anyone. One nice cancel the Mighty Strike there. The Bat's Feast already popped out by the Sicilian over there. Getting nothing as he uses the Shifting Skies. Heaven's Wrath to go in. Thunder Strike used to get out. Flicker. Electro Final Blow. Tiny Tony gets outplayed. Leo Mod Force. Speedy Light Wheels onto Suge. Wheel Manipulation. The Shockwave Blast goes in. Fake QT goes in. Onto Sicilian backline. Triple kill. And Bus can't retreat have been wiped out. In the 5th minute of the game, Fake QT 7-0-0 on this Lucas right now. Looking pretty disgusting if you ask me. It looks like Takopi is now just gonna go on their victory lap, it looks like, as this game is practically wrapped up. I mean, nothing that Bus can't retreat can really do here, as looks like they're trying their best. Akashi goes in for the Speedy Light Wheels versus the Shifting Skies. Heaven's Wrath against Tiny Tony. He tries to hide in the bush. Akashi uses the Flicker to get outplay. Oh my goodness, no damage on the side of Bus can't retreat. 3-0 so far. Bat's Feast popped out to just escape the Void Blast coming from Tiny Ryan. He's trying to slow him down. Will Manipulation still in play here. Can they get anything? Unleash his beast. Fake QT did. Tiny Ryan still holding on to it. Fake QT is just recalling on everybody here as Bus can't retreat are completely out of this game. It is a 9k goal lead in 9 minutes. Tiny Tony just jumps into his demise. Gets obliterated in 1 second. And Akashi, can you do a quick item check? I think this guy has his full build already at this point. As Tiny Rani. Oh my god! What was that? Uses the Flicker Tectonic Charge onto the bush. Tiny Rainy cosplaying Kyushu in MPL for there a little bit right there. Meanwhile, the turtle is gonna be started out by Fate. It's gonna be ended by Fate as Tiny Tony yet again. I think Tiny Tony's a bit tilted. He's gone completely off the rails. He's just jumping and hoping anything's gonna happen. Tiny Rainy pops in the blue munition just for fun. The Sanguine Claws finds Tiny Rainy, but it's not enough because he's CC immune in that ultimate. And Unleash the Beast fake UT has. Look at the damage. Tectonic charge into them. One has given up. Oh my goodness, legendary. Everlasting Love. I mean, Taco P have completely demoralized their opponent's Electro Final Blow just to clear the wave. And the Leomord is just left clueless. Like, he's like, what am I supposed to do here? Pops in that emoji just for fun because he realizes that MLBB is just for fun. Come on now, guys. This is a passion project, bro. Meanwhile, Willy's still silly. At this point, they're just having fun. Look at that. Oh my god. Where's Leomord? Do something. Looks like Willy Still Silly has completely disconnected. I think he actually disconnected right here. Kyushu, I think, might have disconnected as well. I mean, it's looking like a... Oh my god. If I was on my stream, I'd be using a lot of other words, but... This is bad, bro. Looks like both teams have just decided that the game is practically over. Let's just go into the mid lane. Let's just say hi to each other. And yeah, let's just... Oh, Tiny Tony goes in for shifting Sky onto 4. And then he gets wiped out because he realized his team has no damage. And Taco P have done it. Tole Sahur says, goodbye to my life. Sanguine Claws, Bat's Feast. Bat's Impact, not enough damage. They're gonna need about 500 more stacks from Sicilian if they want to come back in this game. And oh my god, like I said, Taco P looks like they're just doing their victory lap as Buzz Kanamachi have accepted their fate here. As he goes in for the Tsunami Slam. Tiny Tony not able to do anything. Bat's Feast popped out. And oh my goodness. This is basically over. They're not even gonna have to do the Lloyd here. There's just no damage onto the side of Buzz Kanamachi. One is gonna have to ulti 7 people for them to win this game. And the Shockwave Blast just pops Suj out of the air as the Leomord is not even able to pop that Phantom Steed. One goes in for the Flicker Tectonic Charge to nobody. Meanwhile, eye for eye from Willy Still City trying to chase him. He's not gonna give him the execute. There's no way. Akashi goes for the Speedy Light Wheels. Does not give him the execute. Monster kill from the side of Akashi there. And looks like Tiny Tony is trying to sneakily go in for a 5-man shifting skies here. But Kyushu says that's not gonna happen today. Goes in for the Tsunami Slam. Sicilian pops in the Bass Feast just for fun. I mean, at this point, let's just try against Sicilian 900,000 stacks, bro. That might be the way for them to win. But the horse is just gonna enter his stable right there. Leaves the horse. Electro Final Blow. Suj uses the BMI to get out. And oh my god, this is a bit sad to watch. This is a bit... If I was Buscan Retry, if I was in that team right now, this would be a bit demoralizing. Unlost your B popped out. Purify popped out. Sicilian can't even do much. Shifting Sky. Funny shuts down Skies though. Blazing Thread goes in. But it's just too little too late. The Sicilian has fallen. No ultimates on the side. They can't really end here, but Kashi's just gonna do the Lord here. And really Silly is just standing still. Goes in for that Phantom Slash. Akashi finally secures the lock. Kyushu's healing them out all back up to full health. The wall goes in there. Does not let them escape, but doesn't really matter. As Buzz Kanamachi again recalling to show that they're trying their best. Gets Tsunami Slammed out of the way. Akashi is godlike. 707. That is a nice stat line right there. And yeah, oh my god, look at this goal lead. 4K on the goal lane. 1K. Looks, oh, he got Tiny Rainy out. That's something to definitely applaud. And then the Speedy Light was completely obliterates the Claude. Say bye bye to the Leomord as well, just for 1 second. To look at the jungle goal gap to 3K. The EXP also to 4K. And Unleash Your Beast Fake UT goes in on the back line. One goes in for the Flicker Mighty Strike. They're literally ignoring him at this point. They're like, you're not even worth it. As Tiny is trying to go in for the freeze. Dice their own turtle. At this point, Sahura has given up. And Taco P are going to win this game 3-0 as they are your winners. They are the winners of today's grand finals of the AZ Titans Cup. I would like to thank MPSG for the support. I would like to thank our sponsors as well down below over there on your left right there. You can see our sponsors right there. Thank you. This event would not be possible without them. And yeah, I think there's nothing much to say about the stats. I mean, the Sicilian really did try his best, but it was a complete disaster from start to finish. And yeah, maybe we could. I think we are gonna get an interview from someone. I'm not too sure. If not, we'll have to check. We will not be getting an interview onto anyone there, so that will be the end of today. I hope you guys enjoyed the AZ Titans Cup. It was a great opportunity for me to cast it today, and I would like to thank yeah, I'd like to thank the team. I would like to thank everyone behind for giving me the opportunity to cast. It was definitely been a blast. I'll see you more in future events, guys. Shout out my TikTok, right? Anyways, follow my TikTok. Yeah, thank you for watching. Shout out to AZ, and hope to see more events in the future. And peace out.